communications and the public opportunity to comment on things not on the agenda will be at the end of this agenda. So that's the plan so far. If you're on the phone, Kate is at the moment, and Deb Gass and Christina Naylor and Ann Beekman. *6 will, let's see, what does *6 do? *6 will unmute you if you get muted somehow, and *9 will put a little hand waving on over the dark panel where your name is. And Kelly, same thing. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the first item on the agenda, which is discussion of the powers of school boards. And this is part of an ongoing series of educational things we'll do together to make sure we all have the same understanding and the same information, the same background around what it is we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not sure if in the future, if there'll be opportunities for the chair and the superintendent to do their duty of doing, I think it's 8 hours of training over the course of the year. So I'm going to keep track of all of these things, and we'll count this. And I'll take a look at the statute and the regulation and make sure that we're covering most of the topics that are on there. And we'll see how that goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen where I have the document that I sent to the board. And it's the actual statute from the Vermont statutes on the powers of school boards. And I annotated it. I changed some things to red to sort of point out the language that specifies what the power is, or the responsibility is. And then I have to let a few more people in. And then and then we'll skip over all of the details in between. You're welcome to read that at your leisure. People coming in, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll just go through it. If you have any questions as we're going, make sure I won't be able to see you. So you'll have to say something. So maybe the board might want to actually all unmute at this point. So if you have something to say, you can. If everyone else would stay muted, that would be great. So I'm going to share my screen, and you probably won't see me anymore. Okay. So you should have on your screen Title 16 Education, Chapter 009, School Districts. I hope that if you're a board member and you don't have that, please let me know. Okay, so the first power is the board shall determine the educational policies of the school district. And this describes about how to do it. We need to give, someone is, I'm getting some feedback on somebody's other conversations in the background and somebody's mic, so if you could mute, please, that would be great. The school board has to give public notice of its intent at least 10 days prior to adoption of a policy. And we have an extensive manual of policies that we'll be looking at. The policy committee is working on a sexual harassment policy right now. So we'll see that in operation fairly shortly. The second power enumerated is to take any action required for the sound administration of the school district. Any of the actions that we take can be overruled by the Secretary of Education with the advice of the Attorney General. But we're responsible for soundly administering the school district. The third one is we have discretion to furnish instruction to students who completed high school, who completed secondary education, and to administer early education programs, which we do. We have a number, I think it's 19 private pre-K partners that we help with the administration. The next one, number 8, is establish and maintain a system of receipt, deposit, disbursement, accounting, control, and reporting. This is our warrants. This is the reason that we have several accountants in the central office, and this outlines the ways that we need to do that. The system of accounts is what you see in the budget. It changes from time to time, and that comes generally from the Agency of Education, or the Agency of Education. We have to report on the condition and needs of the school system, and we do that annually at our annual meeting and in the published report. And we have to prepare and distribute annually a proposed budget for the next year. And some categories are prescribed, and some categories I think we get to add as well. But that's become pretty formalized at this point. The next two are the provide at the expense of the district, public to approval of the superintendent, all textbooks, materials, equipment, and supplies. This, we do sometimes have students pay for things, and that's something that we're going to have to be looking at some point. It's on the agenda of the performance and programmatic equity, the PPEC, and there are some courses and some participation activities where students are paying. So we need to have a look at that in terms of equity. But it's our responsibility to provide at the expense the materials that are necessary. And then number 15, which is kind of like the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, shall exercise the general powers given to the legislative branch of a municipality. But this basically says, and I made this larger because this is really the catch-all. It basically says that we make the rules. It doesn't say we carry them out, which is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about administrative responsibilities. And a little later in the season, we'll have a look at the policy governance model of operating school boards and school districts. And that'll make a little bit more sense. But basically what it says is that we have the legislative power, the rulemaking power. 21 talks about that we can borrow short term to cover projects and things that will be reimbursed by the state. But the state, at the bottom, it says the state will not pay the cost of borrowing funds under this subdivision. So if we have to borrow for something we're going to be reimbursed for, we can do that, but we have to pay the finance charges. Presenting information to the electorate, this comes up often, and sometimes some people have thought it means that board members cannot present information or take positions on political questions or questions having to do, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to stop that. Questions having to do with things that the board is doing. So let's see. And so we can present information and materials designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And 24 is adopt. We can integrate homeschool students into the schools through enrollment in courses, participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and use of facilities. So that's a quick run through of the, I got to admit a few more people. That's a quick run through of the powers of the school board. If any of the board has questions, please ask me now. And I don't know if I can answer it, but somebody might be able to.
David?
Yes.
So I have a question. I think it was on number 21, talking about the borrowing. My understanding from last year when we had to, we almost, there was a lot of discussion about maybe having to borrow the 87% of to cover the budget into this coming year. Mm-hmm. Since what my question is, if we had to do that because we were not able to, as this pandemic sort of progresses, and if it carries out further along than we are hoping or anticipating, if we're not able to make the budget vote in May, and we then have to go the route of borrowing the money, is it possible that the state would reimburse us for the cost? I mean, is there any leeway there? I don't expect that anyone would have an answer to that now, and it may be a moot point, but possibly if it does become an issue, maybe that would be a question that could be looked at.
Yeah, all of that right now is up in the air. The legislature and Lyle and Frank were in a webinar yesterday that they are, actually it was today, on that topic, and we're updated on what the Senate is doing as far as what will be permissible if we don't have a budget passed. I think that some sooner or later along the line, we will have to have a budget passed. But well, Lyle, do you want to, or Frank, want to say a little bit of what you learned today in response to that?
So I can start, and then Frank can talk maybe more about the 87%. Today we learned that there are a couple of bills in the Senate. One would level fund us at the ed spending level from last year, which is a little over 40 million for us. And the other would level fund us with a percentage increase. So both of those are in the Senate. There's no time frame at this point. I am meeting with Becca Ballant tomorrow. I've sent out some emails also to some other of our representatives because it will go to the House as well, because that would actually be a help for us at this point if the Senate does state a specific amount for us to get the year started with before a budget is passed. Frank, I think Frank's here.
Yes. Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is regarding interest expense and borrowing money as it relates to 87%. Yes, that is part of a general ed spending amount. So there is no unusual payment process or liability associated with the interest expense on borrowing. That interest expense is just like any other expense that the school district incurs. It's just part of a total expenditure that is covered by the education spending grant, which is about 85% of what we receive, and then those other revenue sources that we talked about during the budget development. But as Lyle said, and David referred to, I don't think it's a particularly relevant issue for us today because there are these specific bills that Lyle just referred to that are being developed specifically to address the 18 school districts in the state that budgets passed. So it's definitely a let's stay tuned to the legislative developments.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from board members about I can't see every board member, so I've got about 25 of the 45 participants on my screen. So board member, if you have a question, please speak up. You'll have to unmute if you want to speak up because I can't see any waving hands right now.
There we go.
Sean, great, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to say out of the 18, 9 were because of their budgets were not passed, and 9, of which we fall into that category, were because the annual meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Any other questions having to do with the powers of school boards? Not hearing any, and I don't. As I said, I can only see about half of the people in the meeting, so you'll have to just speak up.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next topic is we'll hear. Oh, a couple minutes early too. Corey Frazee is here, and I think also Nada Moline is also here from Building Green, and Corey Frazee from Stevens Associates. And Frank have some information for us on the Academy School project. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Very good. I'll just turn it right over to Corey and Nadeb. We've met. We have some follow-up points to review with you from the last meeting where we discussed school board goals as it relates to this project. And so they're ready to give you sort of an update and a follow-up to that last conversation. And of course, we all wanted to be sensitive and very upfront about the fact that we understand that there's going to have to be a very careful sort of step-by-step process in dealing with the financial concerns that obviously we all have, the community has. So we know that no commitments to a major project will materialize until the board feels comfortable with with our financial ability to make school improvements. So so I'll turn it over to Corey.
Great, thank you, Frank. David, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll use you as my guinea pig. Great.
Great.
I'm Corey Frazee. I'm a principal with Stevens and Associates, and I'm a civil engineer. So we're talking about a building addition. So I also have with me tonight Diane Abate, who is a longtime architect, has worked on a lot of schools and works with Stevens and Associates, and Nadev Malin with Building Green. He is the president of Building Green right here in Brattleboro. And we reached out to him after actually at your direction or request a couple months ago. We've had a couple good conversations with Nadev, and he can speak in a lot more detail about the different ways that we could approach this project from not only an energy perspective, but from kind of the broader sustainability perspective, going beyond carbon footprint, climate change, but looking at it in a really holistic way. And unbeknownst to me, Nadev is also a facilitator. He does a lot of facilitating across the country. So he has added value to this conversation in helping us kind of ferret out what the appropriate goals and objectives are for the meeting. We have outlined a document which I believe was forwarded to the school board yesterday, and it talks about 3 specific discussion points for tonight. I wanted to check and see if everybody had that, because I think that could be a good guide. I haven't facilitated a meeting with 45 participants before. David, I'm not sure about you. Maybe Nadev can help us out in how to kind of navigate through this conversation. But do all the board members have that, that document from yesterday? David, is it agreeable to you to kind of move down through that?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Would you like me to read it?
It probably would be helpful. Do you have a share screen option there? Do you want to share it? Is it on your computer screen?
I'd be happy to do that. It says I can share the screen, so
Well, let's see if it works.
let me give that a try. Yeah, give me just 1 second. All right, here we go. So this is an outline of things we thought it was important to talk about tonight, and ultimately goals. If we could move through these goals, it would position us to take the next steps in the project. And I want to reiterate what Frank said. We're very cognizant of our current kind of global situation. And so at the bottom of this page, we've identified that we think there's some good timely steps to take. It would kind of keep the momentum going on the project. But this would ultimately culminate with a bond vote, and the school board would set the date for that bond vote. So we are in no way suggesting that that should be pursued at this point. It would more be the work to get prepared for those public hearings, but not to actually schedule any public hearings yet. So first bullet point, confirmation that architect and design team will include an energy consultant for next phases of design. And we're going to actually propose to change some of that language, and I'm going to ask Nadev to speak to this. But Nadev has a great background in the sustainability side of things and can speak to the energy standards. And given the size of this project, we feel that if Nadev were to come on board and team with us, that he would play an important role, and maybe more as a sustainability consultant. And then we could use the mechanical engineers to do the energy modeling that would be needed for this project. Nadev, could you add to that, please?
Hey, sure, Corey. Hi. So first of all, really glad to be with you all on this, and I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about this project. David, one facilitation tip with a group this big, I think it would be a good idea. I think you as the host can mute everybody and then just request that people unmute when they want to speak up. That would be safer in terms of
That's the way we started, and it was problematic. So,
oh, was it? Okay.
yeah, so we're stuck with this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And okay, so yeah, in terms of the sort of energy consultant versus sustainability consultant role and the energy standards, what I understood from speaking with you all is the board and saw in the goals that had been talked about that there is certainly an intention that this project be as energy efficient as possible. But also there are goals in terms of water efficiency, in terms of looking at the sustainability of materials and where they come from. Certainly the indoor environment is a huge priority to make it optimal in terms of a learning environment for students and the connection to the community. And so that really almost defines what a sustainable building project would address is that whole scope of areas. Energy along with all these others. And I believe in your last meeting, you looked at, there's a number of different standards that were proposed that could be referenced as setting the standard for what this project should be trying to achieve. And some of them are more specifically targeted at energy and others are broader. So we'll get into that. But from an energy consulting point of view, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an energy modeler. So it would be very important to me that there's somebody on the team with the project who has those capabilities. And what I expressed to Corey is I would be comfortable working with that person and trusting that that could work as long as as the mechanical engineer that's selected is not somebody who focuses strictly just on mechanical systems, but really has experience contributing to and advising on energy efficiency of the envelope as a whole, and doing the kind of energy modeling that really helps inform the design process right from the start. So there's two different ways of thinking about energy modeling. One is energy modeling that answers questions and provides data to inform the design as it moves along. And the other is what we call compliance energy modeling, which is when you've completed a design, you might run an energy model just to show that you've met the code or the standard. And they're both valuable, but in this case, we want to make sure that we've got somebody on board who can do that energy modeling early on to really inform choices and make sure that we're optimizing systems. So with those two conditions, that whoever's doing the mechanical engineering understands the whole building systems and is comfortable talking about the entire building, not just the mechanical system, and can do that early design energy modeling to inform the process. I think it would be appropriate, especially for a relatively small project like that, to basically utilize them as the energy consultant, include that in their scope, and then I could help participate in those conversations and review what they're doing with that broader sustainability lens. I or somebody like me. It doesn't have to be. I don't want to assume it has to be me in this case, but that's the way I would think about that.
Great. Corey, could you unshow your screen now, please, so we can
Yes.
see each other again? Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Well, Corey, keep going. Do you have other points to make? I think that I've raised a couple of questions that I think you'll want to explore and get unpacked a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I would just add that the mechanical engineer having that energy experience and ability to do that modeling is you'll see that in another slide. It was actually part of the documents that we gave you last month or 6 weeks ago, and we fully support that the design team should have someone with that type of experience as the mechanical engineer. So I think that really opens the door for Nadev to play an important role and a valuable role if that's something that's agreeable to the school board.
Great. I think we had been pretty clear in the last meeting, at least in my notes from it, not necessarily minutes, that we wanted to have an energy consultant. I think you're suggesting that we expand it to a sustainability consultant, and given the previous conversation, I think that's consistent with what the board is looking for.
Great.
So, is there other information for presentation, or can you take questions from the board now?
Well, there's kind of those 3 discussion points. Do we want to, I think it would be great if we pause there, see if there's discussion or thoughts from the board on Nadev's role moving forward.
Again, board members, I have to ask you to just speak up and hopefully do it one at a time, because I'm not in control of that at this point. Any questions or thoughts about this process? It really is consistent with what we talked about as far as the next steps that we wanted to take. I see Sean, but you'll have to.
David, there is a raise hand feature within Zoom. Have you tried to use that and found it not
Well, I
working?
only have 25 of the 40 some faces on my screen, so raising hand won't.
If people show the participant list, which you can do by going to the bottom of the screen and click on the little icon for participants, then you'll see at the bottom of the participant list, there's a little button that says raise hand. I'm going to raise my hand now. And then you can see me on the list with a raised hand, and I think you can see me in the window with a raised hand as well.
I can see you in the participants list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so actually that's something. So yeah, that's very helpful now. So I hope everybody got that. If you go to the bottom of your screen, participants, and click, you have the option to raise your hand, and that would help me see your help me see that you want to speak. Although again, the list is longer than and I've got a big monitor here, but the list is longer than my screen can handle.
I learned today in a meeting, when you raise your hand, you actually get bounced to the top of the list. So
Well, that would be very helpful. So we'll see how that works. Good. I hope everyone is as patient as I'm trying to be with this process.
You're doing great.
Sean, you were muted when you talked before.
Yeah. You still are muted. Sean, try again, please.
Sean, press and hold your space bar while you talk.
Or there's the unmute button down the bottom over there. Just hit that.
So does that make a difference? All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. You're there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I went over the material that we received before, and one of the things I was wondering about is there were different categories. As an example, the stretch guideline categories. And was that going to be part of the discussion today?
I think one of one of those goals is to reach consensus on which set of standards we wanted to follow. That was what we asked for at the last meeting. So yes, hopefully we'll be able to find a way to do that through this online process. Other questions? Yep. Go ahead, Corey. I see your hand.
Yeah, that's a good lead in. I can't find the raise hand feature. That's why I'm laughing. So
well,
I'll work on that. But so I think that might be the next bullet point. And if it's okay, I'll toggle back to that and keep going with that. If there's not other discussion, Sean, that's a great lead in.
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, next bullet point I'll touch on quickly. That was consensus with the school board finalizing. These were the draft goals and objectives that we presented at the last meeting. And I'm going to see if I can toggle over to those now. Are you able to see those?
Yeah, we're seeing them.
Yes.
So I'll just give everybody a minute to read through them. The fifth one, the last one, gets at this standard for, we're gonna continue to call it energy efficiency, but we know that we're broadening that up to a much broader discussion of sustainability and climate change, carbon footprint, and beyond. So design a building to meet or exceed an industry standard. So Stevens and Associates has prepared a recommendation, and I believe I have that recommendation available as well. Nope. I'll have to find that. Excuse me. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then we can have more discussion about it. We took into account the feedback from previous discussions. We understand that it's important to broaden this beyond just energy, and I'm happy to hear that that's important to the board. One of the documents we looked at our last meeting with you had 6 overarching sustainability topics that Diane had identified, and LEED actually folds into those nicely. Nadav is very experienced in LEED, but it's worth noting that Diane and I put our heads together, and Stevens and Associates came up with this recommendation independently. And I'm going to ask Nadav to speak further to the choices and his opinion on using LEED as well. So briefly, we're recommending that this project utilize leadership in energy and environmental design, which is called LEED in the country, to guide the design and decision making for the project, to the extent that this standard can be applied in a fiscally responsible way. So we're trying to respond to both the sustainability goals for the project, but also the budget and making sure that we're fiscally responsible in those decisions. So we currently believe the project is going to be required to adhere to the Vermont Energy Stretch Code because it's going to be permitted under Act 250. And that's a great baseline for energy efficiency. Adding LEED to that will provide us with opportunities to look for additional ways that the project can reduce carbon footprint, reduce impact on the climate, and I will add to that, be more sustainable. We feel that LEED standards will address the necessary sustainable building design concerns for the project. So it is a good overarching standard for us to refer to. We think it's appropriate to use it as a standard to guide design and decisions, but we're not recommending that we try to achieve certification for this project. There's a cost associated with that, and we would suggest that rather than being attached to a certain level of LEED certification, that we open it up to looking at all the different LEED standards and all the different opportunities that brings to us, and working with Nadav and choosing what's appropriate for this project. In particular, what can we identify through LEED that's going to have the biggest return on investment, either financially, as far as life cycle costs, or for an impact to sustainable impact. And sometimes if you're chasing the LEED certification, you'll be required to spend money on something to check a box, essentially, so that you get the LEED certification that doesn't have a large benefit to a particular project. It's worth noting we also considered net zero and passive house standards for the project. they focus largely on energy. They're not just limited to energy, but because of the Vermont stretch code providing that nice baseline, or that high threshold for energy, LEED provides a much broader platform for us to pursue sustainability. And I will stop sharing.
Thank
And
you.
if people want me to put that up, back up, I can. And David, I'd like Nadav to have the opportunity to speak to that, okay?
Yes, thank you. Great, go ahead.
Well, I'm actually really curious to hear what board members are interested in hearing more about, because there's so many directions, so many aspects of this we could talk about. But I totally support what Corey just said. I think he described it beautifully. LEED, of the standards, I know in a previous meeting you reviewed or shared with you a document that went through a number of different building certification programs. And they all have their place, they all have their value, but some of them focus exclusively on energy. There's also some that focus exclusively on health and well-being, which is great. And then there's a few like LEED that really cover the broad range of all of these different things and let you focus in on the aspects that are going to be most strategically valuable to the project in terms of making it the best possible project. And I think LEED does a decent job of that. And I also support Corey's assessment of you could choose to actually try to get the project LEED certified. It's not like it would be impossible to do that. I think it's very doable, but it will cost some extra money, take some extra time. And the question is that the best use of that money? Typically what we've seen is that for small projects like this, that money it's a relatively big piece of the overall budget compared to a very large project, and so it's just not as good a return on investment on a very small project as it would be on a much bigger project. So as long as you all trust that the team is going to stick with this agenda and these goals and follow through on them, the only thing you'd be losing by not going for actual certification is you wouldn't have the plaque on the wall at the end from the U.S. Green Building Council saying this is a LEED building. In other situations where somebody is concerned about whether or not they're going to actually get the performance that they want, then there might be a value to say, well, get it certified, and then we know. So that's really the consideration there, whether to certify or not. Yeah.
Great. So we have a proposal which does what we asked, which is to identify, well, it gives us a way to do what we wanted, which is to reach consensus on a set of standards, and this is the proposal. So I'd like to hear from board members. Does this fit the parameters and the requirements and the interests and the values that we want to make sure that this project incorporates?
It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we were asking for originally, and the LEED certification doesn't seem like it's important to me. Just means it's just important that we're getting the standards that we asked for. It all sounds reasonable to me.
Other board members? Sean, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have one comment.
Yep.
It seemed to me that looking everything over, that the stretch guideline that Corey laid out in the previous meeting, and additionally what he said here, use the stretch guideline, but also delve into the LEED's playbook, and so not pursue the LEED certification. So that seems like a very prudent approach. I did have two specific questions. I don't know how much we should get down, but I was kind of wondering about the under slab insulation of R10, and then the windows. They didn't mention argon. They mentioned
John, I want to ask you if you would please hold those sort of details for after we decide, see if we can come to consensus on this process.
Yes,
and there'll be plenty of opportunities along the way for you to use your expertise. Thank you. Other board members? Again, I can see Liz and Michelle and Thomas And all the rest of you are invisible to me, so just speak up if you have any comments. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve the recommendation.
Emily has her hand raised.
Great, go ahead, Emily.
So my question is so I know we were going through net zero and LEED and passive building, and I heard a little bit from, was it Nadev, I think, who said that, you know, this one was more all encompassing. So I guess, is it also the case that this one is more used than net zero and the passive building standards that we talked about last time? Is it like more common because it's more comprehensive, or harder, I guess, a harder standard to reach? That's kind of two questions.
No, good question. So LEED is, of all the standards you looked at, the most widely used. And I think part of that is because it's been around longer than most of the others, and it was very well, it kind of fit when it was introduced to the market about 15 years ago, actually almost 20 years ago now. It met a need that was it just seemed to hit a sweet spot in terms of demand. And part of that was, with any standard like this, it's trying to find the bar that's better than standard practice, but not so far out there that it feels unreachable or like it's going to, you know, throw people's budgets out the window. And so LEED seems to have done a good job of that. It's gotten a lot of market uptake. And so, yes, it's some of the standards on that list are more rigorous than LEED. Some, I think, might be a little less or more narrowly focused. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. That's a common one for folks to use, it sounds like.
It's the most common of the ones that yeah, of all the ones that are basically out there in the US market. I mean, other than, of course, codes, right? Things like energy code is mandatory, so every project has to meet that.
And my second, I have another question too, and then I'll put myself on mute. But my second question is, do you know from the state of Vermont, other schools that have looked into this and are pursuing LEED certification, or is it kind of like everybody is in the same boat and really just some maybe being mindful, but not going for that standard?
Wow, I'm a little embarrassed here because others may know this. I would be surprised if there aren't other schools in Vermont that have actually pursued LEED certification and become certified. I know there's projects at University of Vermont, a number have done that. But because professionally, a lot of my work is actually all over the country and not local, I'm not aware, I can't tell you about a specific one. I do know, for example, that the state of Ohio, at least for a while, had a standard where all state schools had to be LEED certified. It was that sort of ubiquitous there, and so schools in general are a pretty big market for LEED, and quite a number pursue certification, and many more do what we're proposing here, which is to use LEED as a framework but not actually get certified.
David, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
And Steve, you may have a little more detail on this, but I know that Brattleboro Union High School, that major addition, has been qualified as an Energy Star rated facility, and Robert Clark has done a terrific job working toward that recognition. And I don't know to what extent other board members are aware of that. But maybe Steve is aware of whether or not the project followed a LEED footprint from a design point of view.
I don't know. I know that a lot of the work was done with Energy Star specs and with Efficiency Vermont, but I don't know that it was directly looking at LEED certification.
Okay.
But I can check.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board questions or thoughts about this? A couple of things I just wanted to mention. In looking through the descriptions that we received at the last meeting, the thing that stood out for me about the LEEDs project, aside from things like making sure efficient use of water and energy, and it also focuses on materials and resources, but particularly indoor environmental quality and regional priority. And I think one of the things that this region has become pretty well noted for is green building, is sustainable building, and a focus on sustainability. there are not many towns in Brattleboro that actually employ a sustainability coordinator. And I think it really, it sort of represents this community really well in terms of our values. And innovation and design is another appealing characteristic of it. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything. So I wonder if we would like to entertain a motion to adopt the proposal, the Stevens Associate proposal that we select the LEED's performance standards as our goal in this project, following the LEED's standards as our goal in the project.
So moved. Huh?
Emily, second.
Great. Tim, you missed your chance. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering to know if you know about the chat function.
I'm sorry?
Jackie and I, do you know about the chat function that Jackie and I have used?
I do know about it, but I don't have time to look at it.
Okay.
Wendy, did you get the, you did, okay, great, thank you. You didn't get the names. The names of the people who moved it. Who moved it, please?
I think it was Jackie and then myself. Oh, Jackie and then myself.
Okay, and Emily
Emily.
seconded. Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We found consensus. Good. Well, we've got one thing done. And I think probably, Corey, we could dispense with the second part, which is the putting together a team that includes a sustainability consultant. And I don't know exactly how you articulated that. It was a series of statements on your list. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how we might form a motion to approve that.
So you're specifically talking about including Nadev on the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nadev, I think we talked about the term sustainability consultant. And Diane, I'm going to look to you a little bit to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. If we're the kind of the architects moving forward. But I think just to simply replace the words energy consultant with sustainability consultant, and if the board wanted additional language on the reason for this shift, we could note that the mechanical engineer is going to be required to have the expertise to do energy modeling. And given the size of the project, Stevens and Associates is comfortable not having a separate energy consultant, but between Diane and Nadev and having a mechanical engineer with that expertise, we feel like we've got our bases covered.
Okay, let me just clarify, because I think we're going to look for a really simple motion.
Yeah, so I can give it, yeah, I'll give you a simple one.
Yeah, but just to clarify what you're saying, the change is going to be that rather than have a traditional energy consultant, we will have a sustainability consultant whose responsibility will be to sort of monitor the process and make sure that we are following practices and procedures that are would comply with the LEED standards.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's in our minutes, right, Wendy? And it's also in the recording of the meeting. So that's really clear. So I think we could have a motion to the board would like to include a sustainability what was it, consultant on the team with Stevenson Associates and our business manager to take this project forward. I think we're going into the design and modeling stage of it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. We can talk about next steps. The design and modeling will be part of the final design. the third bullet point on that goal for this evening's agenda is the next steps. And that's kind of this piece of putting together information for the public, but I'll stop there and let you get through this motion.
Okay, so do anybody want to have a go at making a brief motion out of what I just said? Nobody, huh?
David, I would be
Yes.
glad to. I would
Thank
be
you.
glad to suggest that what we're looking for is authorization to engage Stevens and Associates and Nadev Building Green to move forward with the project as the project architect and sustainability coordinator.
Okay, how much of that did you get, Wendy? Not enough.
Not
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could write it down and email it to me.
Or how about putting it in the chat?
Yeah,
Does
let's
it go in the
Sure.
chat window?
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll send it to chat right now.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
And in the meantime, Wendy's asked that people state their name when they move a motion or a second motion, please.
Thank you.
Wendy, can you read that back to us?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay, I didn't see it yet either.
Frank might be a fast typist, but that's
Oh, I
really
thought he had it all on his screen. He was just going to cut and paste it. All right, we'll stop disturbing you, Frank. Let you do your work.
Okay, I think I've got it. There might be a spelling error in there, but let me read it. I have, the motion is to engage Stevens and Associates as the project architect and Nadev, I've got / Building Green as the sustainability consultant for the Academy project.
Great. Would someone like to move that for us?
I know.
Was that Liz?
Yeah, Liz.
Okay, Liz, thank you. And second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Great, thank you. That has passed as well. So now on to the.
So much.
Yeah, and that is the business that we asked for, and I'm happy to say that you want to step, not only did you prepare us really well for that, but want to step further with to outline the next step, which an initial viewing seems like a really good idea. So would you share that with us, please, Corey?
Yeah, so this circles back towards working towards what will ultimately be a bond vote. And so what we've talked with Frank about and what's been successful in the past is that we will work on what we'll call kind of a public information packet. And so we will synthesize a lot of what's in the feasibility study, and we will prepare documents for the board. Ultimately, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately the board holds the public hearing, the public information session that would be kind of preceding the bond vote. And of course, we'd be happy to be there if you ask us to be there and do the majority of the presentation. But the idea is that we provide public information so that we can bring the public into the loop, help the public understand what we have done to date and what the project is proposed to be moving forward. And so this is a kind of another opportunity to reiterate that we've done a feasibility study to prove out that there is a viable solution for this project. But there's a lot more work to do. So we're going to revisit a lot of design objectives as we move into the next phases of design. But this public information packet will provide the history of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you. I would suggest that you do that, the packet in a series of steps, and with each step of the project, that you kind of put together a package of information to present to the board, and something in a form that we could put into a press release, or that could go into the paper, or go as a letter to the editor about this project, and why we're doing it, the way we are doing it, and why it's needed. Obviously, that's important. And another component I just thought of as I was looking at all of the parts of the LEED certification, is how much value there is in there for Career Center students in the building trades. And so I would like you to talk with Ann and Nancy. Ann Beekman's the board rep on the Career Center Council, and involve them in the process as well, and see if we can't build some curriculum around that process, and maybe some student involvement as well in every aspect of it, but particularly the standards part and the sustainable building parts of it. I know that's not in the work plan, but it just seems for a school district that's something that we should try to fit into the process. And Ann and Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts.
So,
Go ahead, Ann.
Dave, I was going to, Dave, I'd like
Yes.
to speak on that. I mean, that is something I think is a great idea. I've done it on schools that I've worked on in the past. We'd be more than happy to go in and make it be a learning experience for students, whether we go in and do a demonstration or sort of involve and have students engaged in the process. I think is very important. So I'm happy to do that. And I think it's a great idea.
Great.
Nancy? I think it would be a great collaboration for our students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ann, I think you probably have the same view.
How could I not endorse?
Great, thank you. Good, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it's entirely possible we may be looking for some off-site learning opportunities for students next year, because we can't be on-site all the time. So we'll see where that goes.
I'd be happy to collaborate with teachers and get involved in a class situation. It'd be great. I'd love it.
Great, thank you.
We've started a little bit of that with Dan Braden and the STEM program. So we can broaden that out to more elements of the Career Center if there are other populations we should be talking to.
Great, thank you. Is there Frank, anything else we need to, anything else on your list that we should try to deal with tonight on this topic?
No, I think those are the key things for this group to move forward and keep the board posted on progress. So I would say maybe if the board has a general timeline, I don't think you want to talk about it now, but as to when we might start a conversation with the public around a public hearing, that will be helpful. But obviously there's so much to sort through with this pandemic before we get to that. We'll take that as we come, but that'll help us outline, a timetable for deliverables back to the board.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts from the board before I ask for public participation, if anyone wants to? Is there any of the public present? Feel free to unmute yourself and just start talking. I have to change screens to see everybody, and I can't do it quickly enough to see it in a timely manner. Okay, well, I don't see or hear anything, so I will move us on to our next topic, and we're going to leave the land of somewhat familiar and manageable processes and get into the land that we're in now, which is running a school district in a remote learning process. So I ask Lyle this is the administrative report on how that's going. And thank you,
David. I just wanted to say,
yes,
on behalf of Stevens and Associates, thank you to the school board. We're looking forward to this. Thank you to Kelly and Frank, and we will be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you. And I was remiss in not thanking you and not even Frank for having such a coherent presentation that responded so perfectly to our concerns and questions. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Okay, Lyle, thank you for that extensive report. I hope it doesn't take you as long to do something like that as it would have taken me, because you wouldn't get anything else done all week. But would you share as much as you'd like to, or I know there are some additional things as well, or updates you might want to give us too.
So the majority of the last week and a half has really been spent on the required continuity of learning plan that we submitted to the state last week ago today, actually. And in that plan, we had to really address everything you could probably think of, everything from how we're reaching out to students who don't have internet, how we're integrating students' IEP goals, how we are ensuring that we're still feeding students, how we're addressing mental health needs of families. So all of that is included in our plan. Administrators, Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, the academic coaches have all worked tirelessly on that plan for the last, as I said, last couple of weeks. Other things in the plan include how we're doing activities such as music lessons. So music teachers are still doing music lessons, and that's part of the plan. PE, art activities. So both what we're considering core subjects and activities that are a little more hands-on and active. So we submitted that. Actually, we were cited as having an excellent plan. We had nothing that we needed to update or go back and redo in our plan. So thank you again to everyone who took part in putting that together. In this plan, we've talked to, and I've outlined this in your information, we've talked about how counselors are working to ensure that any families that we've not heard from in a few days, counselors are specifically reaching out to find out if everything's okay. And if counselors can't get in touch with a family, we have each school putting together a protocol to determine whether or not we need to do some well child checks. Technology, of course, is a huge portion of this. Paul Smith and Gary Parzik have both been working on our technology needs, and we've designated someone at each site. We've put together a list of safe, and I use that term in quotes, safe websites. That's on the parent resource page on the WSCSU website, so that if parents are looking for some additional things for kids to do, that's there. We have actually, in my notes it says we're in process, but we have purchased Remind for all teachers. So that is a way that teachers can communicate with families and yet block their private numbers. So that's a way that teachers can also do some well child checks or remind families of upcoming class meetings, that type of thing. Food, we're up to about 1,200 students, and food's being prepared at BUHS, at Putney, and at Academy. It's delivered through vans or buses. John Sessions has done an amazing job ensuring that we have volunteers to help deliver the food or package the food. And we've used, we also have delivery points around the town. Many of the volunteers, it seems like John had said, we have up to 100 volunteers. We don't use them every day, of course, but many of those volunteers are para-educators. Let's see. Putting together contingency plans so that any administrator, myself, any teacher gets ill and cannot continue with their job for a while, who's going to step in and make sure that our students are continuing to be educated. I think one of the major things that we should just let you know is that we are very concerned about burnout, both for our families, because this is a very different way of educating, and for our teachers. So we've determined that starting after April break, which is next week, new learning only will happen on Mondays through Thursdays. Fridays will be a day for students to catch up or take a break from online work, go do outside things. It's starting to be nice out. outside projects, family time, and teachers will be able to use that day for planning, collaborating with colleagues, doing some professional development type things. Attendance, we're just starting with attendance to make sure that we are in touch and with families and students. This week, we're creating feedback family surveys to find out what's going well and what ideas that families might have of changes we might need to be considering. Always we're assessing and reassessing how distance learning is going. So that'll be an ongoing project that we're working with. And assessment is probably the next big topic that we'll start looking into how we're going to assess students. There's still not a specific end of year date. At one point, it was my understanding that the agency was going to identify an end of year date. Recently, I've heard that we will do our 175 days, which would take us pretty much where we had originally planned in the calendar, mid-June, but that's still to be determined. The other thing still to be determined, and I think Steve Theron might comment on this later, is spring sports. I had heard this week, I got a press release from the Vermont Principals Association that they are going to make that determination by April 30. In my mind, it seems unrealistic to consider that we would be having a spring season. Thinking about, we're still supposed to be doing stay at home until May 15th, just seems to be contradictory. I was asked about last meeting about BCTV doing some educational programming. They're willing to do educational programming of anything that we are putting together. I am very reluctant right now to ask teachers to do any creation of programming, but we do have posted on our website in the parent resources section, Vermont PBS at-home learning, and Vermont PBS is doing some at-home learning. So I think that's a quick rundown of what we've been working on. I did send out some new hires for Oak Grove, and we just had one confirmation today of a BAMS teacher. So would you like to do questions first on any of the distance learning? And then we could go to new hires and
yes,
resignation. Okay.
that'd be great. Yeah, and I believe Wendy already has the names, but we'd like to recognize them publicly as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with the board. Any questions? Who would like to go first, I guess? Is that Jackie?
I guess I was just thinking about the students that are not attending, and that maybe, because there's certainly going to be some that won't attend online learning and that we won't be able to reach out to. What is the plan for them? Will there possibly be a summer session, or will some students maybe need to repeat the grade? Just curious about how that might be handled.
We do recognize that this is very definitely happening. And as I said, we're using counselors to do some reach out and do some well child checks. For some people that aren't participating online, it's because they don't want to let their children be online, which is totally agreeable to us. So we are preparing work. We talked today about summer school and how we're going to assess which students might need summer school more than others. The sort of question we still have around summer school is, are we going to be able to be back together? So yes, Jackie, those are all questions that we are still recognizing that we've got to get a better handle on. Especially with younger students who really probably need a parent to help them access some of their work, and not all students have that parent that they can count on being there to help them. Their parents are working at home themselves, or they have a lot on their plates right now. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Other questions? Emily, looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had written down just a few questions. So first I wanted to give a shout out to Mark Spino, because I noticed in your report, Lyle, he got principal of the year.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
All of our principals are amazing, but really nice job, Mark. So the questions I had, one was on the food programs. So you said it's Putney Academy and BUHS, I think. So does that mean we're still utilizing, because I know different schools have different food programs. Does it mean that we've consolidated food programs for the time being, or we're actually still using different vendors for that?
So Putney is still using their own vendors, and they're doing the thing that they've always been doing. The other two, Academy and BUHS, we've consolidated so that we're using the vendors. It is not the same quality food that we've been doing in Brattleboro Town. It's very difficult when we're thinking about 1,200 bagged lunches and 1,200 bagged breakfasts. That we have to get things that we can pack up and we know will be able to be eaten in a couple of days. We don't have any control over what happens with that bag once it leaves us.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the two other questions, I'm trying to consolidate all my questions.
Okay.
So one is, because Jackie brought up something and then it made me think of something. So I'll say that one, and then the one that might be a little longer. So do you know what % of students you feel like aren't attending? Like I just want to kind of get a breadth of like, is there like in elementary school, we have about 50% attendance, or like, do we know those numbers?
David had actually asked for that data as well, and we don't know yet. That's something that we are working on. And this is our first week of really mandatory new learning. And so this is the week that teachers are really using to get this new learning into place. So the week after vacation, we're going to start. Counselors know right now who we have not heard from. So we have some preliminary numbers, but I don't want to.
Yeah,
I'm not secure in those numbers yet, right, to share.
Okay, perfect. And the last question, just to ground it, and maybe this is it could be you answering, or maybe it's a principal. I don't know who's most appropriate, but I guess like there's so much going on that I'm having a hard time conceptualizing, like, what does that really look like for, let's say, a third grader? Like, are they just on the computer for 6 hours, like bouncing from music to other things, or like, so I guess I assumed no, because you guys are thinking holistically. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. So the question is like, what could somebody just give me an example of like what a day would look like maybe in elementary? Because high school, I could kind of conceptualize it a little more, because it seems like college learning when you're online.
Right. Part of the plan, and then I'll turn it over to a couple principals. Part of the plan, we did include some research that I think Deb Cardane may have done for us about how much time we would expect it would be okay for kindergarten through second grader to be online, and how actually it may have been an elementary and high school, because we do not want our kids online for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So is there a principal that would like to speak to that? Just unmute yourself and jump on in. Herb, looks like Herb.
Hi, everybody. So one of the foundational tenets of this new landscape, this online learning landscape, really is that the number one mistake you can make is to try to replicate the school day, either in depth or breadth. And so we've avoided that at all costs. There are so many factors, as Emily just stated, that are at play here, that it's not even chess. It's like a chessboard where everything is moving around, controlled by a magnet that you can't see. So for things, for example, the capacity of families to engage with us, particularly the younger kids, K2, K3, they almost always need a parent to be helping them with anything that's coming across on a Chromebook Chromebook or so forth and so forth. And also for those kids that are working in a combination, sort of a hybrid environment with Chromebooks and then some packets or other work that teachers might send home, they're also going to need support. So there are morning meetings, there are required sessions for kids a little bit more heavily as you go up through the grades, fairly light in the younger grades. What really has to happen is families have to make the best choices they can given their capacity to engage with us in this endeavor, and we have to respect that. And I think that so far so good.
Is there another principal that wants to speak about, or Deb or Paul, about what a typical day might be for our younger students? Deb?
Sure. Our younger students are doing a mixture of face-to-face contact with their families, and then also, or with their teachers, and then also some meetings where teachers are sending songs on, through a video. Remind app is a really amazing tool because they can just send a video out and all the kids get this greeting from their teacher every morning. We're really encouraging a menu to give kids lots of choices. So when they're working through their day, they might choose to play a game online, and then they might choose to go do an outdoor activity. And the teachers have been really cognizant about offering options online, but then also really encouraging kids to take some ownership over their learning, and parents are joining kids at these circle times. And we had a really good story today about with a family whose the older siblings are meeting with the families, with the younger siblings, with the teachers. So it has been a little bit of a silver lining in that our teachers are really getting excited about the inclusion of the families that with our younger kids, for sure.
Thanks, Deb. I think Kelly Young may have had a question.
Yeah, I see your hand up, Kelly. Are
No, I
you?
see your hand.
Oh, great. I'm for some reason not hearing her. She's not muted.
Nope, I don't hear her either.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yes, good.
So my question goes to goes to a little bit further in the future, and hopefully this will not be an issue, but just to be prepared. Like, I don't think anybody was prepared for this, but let's say that this seems to kind of like we're down the down swoop and things seem to be going back to normal. And we want to start the school year, and then from what I've heard, that there's the possibility that this could be there could be a reoccurrence. I'm interested in how you are preparing or preparing the new incoming superintendent or for in the fall. If we have a reoccurrence, it's going to be on him to be playing your role. So I'm interested in what your thoughts on that are, if any preparations are being made, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes. So the first preparation that we're making is thinking about, as Jackie had just asked, about summer, and are we going to be able to hold any summer classes, how we would identify that. We are also looking ahead right now to re-entry and what re-entry will look like, what types of assessment we have to do, and to find out where kids are. We are not planning at this time to retain anyone. If there was any question about retention, that those conversations would have started with families before we ended. I think Andy Skarzinski's here, but he and I have a Google Doc with questions and answers for each other, information for each other, and we have a time set up to talk, and Andy will be starting to join some of the leadership meetings that we have, so that he'll be a part of any conversations as much as he's able to. Of course, he has a full-time job right now.
So I've been trying to make sure that I'm respectful of his time in his current position, but absolutely he will be a part of the sort of reentry plan. And part of that reentry plan will have to be, as you said, Kelly, will have to be, do we need to be making plans if we have to go out again for any length of time? Mark Spino had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that beyond all the work we're doing around academics, there's still a major emphasis, probably the biggest emphasis we have is still on relationship building with our students. Especially in the time that we're in right now, our number one focus is connecting with families, committing to weekly conversations with parents, but still looking for creative ways to have fun with our students and to engage with them during our class meetings. And I think that's just a really important thing for you to know, is that that's probably our number one priority, is maintaining a connection with our students and our families, and still focusing on building our relationships, because that's what's going to get us through this. Students are going to keep jumping on these screens if they don't want to see us. So that's a major topic for us as we move forward in this world.
And in our conversation today, I think it was Kelly Dias brought up that if we are able to do summer programming, a lot of that will be around socialization and getting back with your peers and working together as a team, as much as and more than academics, because our kids will really need to be able to come together and do those things with each other. Tim.
At the high school level, how disruptive has this been to those students who were looking forward to going to college, applying for colleges and such?
I know that Steve's been having some class meetings with seniors and with senior parents. So Steve, do you want to talk about that?
So we of course feel worse of all for our seniors, because they're missing out on a lot of the rituals that we all take for granted. I'm in pretty regular communication with the folks that were planning the prom. We talk about graduation a lot. We talk about what that could look like. In terms of the college process, though, that's kind of proceeding as it always has. Kids are still finding out if they're getting into colleges. We're still getting scholarship applications for senior awards. So, all of those processes are in pretty good shape. We've moved a lot of those forms to a virtual environment so kids can access them easier. And so that's going okay. Really what we're starting to think about is, as Mark pointed out, how do we reestablish our community when we come back together? What does that look like? What happens for that kid, whether they're in 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grade, who's in a sequential math or science program, and how do we address and backfill the gaps in knowledge that they're not going to get? And that's a big part of what we've started to talk about with our department heads. And, if we have a budget and we have the resources to do summer learning, what does that look like? Because, we also have to think about backfilling driver's ed driver's time. So yeah, there's a lot of things. But in terms of the straight up college process, that application process was pretty well underway for most kids. So now it's a question of, making sure transcripts are sent out. There's a couple of recommendation letters, but by and large, the application deadlines have passed. So we're in decent shape. The other thing we're a little worried about is, SAT, ACT exams. SAT has canceled exams through, I believe, the end of June. And so they're going to begin to hold multiple months, multiple tests per month, which they normally don't do, to kind of address the backfill. But again, that's a process we're kind of waiting to unfold. And, the biggest, for me, probably one of the biggest problems is seniors and senior parents, really want to have a celebration and they'd like us to plan it. But we can't plan it until we know when we can reassemble. And so and every time I mention that, people get it and they understand, but that's a big frustration. So group of seniors have asked me if they could start doing some contingency planning about what graduation might look like, and so we're starting that process now.
And we know that all colleges have to expect that their incoming freshman class is probably in the same boat as ours. The majority of the schools in the country are closed.
Other questions? Is anyone from the public? We have 25 or 30, more than 30 people, I think, from the public involved in this meeting, which is kind of more than we get on a regular Wednesday when we meet in person. So it's kind of, I imagine you must have something on your mind, and I would bet a lot of it, some of it has to do with the remote learning. So again, if there are any questions from the public, please, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but you can unmute and ask your question.
Well, this is Maureen Ward from Penny Central School.
Hi, Maureen.
But I'm also a parent of a senior in the high school, and I'm just glad to hear that there is some kind of discussion going on about maybe pulling something together for a closing celebration when we know that we might be able to be together again as a group. I just think that that's an important closure for the seniors. So thank you for putting that on the table and having that be something that is getting looked into. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Lyle, anything else, Lyle, you want to? Tim. Yeah, does. Go ahead, Tim.
I thought that Ed Week article you sent was pretty interesting, David. It noted, for example, that 77% of students who are doing online learning feel that it's just not as good as face-to-face. But of course, it's way too early to look at what the learning outcomes are. But maybe this is premature, but I think it speaks to the need for the idea that you propose for fiber optic connections. And at some point, I think that maybe the school board could make what's a legal term, amicus curiae, a suggestion to the select board that we, as a town, move forward with fiber optics. And I'm still curious to know what percentage of our families are not connected. The article mentioned the lower the income, not surprisingly, the less connected they are. The good news is that the teachers in poor districts are using multiple means of teaching. But do you have any idea, Lyle, what the percentage of non-connected families are?
I do not yet. That's part of the data that we're collecting. I don't have I think the highest number of families was we had heard about was 9 families in Putney, but we also have families that have been unresponsive to all of our attempts to try to find out if they need help with getting connected. So it's still sort of a moving target for us. It looks like Paul has his hand raised, and Paul's overseeing the whole tech project, so maybe he has some more information on that.
I was going to say the same thing. It is a moving target. For instance, there are families that are taking advantage of the free internet offers that different companies are putting out there, but installation times are such that it'll be a bit before some of those installations happen. As Lyle pointed out, there are also families that are unwilling, uninterested in having their students connected online. And we need to honor that. And so that whatever the percentage is, it will encompass a number of different situations.
Thank you.
So the only other, Deb Cardane has her hand up as well.
I just want to say one of the things we're really focusing on is thinking differently about how we're differentiating our instruction, and that level of differentiation is really around how are we reaching our kids. So if there are families that either are choosing not to have internet or are unable to access, we're making it our business to explore what are the other options. Is it a packet home on the bus with the food delivery? Is it phone calls? So we're definitely trying to think very outside the box as far as gaining that access with families.
The other thing we had tonight, David, was a couple of hires of replacements for teachers that have retired. So at Oak Grove, Mary is here. Mary, you want to just read your 3 people, and then the board could accept or not?
Sure. I have 2 classroom teacher positions and a librarian leave replacement. So for first grade, we have hired Kylie Weld. She's coming to us from a pre-K classroom in Massachusetts. She seems like she'll be a wonderful fit for our school, and she will be taking over for Stephanie Moransky. In third grade, we have Logan Robinson, who is currently an academic support teacher at Oak Grove. She's accepted the position to replace Deb Perotti, who is retiring. And our librarian, Lexi Oliver, is taking a 1-year leave of absence. And to replace her for the year, we have hired Catherine Haggerty. That position has gone from a full-time position to a 0.6 position. So all 3 of those we are happy to have join us and move into new positions for next school year if you would gladly accept them.
Thank you. Are there others? Why should we move
The only
others?
other one we have is a resignation, and I'd have Keith read that. So if you wanted to do the new hires, and then we can move to Keith with the resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the new hires at Oak Grove as presented, please?
So moved, Emily.
Thank you.
Second.
Who is that?
Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have accepted the recommendation. And okay.
And
Keith,
we got a letter of resignation today. Keith Lyman got it. I haven't seen it yet. So if Keith, I think Keith's here. Yep, Keith, if you could be willing to read that, please.
Sure. Wondering, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yep, it works.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I'll just let everyone read that really quick. And as you're reading it, just really sad to lose her. She's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, you know, she's moving down to take a job in Springfield, Mass, Forest Park Middle School. So she'll get a new experience down there, and we're very sad to see her go. So I'll ask that you accept her resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the resignation as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, with regret, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. It's moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets as presented. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight.
Great, thank you, Lyle.
You're welcome.
Again, having that long report was really helpful. I think it saved us a lot of questions probably. It's just good to be able to take it in bit by bit, sort of slowly. Okay, the next topic is financial stability. This, this is something that we've never faced before, and that's the the seeming likelihood of revenue shortfalls and the inability of the people to pay their taxes. And since it's all unknown and all moving parts, I think there's very little certainty we can get from conversation about this, but there are some numbers that Frank shared with us and some numbers that we got from a webinar from the state that can kind of give us a picture of what's going on. So I wonder, Frank, if you would maybe tell us, or Lyle too, a little bit about the webinar and the current state, and then we'll have a look at the numbers that you sent us, and you can kind of take us through those sheets.
So the webinar was a week ago tomorrow, and the forecast, of course, looking for this quarter and possibly into the summer was quite grim. A lot of it due to the fact that because the state is pretty much closed, we are not taking in revenue from rooms and meals tax, from the lottery. There is, of course, the assumption that people that have lost jobs are going to have a hard time paying their property tax right now. So it was not an encouraging webinar at all. Frank has put together numbers of where we are now and what that might look like moving forward. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Frank.
Okay, so a couple of kind of the big picture points, and then maybe I'll flip to fiscal year end forecast for this year. So I'll share a couple of documents with you. First is the big picture in terms of what's being considered in the legislature. So this is a page, it's page 12 out of our annual report for the Southeast School District. It's the projected tax impact. And what you're looking at here are there are two versions of bills to address the statewide issue of uncertainty in fiscal year 21. So one of the bills, it's the Senate version of the bill, is my understanding it's going to be discussed this Friday, there's a proposal to freeze the 18 districts without approved budgets. So that's us, and that's Springfield, and it's Wyndham Northeast, and a number of other systems in our area, but it's also South Burlington, and so on. But one proposal is to freeze at this education spending number for the current year. And what that would mean is a $2 million reduction to the budget plan that we've developed. So obviously that would be extremely severe for us. Another version that I know the VSBA, the VSA, and as Lyle mentioned, she's meeting with Becca Ballin and others. We are hoping is a House version of a similar bill, and that is to provide a base ed spending amount of 40 million here, and then to add a inflator of the average budget increases that pass. And that inflator right now is 4%. So you see what that would do to us is instead of us getting a 5% increase on ed spending, it would be 1% less, which that's $406,000 difference. So still it would have an impact on us clearly, but it would be nothing like a $2 million impact. So those are the two legislative discussions that are in play for fiscal year 21. We don't know, how that's going to work, but you know, we're obviously encouraging folks to contact their legislative representatives and advocate, particularly for districts like us where we have a lot more poverty than South Burlington and some of the others. You know, this sort of an impact would be far more damaging to our system than it might be into one of the wealthier districts in the state. So that's the big picture for next year. Totally unknown as to what, you know, that outcome is going to be. When we dial it down to our, you know, our circumstances, I want to flip to this document. Did you guys see the flip to this other document? I just flipped my screen. Are you looking at the forecast? Okay, so I gotta share that one as well. So let me do that. So I wanted to move to the document that I had sent to you through David. It's a forecast of our fiscal year to date, and so you know, I just started with talking about the state of the state from next year's point of view. This is a look at how we might end up this year, and that obviously tells us a little bit about our financial stability, you know, to start the new year. So the document I'd sent, there were two documents. This one that I'm sharing with you is the one that shows our current budget that we were actually just looking at in a very summary level. Okay, current budget 49 million in revenues, and we had a approved budget of 50 million. You can see that we proposed a budget that used $1 million of fund balance. That was the plan. That's what's been published in our annual report. Here's a preliminary forecast. When we look at the revenues, I'll go over a couple of the major deviations from the plan, but I'm at this point estimating 48 million in revenues, 49 million in expenditures, and not utilizing as much as the fund balance as we had originally proposed. So under the current forecast, based on my work with principals, with Lyle, with the state, I see this fiscal year end ending up slightly favorable. 167,000 as a percentage of 50 million is 0.3%. Not a substantial difference. But the good news is, I do not see a deficit in the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District. The variations from the budget on the revenue side, you see I've got approximately 900,000 receiving less than the plan. It's really primarily the transition of us being separate districts when we planned this budget, FY20, that was passed, remember, just 4 days before the year started because of so many interruptions in the governance conversation across the state. So when we administered the current budget, things like Guilford being a separate entity and paying the high school were eliminated. And so that's why that's not going to occur. This 600,000 in state revenues is a similar sort of a scenario where the state redirected transportation aid to the supervisory union and not to the SD. That's across the state, so not unique to us. We also had fewer vocational students that will drop the vocational aid that comes to us. These revenue shortfalls are more than offset right here under the tuition and assessments costs. So it's somewhat of a wash. And then because we're not in school here on the fourth quarter, as Lyle said, we are still making quite a commitment to education every day, every week. So there are expenses. You will see more expenses go through the warrants for the variety of things that are being delivered to students and families. But I don't see us spending all of those resources. So that's going to create a little bit of a surplus in those discretionary accounts. The salary and benefits are, this 1% variance at this point, which is just a kind of it could be plus or minus in any given year, given turnover and or people making plan changes for health insurance and those sort of things. So these are kind of a typical variance. And as you know, the governor has directed school districts to continue to pay staff through the end of the school year. So we would not expect to be a whole lot different in our biggest chunk of our budget. So overall, I think this is a fairly cautious estimate. I don't think it will be much worse than this. I think it could be better than this. It depends on there's no indication that our major source, which is the state revenue, that is 86% of 49 million, this state. There's no indication that Beth Pierce, treasurer, and others have said they plan on making the education spending grants as planned. And then the towns, the extent to which they have a portion of this 42 million. Remember, they collect on behalf of the state, and then they send the school district the money that is associated with the school property tax. If a town is not able to collect that last fourth quarter, Mark Peralt in the webinar last week and others in the state government have reiterated at this point, there seems to be no change in the current statute, which says a town will have to borrow in order to pay the school. The statute it's Title 16, it's Section 427 that basically says the town treasurer must remit the school property tax to the education fund and to the school district 20 days after taxes are due. It's not when they're paid, it's 20 days after they're due. So I've seen this interruptions from year to year over a long period of time where towns have had to go and borrow funds in order to pay the districts. And I believe this is where the legislature at the state level and at the federal level know that across the country, towns are going to have trouble with their revenues. And I believe there are strategies coming together to help address that. And where we started the conversation is the biggest strategy, which is the legislature considering passing budgets for the 18 districts under these emergency circumstances. So that's all to be determined. So I think the takeaway from this outlook is that we're not bringing in a deficit into fiscal year 21. I think we'll close out, with stable financial condition. We have about 5 million in cash right now, so we're okay through the end of this year. But we know we're all working administratively in preparing for these contingencies that we know are going to be very challenging. Any questions for me?
Board members, any questions on Frank's presentation or the forecast? Yes, Tim.
I heard the webinar too, Frank, and yeah, this year we're going to get through this year, but next year, my takeaway was that things look very, very bad. What?
I would agree with that, and that's where when you hear from the legislature when they're considering freezing our budgets to the FY20 education spending level, that's a reflection of how concerned they are. You know, that our spending plan was up 1.8% or 900,000. They're dialing us back behind that to authorization to spend that would be a $2 million cut. And that's the first conversation that we're seeing out of the legislature to address what you heard in that briefing to the legislature by the Joint Fiscal Office. So what was also brought up in that briefing is that there's expected to be 28 million in the CARES Act federal funding for the state of Vermont, and the Agency of Education has interpreted that number for us here at Wyndham Southeast as an approximately 800,000. So these are things that there's no certainty to, but they are in play, and I do see some mitigating resources and strategies coming to help alleviate. I think, unfortunately, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see some extremes in the conversation because there is so much uncertainty, and then as more concrete actions take place, we'll be able to start planning and address our workforce, address employment contracts here, and those other things that we must do to get ready to operate school for next year.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
The Leadership Council at Guilford Central wrote a very good letter, I think, which was a reminder asking the board, what are we doing about all this? So with that thought in mind, I jotted down a few guiding principles that this board might consider as when we come to the point where we have to consider budget reductions. Some of them are obvious, but I think that it's important to state the obvious sometimes. One of the first principles, I think, these are really up for discussion. But the first principle is that we should make every effort to ensure that the continuation of quality instruction, especially but not limited to those students who are most vulnerable, most at risk, we should focus on those students who are most vulnerable. Under the thought, I always think that the mark of true civilization is how we take care of the most vulnerable. School districts should be the same way. With that thought in mind, the discussion should focus not only on the number of students impacted, but the category of student who would be impacted. There are some students, as we know, who succeed no matter what, and then there are other students who need help. Another principle would be certainly before cuts are made, we should look at long-lasting impacts. This crisis isn't going to last forever, and I think that we should look at perhaps suspending programs that can come back after the crisis is over, assuming that the economy gets back to normal someday. I think we should state that as a merged district, budget decisions should focus on what's best for all students in the district. Again, obvious, but I think it should be stated. I think that, well, let me just stop there and ask for reflection on when we look at budget reduction, what are the guiding principles that should guide our thinking?
And would you repeat the last part again, please?
The last part is more or less we're a merged district. So we look at on what's best for all the students in the district, regardless of the size of the town, the size of the school. We're focusing on what's good for the for most students in the district. But the tough decision, I think, is going to be focusing. And it's not tough at all for me. We should focus on classroom instruction above all else when it comes down to cuts. We have to determine what's least harmful to instruction in the classroom. So to make there's one more principle, I think. In my mind, primary grades are critical to the foundation of education. So in looking at reductions, I think that K3, for example, is much more critical to sustain that than higher grades. I know these are controversial, but somebody has to say it.
Thank you, Tim. Other thoughts from the board about what principles should guide our consideration when, if and when we have to reduce programs or staff? Yep, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like to ask Frank, I have called my representative and also one senator, and I think Frank alluded to the fact that there possibly are two bills in the legislature right now. One would be a little less favorable than the other. And if you could give us guidance, it was recommended to me by Sarah Coffey that it really means a lot when school directors actually reach out to their legislators and all the legislators. And if we had a specific guide from you, Frank, on those two bills that you mentioned before.
Sure. And Lyle, do we know if the VSBA has distributed that document that was in development? I think it spoke to the two bills and it advocated for the one where we get the inflator on the current year ed spending. That's the one that's clearly to our benefit and would prevent us from being put way behind the rest of the state if we do have to go through an extended period of cuts.
I don't know if Sue Siglowski was going to put that together today. I have not seen anything from her, although I would probably get it from Jeff Francis, not from Sue. But that I thought was going to happen after our session today.
Yeah. They probably have numbers for those bills, but the legislators, at least the three Brattleboro legislators, had a Zoom conference on Saturday, and they were talking about those things. That they know exactly what they're brainstorming a range of ideas having to do with all the things that were raised at the webinar. So I think anybody that wants to contact their legislator and say that would be most helpful or least damaging to give us a more than just last year's budget, or just mention that if you only give us allow us to spend last year's amount, we'll have to cut $2 million worth of programs and staff. It doesn't have to be really specific or really detailed or impressive. It just has to make the point that this is going to really hurt. And that's the voice that they need. That's what they need to hear. So I second what you're saying, Sean. I encourage people to take a minute to email or call our representatives. They're home. They're easy to find now.
So
other comments, Emily?
yeah, So I guess in the past, there has been times when we've reached out as a board. So I guess I wonder, is this a situation where it makes sense to draft something and have it come from the entire school board? Or is it more powerful for us to individually reach out?
I don't know if there's any legislator in the room or someone with that experience that could say. I think that hearing individually from people that they know is very impactful. And sometimes for committees where we don't have representatives, a letter from the board is also helpful. But I think the individual contact with the grassroots contact is really valuable. I'm happy to have a resolution, to pass a resolution and send it up tomorrow, or tonight for that matter. But I think both would be the way to go. Sean, more, yeah, something else?
Yeah, what Sarah Coffey said was that either a letter or individual contact would be very valuable. And actually, she went ahead and sort of tentatively set up the idea that I could testify on Friday in front of the House Ed Subcommittee. But I probably need permission from the board in order to do that.
Any thoughts? Comments?
I mean, Sean would be advocating for obviously the one that's more beneficial to us. So I guess it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sean, you can, and anyone can advocate for what we want individually as people. The fact that we're school board, but we can't say this is, you can point out that you're a member of a school board when you sign that. You can't say it's a school board's position unless we all agree, which obviously we will in this case, but none of us are restricted from expressing our opinions to our legislators in any way. It's the policies and oaths don't replace the Constitution. Yeah, Jackie.
So then do we need a motion to agree to allow Sean to speak on our behalf? Is that possible?
Sure. I'd like to see if we have a couple other hands up, and then wait a little bit before we decide on the motion. Liz?
Yeah, Sean, when you testify, can you also point out that the 4% might not be particularly good because of the rate of poverty and the addiction issues and everything that this area entails? Because it's not going to be the same all around the state.
Yeah. Other thoughts or comments? Well, we have two things that have come up. One is if in the situation which we'd never faced before, being a region that's always had strong community support, we haven't ever had to really look seriously or too seriously at reductions. We've had to move some things around and change things, but we basically had support. Now we're looking at a situation where people aren't going to be able to support us because they simply don't have the income. So we are looking at serious reductions, and Tim has raised the concept of having principles that the board supports in terms of proposals that are developed for where to reduce spending, whether it's 400,000 or 2 million, where those things, where we want those things to be looked, where we want the administrators to look first or last, depending. I guess what you're saying, Tim, actually is the last place to look is at anything that affects the most vulnerable, anything that affects quality instruction in the classroom, and anything that harms the primary grades. So that's one question we have in front of, one potential action that we have in front of us, and the other is how to communicate with the legislature our desire for the 4% cost factor. What was it called? Inflation factor, Frank? Yeah, inflation factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly Young has her hand up, David.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I would like to thank Sean for being willing to speak on our behalf. And so I would certainly support that.
as far as the cuts, we all know there are going to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and it's going to be a scary process. I would just caution making having preemptive thoughts on anything over third grade or anything, this specific because yes, there are vulnerable populations in our areas, but each kid is valuable. And I think we need to, before we start to say, sort of segregate certain portions of our school populations, I think we should be very cautious about that. And regardless of whether you don't happen to, maybe just by a little bit, not fall into what someone may categorize as a vulnerable population, that student personally will be losing out. So I'm aware, I acknowledge that there are quite possibly going to need to be some cuts, some sacrifices, some very difficult times ahead. But I would be very concerned, and I would encourage caution when just sort of when targeting where these cuts need to come. Thank you.
So if I could just respond,
Yes.
I've met with all principals recently within the last 2 days, and we've the instructions I've given them is to look first at things that are going to be least impactful to our student body. We know that we are going to have students coming back to school on all levels that have been out of school for approximately 5.5 months. So teachers are going to need extra assistance with academic coaches, because we're going to have to differentiate more than ever. We need to really look very carefully at every portion of a child's education. You heard principals today looking at social emotional. So there are things that we are looking at, but there are also those things that we need to keep in mind, that we're coming back with students that need to come back into a community that haven't seen each other and been in a formal education situation since mid-March. So those are in our minds all the time.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I'd like to hear from everybody if people are willing. Emily, please.
So I guess my question is, I thought we had kind of a reserve fund or like a buffer fund in case some disaster or something happened. So is it the case that this proposed $1 or $2 million, depending on how the legislature acts, is how much of that would be buffered by using some of or any surplus or general funds that we have? I guess it's directed towards Frank, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to get voter approval. Frank, we have what, a couple of million in the undesignated reserve?
That's right. However, the bill that is being contemplated, both of these bills, and at this point, I think they're more concepts than bills, because they don't actually have bill numbers assigned. You can't actually find them in the legislative report. But the concept of those discussions right now at the legislative level is that this action would replace the public vote. It would put in place an FY21 budget, and there would be no public vote unless a board wanted to go for a higher rate. And then back to your question, Emily. Yes. So we do have a reserve. It is approximately $2 million, and I'm sure we would want to be looking at how we might manage the pain over an extended period of time. Most folks are thinking this is probably going to take at least through fiscal year 23 to work its way out, assuming we do come back to some kind of a no longer stay-at-home orders and so on in early June or mid-May. So, that's the case for not wanting to use all of the reserves, obviously, in the first year.
Thank you.
Yes, Liz?
So we will probably face some cuts, but I don't want anything coming out from this board that's going to panic people, because everything is still in play. We don't know what's going to happen with the state. We don't know what's going to happen with the feds. And I don't see any point in panicking teachers or staff at this point. I mean, if it comes to that, we need to establish some principles. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. And I would caution the board to not set off some kind of stampede where all of a sudden we've got a whole bunch of teachers going, well, maybe I won't have a job, and then they go somewhere else. So that's my 2 cents.
Thomas, would you share your thoughts?
That's a very wise sentiment. I agree wholeheartedly. We have no idea what we're going to be facing in a month or 2 months, let alone September. I don't think this is the time to even talk about that. Everyone knows that we're going to have some problems. That's not in doubt. The question is, what do we do about it right now, aside from, worry people? Maybe drafting a policy, like Tim says, about our standards, like the principles we'll use. If we can think of something that is reassuring, that might have a positive effect. But I tend to agree with Liz at this point.
Okay. Jackie, Michelle, Ann, thoughts on this? Jackie?
I mean, I definitely agree that we're pretty far from knowing exactly what's going to happen, but it still would be prudent to at least start drafting some guiding principles. And, we might have differing opinions, but we have enough time now before we're really certain of what's going to happen that we could think about it carefully and vote on it. I think at least beginning to establish guiding principles for when that does happen is something better done now than later.
Michelle or Ann, any thoughts? Yeah, Michelle?
Tim, I appreciate that this was on your radar and that you're thinking about it. I agree with those who have said that it feels too soon to really establish anything, maybe a general statement to reassure that obviously our intentions are always to maintain the best possible learning environments is, an easy thing, but to actually create bullet points, it just seems like we don't have enough information to know what we're doing moving forward. I do sort of have a question. As far as, and it's hard to even begin to think about cuts. I guess it was because that webinar, there was so much focus on, well, I should say at least he mentioned it a few times, union contracts. And I'm wondering if ours has been finalized. The last thing I want to think about is cuts for teachers. But if it's still open, I was wondering, do we know, was there a growth this year? Was there an additional expense this year? Do you understand my question? Is somebody able to answer that?
Yeah, I think the Vernon voted Monday night to ratify the contract, so it's fully ratified. There may be some signatures that need to happen, but it's ratified. And there were, I think, well, I'm not sure what I can say until that happens. Lyle, can I address the percentage of increases, or do we need to wait on that?
I don't see why you can't. It's all ratified. Both the union and the board has now ratified.
Yeah. So the increases are in the 2% range. They get spread across the salary schedule, but it was in the 2% range, and that's 2% of approximately 70% of our budget. So okay. you can do the math.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Ann?
Well, obviously we are going to have to consider what we are and aren't going to do, but I would caution all the members of this board that we don't necessarily know what the needs are or what cuts can be made, and we're going to have to depend very heavily on our administrators. For example, just because Brattleboro has big problems doesn't mean Putney doesn't have big problems, or Guilford. And we can think about it, we can have guiding principles, but I don't think we can make the decision that one group of grades should be benefited at the expense of others, or that we definitely know all the situations without relying heavily on their guidance and on our principals to keep making their budgets. So it's a good idea to have ideas, but remember, we don't know everything.
I wanted to, sorry if you
Yeah,
don't
go ahead, Thomas.
I wanted to say something. We're talking about a serious economic problem here. We do not have to approach this as what cuts will we make. We're so far ahead of this that we can put political pressure on making sure that, if necessary, maybe revenue has to be increased. I know we don't have full control over that as a board here, but we are far ahead of maybe the point where we have to worry about that. We can say right now, just as citizens and as a board, we're not going to react to this as what do we hurt in the school district. We're still so far ahead of it. We can put pressure on our politicians as well. So
great, thank you, Emily. And Sean,
Yes.
I think you wanted to speak again too.
On that, on that note, I did want to, so maybe it moves us into the second topic, which is, or what are we going to do about reaching out to the legislatures? I guess I'd like to move to, for us as a board to write a letter. We can still individually contact them, but I think like the more we can get out as a unified group, a letter in favor of this, I don't, maybe Frank will help us with the language, but in favor of this additional fund, I think that would be prudent. So it's being proactive, but in a different way.
Thank
So
you.
Frank, maybe you have some movement language?
Oh, yeah.
Frank, just before you do that, I just want to kind of assess where we are and see if I understand. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak, and I thank you. There were really lots of really thoughtful comments. Somebody today asked me what I was thinking, and I wrote, the first thing I said is, well, here's what I'm thinking, or here's my comment, and then I immediately put in parentheses, but I always change it after I hear really, really good ideas from other people. And I think that the collective wisdom here is pretty sound, and I'm really grateful for the good thinking that's going on. I think we are at the point where we don't want to say or do or restrict or really define anything until we have more evidence or more certainty about what the parameters are, if there are parameters, what they are. And I think we want to be a lot more certain. So I think we can probably move on from that and get to Emily's motion, but I want to make sure that we sort of had closure on the question about establishing standards. So Sean, if this is about further comment on the establishing of standards, I'd be happy to hear from you. Otherwise, I'd rather wait and move on with Emily's motion. Okay, so Frank, do you have information enough of it? Can you give us some language for? You are a motion writer here. We're going to make you the clerk.
Sure. So what I had in mind was there is a well articulated position on the issue by the VSA and VSBA. It sounded like Lyle was under the impression, and I am as well, that there's a document being drafted for the legislature's consideration on Friday as part of public testimony, and that it represents the input of at least 15 of the 18 supervisor unions and their superintendents and board chairs. They were all part of this Zoom meeting at noon today. So that's a little background to say that a motion, a very straightforward motion, would be that the Wyndham Southeast School District Board requests the legislature to support the VSBA and VSA request to fund schools at the FY20 ed spending level plus the inflator. There's that could be the motion. I know none of us have seen the document. Lyle, you don't have a document, do you? Yeah, this has all been part of looking at something that was drafted in the Senate as a pre-bill, I guess as you call it, and then it was edited. One version added the inflator, the other version took it out. So the VSBA and the VSA's position is to support the version that has the FY20 budget plus a 4% inflator. And you know, we feel in this environment that would be a very good place to be.
Okay, let's. So I want to suggest here then that we entertain a motion to the legislature, I guess to the Senate Ed and House Ed committees.
Yeah.
A motion that the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District requests the legislature support the VSBA VSA proposal to fund school districts without approved budgets at the FY20 rate plus the 4% inflator.
Excellent.
And Wendy, did you get that mostly?
Yeah, I think so. Can I read it back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. The motion is for the Senate and House Education, is it committees, commissions?
Committees.
Committees,
Yes.
Hold on, let me get that. To request here's where it's a little foggy, so you're gonna have to help me. So motion to the Senate and House Education Committees to request the legislature to support the VSA and VSBA's proposals to fund schools without approved budgets at the FY20 levels plus the inflator.
Yes, just say fund districts rather than schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'll write this up and send it. It's actually the Senate Committee on Education. So, you know, I mean, there's specifics about it, but that gets to the heart of the motion.
Okay, yeah, you could send that to me. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
David,
in the morning. Yes, yes.
I could also make it's just technical, but it's important. When we refer to the rate, what we're talking about is the FY20 education spending.
Ed spending rate, okay.
And maybe instead of using rate, we would say amount.
Ed spending amount, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so between Wendy and I, we can get we can perfect this. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Emily, thank you. And second? Thomas, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Now, Sean, you had a question on this topic further? Thank
you. Well, it sort of refers to, you know, contacting the House on Friday possibly. And one of the things I was going to highlight, if I do this, is to say that the reason we do not have a budget in the WSESD is specifically because of the COVID pandemic. Because we were going to meet on the 17th, and that was canceled. So just as, you know, so people start thinking, well, maybe we could use federal funds. That was a direct result of not having that budget passed, was because of the pandemic. So that's all.
Really good point. And one thing, we've got this resolution now that we're going to send up to the legislature, but at the same time, writing or contacting our legislators individually is really, it's really more important than signing on to this. It's valuable. The more people that sign on to the proposal, the better. but the more individuals they hear from, the better. And I think Sean's point about we wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for this pandemic. That's why we don't have a budget. And you know, we shouldn't be penalized by that. Except, you know, I mean, we'll share the pain with the rest of the state, but we shouldn't be singled out more intensely, I guess. So I just want to double down on what Sean said about contacting the legislatures and making that point. Anything else on this topic? Yes, Liz?
Maybe that should be in the letter that we send as a board too, because we didn't have our budget voted down like some of the other towns. We just never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, I'd want to redo the motion at this point. I think it'd be just as effective if each of us wrote to each of those committees. You can write to the clerk. You can write to the clerk of the committee, and they will get it to each of the members of the committee. I
know.
As well as our. No, I'm talking to everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as our individual legislators. Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, the next topic is committee reports, which will be brief, but we are going to do some committee assignments. Hopefully, get people to sign up for committees, and also talk about leadership councils. And so what I'd like to do is, we've been at it for an hour and a half now, is take say a 5-minute break, or make it a 7-minute break, and we'll come back together at 8:35. Is that agreeable? Okay, so we're going to recess for 7 minutes. Everybody get up and walk around. Okay, if people can turn their cameras back on, so we can see everybody, that would be great. And we'll get started on the committee reports. I don't know that we have any actually committee reports. I'm not sure. I don't think any committees have met, including the supervisory union, in the last couple of weeks. Are there any reports or any updates? No. Okay. So 2 things we need to talk about are we have 4 new members on the board, Liz, Jackie, Tim, and Michelle, and we have 8 committees, and we'd like to get the new people on some of the committees. And I've heard from a few of you about some of your preferences, but I'd like to actually hear from you again in terms of the options. So let me just briefly run through the 8 committees, and they have very short mission statements. So it just take a couple of minutes to go through, and then talk a little bit about which committees you'd like to be on. And then we need to talk about what work the committees to try and convene on a Zoom platform, and talk about what they can be doing in terms of what we're facing right now, what they can be doing to support the remote learning, and what else, anything else going forward. So if that's agreeable, I'll just quickly run down the list of committees, and we'll see what we come up with.
Can I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Just before?
Yes, go ahead.
So is it the case that all committees will have reassignments? Because I can imagine cases where, you know, maybe somebody feels like their skills are better suited. They've been on a certain committee, but another committee popped up and they feel like they maybe will switch. So, or are we just saying all previous board members are on the committees they were already on?
I was assuming that people would stay where they are, but that's a really good point, because there's no certainty to that. So I would say yes, if for what's it, legacy members, previous members, if you want to change committees, this would be the time to mention that. Although it can also be done, you can do it any time for that matter. No one's required to be on a committee. So the first is the personnel committee, which manages and reviews personnel matters, approves the 1% requests, which when we talk a little bit about the master agreement, We'll talk about what that is, but it's basically 1% of the budget that's available for teachers, administrators, and school board members to use for special projects. The board approves that, and the personnel committee, now that we're a single board, a unified board, the personnel committee has taken over the responsibility of approving those requests. Participate in supervisory union negotiations and other personal matters as required. Currently, Anne, Sean Murphy, Kelly Young, and Carrie Amadon, representing Vernon, is on that committee. The Policy Amendment Committee, which is in the middle of drafting a couple of pretty important policies. We draft policies and article amendment changes, articles of our founding articles amendments and additions, and recommend and review the establishment of adoption of equitable policies for all WSC/SD schools consistent with education law and educational best practices. So that's the mission. And when we talk about we talked about the first document, the powers of school boards, and the first thing is to establish the policies for the district. That's that work. The very first work on the list is done in the Policy and Amendment Committee. The WSED Finance Committee reviews and recommends warrants, the capital plan, and the annual budget as determined by the full board. And Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Emily Murphy-Carr, and Christina Naylor are on that. Sean's the chair. I didn't mention who's on the Policy Amendment Committee. I'm going to go back to that. It's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, and myself. Tim Morris and Christina Naylor were on there. So that is very short-staffed committee at this point. And so I would encourage people who have an interest in a background in developing policy to consider that. It's an important committee. It doesn't have to meet a lot now that we're fairly well established, but there is some important work to do. The diversity committee this is not the school diversity committee, which is made up most primarily of teachers, I think, and some administrators. This is the board's diversity committee. And the mission is to foster learning environments in which all members of the school community are safe, feel valued, and are appreciated, as well as promote policies and procedures that value equity and diversity in our schools. That's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas Nolan, and myself. The Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee monitors school equity and performance and works with district staff to develop recommendations to increase equity and improve performance throughout the district. That's Emily Murphy-Carr, myself, and Kelly Young. Tim Morris was on that committee, so we need some more people on that as well. The WSED Communications Council, his mission is to increase public engagement with the board's work through effective communications. And an example of what this committee would be doing is when we start to get reports on the development of the proposals for the Academy project, this committee would be the part of the board that puts together the communication documents that would go to the media, public relations, or press relations, and press releases. It would also get a pretty good list of social media as well that committee is working on. Tim Morris was on that committee. Emily, I think, operates in a kind of a support role and loans her skills to that committee. I was on it partly, and the other member is Jamie Contois, who is a community member from Putney and a former Putney board member. So that committee needs some additional support as well. The Sustainability Council, it was initially the Sustainability Council, it was renamed the Climate Crisis Task Force. And that mission, the mission of that committee is to assist the board in developing practices, promoting curriculum, and determining purchases that will lessen our environmental and climate change impact. And that committee has 1 and possibly 2 students on it. Thomas Nolan and I are the current board members, and Paul Smith joins us pretty regularly. We also have a community representative, Howard Burrows, who's a member of the Brooks Public Library Board, Brooks Memorial Library Board in Brattleboro.
I'd add Tim to that as well.
What's that?
Tim Maceo as well.
Oh, Tim is on that committee now?
You are on the committee, correct, Tim?
I guess I am. I didn't know it was official.
Okay.
It is now.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak for you. I was just trying to clarify.
No, go ahead, Thomas. I mean, that may be how we get staff on people on these committees.
I'm not going to force them.
But that's how hard it is to get on one of these committees. So let me just go down. With the Personnel Committee, we definitely could use at least, well, no, we're actually in pretty good shape there. So I think with the Policy Committee, the Policy Amendment Committee definitely needs one or two additional members.
David?
Yes, Tim.
Can you explain what the Policy Committee does that the entire board just doesn't do?
Yeah, the Policy Committee goes into the real details of developing the policy. We recently found out that we don't have a specific sexual assault policy, and everybody thought, oh my, why don't we? And so the committee looked into it and looked up the statutes, and it turns out that neither does the state. That sexual assault is mixed in with hazing, harassment, and HHR. HHP and bullying. Yeah, with the bullying statutes. And so the committee decided that they wanted to look at some sample language and put together something explicitly addressing sexual assault. So that's what the board does. We confer with the attorneys, we confer with administration, and then we wind up asking Barb Nowakowski to figure it out for us, and she types it up and it comes out perfectly and everybody approves it. So that's the process. Sean, did you have something to add about the Policy Committee? I saw you leaning forward there.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
David?
Yes.
Are you looking for volunteers now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd like to be on personnel and policy and
oh, you do? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait. You want to be on personnel and policy?
Yeah, and a few more.
Okay. That's easily done. Okay. So other volunteers or people interested in the Policy Committee?
I'll stay, Dave.
Oh, thanks, Ann. Great. Well, we'll see how we do with 4, and maybe we'll draft Christina to continue to show up and help us with policies. The Finance Committee, I think, let's see, Christina is gone, so there's no representative from Dummerston. And I think, Emily, you had expressed an interest in that. Do I remember that correctly?
No, I'm fine with staying on.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so, and for the Finance Committee, we need at least a representative from Dummerston. So I don't know if Michelle or Thomas want to consider that or already know.
I had kind of wanted, I mean, unless Michelle really wanted to, that's the one I wanted to join.
Yeah.
But
great.
Unless Michelle wants to, because she gets first crack at it if she
you
wants.
can happy to hand it to you. My only hesitation to pat my hand up on all the things I'm thinking is I was trying to connect with David before tonight, and I'm just a little bit unclear on time commitments and suddenly having 4 kids at home. I sent you a picture of my Zoom schedule. It's literally like my whole week is lit up. And so I just don't want to take on more than I can actually give just because we're in this weird crisis time. I think like the policy and amendment stuff is really fascinating to me. I have a feeling that would be too much on my plate right now with all my children home and doing this remote learning. So, is it okay if I connect a little bit more with you later, or would you like
Absolutely.
me to tell you what?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. If you have a
it.
couple of preferences, we should do that. Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. And you can also connect with the chairs and get more detail. And the other thing is that there's not going to be a lot of work to be done in the immediate future because it's just not things. I mean, well, there is some things to be done, but the difficulty of meeting in this format and the things you just described are true for all of us. You know, I have one child at home who happens to be a college junior who's actually working on a Spanish essay right now. And so, you know, we're all pretty crazy. But so, yeah, there's no rush.
I won't put it off. I just want to be thoughtful. And
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the other thing is you can try them out.
Okay. That's a nice thing to
you can do a trial run. Yeah.
All right.
Great.
I'll play with
Thank
that
you.
idea. Thank you.
David.
Yes.
How's the Program Equity and Performance Committee? How well staffed is that?
Well, that's a committee that can, it's got, Tim Morris was on it and he's not anymore. And so it's me, Emily, and Kelly. So we could use, I think.
This will replace a Tim with a Tim.
Okay, that's great. And
David?
Yes.
I believe Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you didn't want to be on the Finance Committee anymore, and I said I would do it.
Sorry, my mute thing wasn't working.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, you wanted to take a turn at that, Liz. That's fine by me. You go ahead and take a turn at that. I can show up and be a pain in the neck if necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so Liz is going up to Finance. And
I also wanted to be on Performance Program, the PP&E Committee.
Right. Okay. So so now okay, so we're still on the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee. Other interests, Sean?
Well, I just wanted to mention at this time that the Finance Committee meets at 5 o'clock, the first meeting of the month. So before the regular board meeting, which is always was at the Cusick Room and now will be virtual, but it has a regular meeting schedule. I thought if people were interested in that, it might be beneficial to know that's when we meet.
Great. Okay, Jackie.
Well, I was first raising my hand for Finance Committee, but then also PPE.
Great. Well, good. Let me put you there and there. Okay, great. Any other, anybody else for performance or programmatic and performance equity committee? Good, that's a good, strong team. The Communications Council. Right now, the primary member is Jamie Contois from Putney. And so again, there's not going to be an awful lot of work for that group to do, but if you like communicating and working out effective language for public communications, this is a great spot for you if you're an articulate person. Jackie's got her hand up. You do that sort of in your regular life, don't you?
Sure do.
Great. Well, Jamie's going to be really happy.
I would love for Jackie to be the Brattleboro rep and for me to maybe recuse myself from the committee.
Great. And we'll just call on you when we absolutely have to have help.
That's fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else want to try the Communications Council?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with adding my name to that. It seems pretty straightforward with what that would entail.
Yeah, and a lot of it, because we now have Zoom, it used to be a problem for the committee. The committee would have to physically meet to go over language, draft language and stuff. You couldn't do it online, but now that we have Zoom meetings, we can convene a meeting and record it, and you can work on language from home. So I think it's actually going to be, we may wind up working this way even after that we don't have to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Jamie's going to be really excited. The last one is the Climate Crisis Task Force, and I'm told that Tim is already on it. That's me and Thomas so far, and Tim, and boy, that's a pretty and then Paul Smith too, so that's pretty male-dominated committee. We also have Django Grace, who's an 8th grader who will be at BUHS next year. Who's a fascinating young man. And I mentioned Howard Burroughs from the town. Any other interest in the Climate Crisis Task Force? But we'll leave it as it is for now. This is great. This is, you know, we're in good shape. I would ask the, let me just go through. Thomas is the chair of the task force, so I'd ask you to convene. I'd ask all the chairs to convene a meeting, or at least make email contact, and see about trying to get together at some point in the next few weeks. Next week is a vacation week for school, so it's going to be even harder for people with kids. But yeah, Jackie, question?
Sorry, did we skip volunteering for the diversity committee? I really meant to do that too.
Oh, well, I got your name there, so, but I think we probably did skip over it.
You just knew.
Yeah, I just knew. Yep. Yeah, the diversity committee is Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas, and myself, and Thomas is chair of that as well. That would be fantastic, Jackie.
David, Kelly Young has her hand up.
Oh, hi, Kelly. What would you like to say?
So at the end of this, can you send out an email just confirming who's on each? So,
Yes.
The chair will know who to send the email to.
Right, and I will, that's a really good point. And I will also send this to Barb, and she'll put it up on the web as well, but I'll send it out in the morning as an email.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that suggestion. It's a great idea.
I just want to make one note.
Yes.
So PPEC typically, but I'll email out everybody, but it's for something for you guys to think about. Typically, we met on the opposite Wednesday of the board meeting in the evening, so that could accommodate. And sometimes we'll often have administrators there who are kind of presenting or supporting. I'll email out to make sure it's good for everybody, but just to keep in mind.
Great, thank you. So Emily, you're going to take care of that, and Thomas, the diversity committee. I'll contact Jamie about the communications council. Sean will contact Liz, Jackie, Thomas, and Emily about the finance committee. The policy committee doesn't have a chair without Christina anymore. So Ann, would you like to chair the policy committee?
Sure, Dave.
Thank you. Okay, great. And then Kelly on the personnel committee. So great, thank you. Now we have, now that we are 10 and we have 10 schools, it's time to sign up for Leadership Council. So we currently have, Sean is on the Leadership Council in Guilford. I think Ann and Liz, are you both attending the Putney one?
We have been, but if you want to officially assign me to the Career Center, I remain.
Oh, that's right. Right, that's right, Ann, I forgot. Yeah, you can obviously, board members can go to any of the leadership councils and attend their public meetings. It's never an issue. But yeah, thanks, Ann. I forgot about that. You wouldn't want to do. You already have one. So that leaves.
David, I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council.
What's that?
Meeting. I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council meetings.
Yeah.
So I'll be there.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, Dummerston, BUHS, and Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, Career Center, BAMS, and what am I leaving out? Guilford, Putney, Dummerston, Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, BUHS, and BAMS. Well, that's only 9.
The 10 includes Vernon, doesn't it?
No, it includes EES.
Yes.
EES, thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. So anyone want to nominate themselves for any of those schools? It doesn't have to be in your community. It's nice if it is, but it doesn't have to be.
Is there any idea of when they meet?
No, there are only a few that are established, and the meeting, Sean's got some information on that, but I'll just tell you the little bit that I understand so far is that different councils are setting up their own times and shifting them. Sometimes they meet late in the afternoon, they meet in the afternoon, sometimes in the early evening, and so there's no real pattern. And we also haven't talked about length of term, although we can wait and see how things work out and then talk about that when we have a little bit more experience. But no, it's up to the councils to figure out when they can meet. And there is a tension between teachers who don't want to have to stay and administrators who don't want to have to hang around necessarily for a 5 or 6 o'clock meeting, and then parents who can't get to a meeting until 5 or 6 o'clock, or community members. So that needs to be worked out. But that's up to the councils to try and find their way through.
Putney has a meeting time. If anybody else wants to come, it's 4:30 the first Thursday of every month. We did a compromise between parents and teachers and administrators.
Great, thank you.
I'll volunteer.
Emily, go ahead.
I'll volunteer for Academy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, things are actually looked them up.
I'm sorry, so they're either getting some feedback on somebody's mic or somebody's trying to talk and I can't hear what they're saying.
It appears to be Kelly.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So in Green Street. Now Mark's right there, so you better. Okay. Thanks, Jackie.
Oh, Jackie has it.
Yeah, she grabbed it. You gotta be quick, Tim.
Okay. What about Oak Grove?
That's you. Other Dummerston, BOHS, BAMS, EES,
I'll volunteer for BOHS.
and that was
Kelly.
Kelly. Thank you.
You can put me down for Dummerston.
Okay. And Michelle, you want to wait?
What's left? I was
Uh,
gonna say I would do the high school, but Kelly beat me.
Well, the middle school, same location, the Brownwood area middle school.
Oh, okay, so that's fine.
Great, then I'll take EES.
EES provides food. It's a good gig.
I know, I was on the policy council for years, twice, 2 different times.
David? And
Be
David,
nice to be back.
Deb has
Yes.
her hand up. Deb,
Who does?
Deb,
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Go
You're
ahead.
welcome. So could we align this leadership council representation with our policy council, and so that could be part of our policy council?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
you generally have staff there, and the leadership councils have staff.
Yep.
And you also have obviously parents. And the same thing is, the same is true for the Career Center, which has an existing council. What's that called, the Career Center Council? It's a state.
Oh, the Regional Advisory Board.
Regional Advisory Board, yep, the RAB.
Okay,
So
great.
it's not unprecedented. Yeah.
Great. Perfect.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle, for seeing that. Well, that was easy. So I guess it's up to each of us to contact the administrator. Well, Liz, how has it worked in Putney? Does the, you've got your time set aside, or Sean, either way, how do you convene your meetings? Does the principal send out an email to everybody?
Well, we elected to go with a chair and a clerk.
Mhm.
So that goes, it goes to central office, but I can certainly let the board know.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to convene, how each of these people each of us who just signed up for a board can find out when the next meeting is. So
It's always posted, but I could also let you know.
Well, no, I wasn't, not so much for Putney, because we know you're on
Right.
Putney and you know when it is, but everybody else has to contact their individual schools to figure out when that committee is going to meet. So Sean, how do you do it in Guilford?
Well, they establish an agenda, so it is posted on the website, and then we also have a regular meeting time, so it's the first and third, I believe, Fridays at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Actually, now they're meeting every week since the
Right.
COVID issue has come on.
Right. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna propose is that we each contact the administrator in the building that we've where we joined the leadership council, and let them know that we're there, and to convene a meeting when they think they can manage. For those that are already in place, it's going to be a lot easier. For councils that don't yet exist, it's going to be more of a challenge. But because of the value of the input that we've been getting from Putney and from Guilford, from those leadership councils, it's really obvious that the idea was a sound one, and that having having that voice, being able to have the teacher voice immediately available every few weeks or month, and the staff or the administrator and the parents is really helpful. It really does inform our work. So we want to get these set up so that we can have regular access to those voices in all of the school buildings. So please contact the administrator that you are going to be working with, and see what you can arrange to set up. It's going to be different in every building. There's not really a format except for the broad outlines that are in the policy. And so actually I'll send that out to everybody. I'll send that out again. It actually was an amendment to the articles, or to our articles of agreement that was amended this whenever that vote was. So I'll send that around to everybody. So it's a good template for how to proceed.
David?
Yes.
Sean, I think you're on the leadership council for Guilford, is that right? How are we going to respond to that letter of concern that they wrote?
Well, I could report back to them at the next meeting. That's usually what I do. They always have a board member report. So they have an administrative report, board member report at every meeting. So I can report back to them at that time. And I also, on David's suggestion, forwarded on the webinar and the other information that we received on the budget, which was our question.
Oh, the webinar would be good. Yeah. Yeah, they certainly do deserve a good response.
Yeah, and I also suggested that since this meeting is being recorded, and BCTV will have it posted shortly, you can watch the meeting, and I believe BCTV has actually I'll check with Rich after we're done tonight and see, but typically they have a little table of contents about what time any particular item was talked about, and the financial stability item, that'll be notated, and then rescheduling the annual meeting, which is another question that they asked about in terms of our budget vote. Those, they can find those on the meeting and watch the conversation. So, but thank you, Tim, for following up on that. And thanks, Sean, for sharing that concern from the council. It really helps guide the work. So I think we're good for committee reports and for leadership council. So now, next topic is to reschedule our annual meeting. As you probably know, the Secretary of State sent advice that anybody that had one scheduled during this time of social distancing should probably reschedule it. And they suggested May or June. Ours, I think, was scheduled for May 19th, was it? May 9th? I had it in front of me previously, but
May 12th.
May 12th, yeah, I was wrong both times.
That's all right.
But so May 12th. So I guess I'm open to suggestions for what we should do. I think we should try and reschedule it just in case we could meet. The other suggestion from the Secretary was that we consider remote or mail-in ballots. And so anyway, Thomas, you had a thought?
I was going to ask, is it illegal or completely impossible for us to do it like this?
Yes, it's illegal and impossible.
Okay.
There's no way to verify.
What the governor signs so that we can do this does not apply to that?
No, this is, people can find this meeting and they can tune in. The only people that are not, it's not available to are people who don't have internet access, and they've decided that was okay for now. that some people would not be able to attend the public meeting. But the annual meeting is, you have to sign in, you have to be checked in as a town resident, a voting resident of the town, and that's impossible to do online.
Yeah, I wasn't
to
thinking.
verify the voters. Yeah.
I say we push for however possible, mail-in absentee voting, because it has to be done. We have to do it, but it's not worth people risking their lives for if we can control it. So, just like what would happen in Wisconsin was ridiculous.
Yeah.
This would be ridiculous if we can control it. If we could do mail-in ballots, there's no reason not to, in my opinion.
David?
Yes.
So part of this pending legislation that we were discussing earlier, that we wrote the resolution on, that actually removes the requirement for a public vote. So you may want to not address it this meeting, just because that's going to be discussed this Friday, and there may be some more guidance that comes out relatively soon.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. That's really important. Is there anyone that, I can't see any advantage, since they're going to be talking about this on Friday, and we might have some news about it within a week or so. I can't see any reason to schedule a meeting now and go through that whole process.
Right. We'll have to, eventually, we'll have to make sure, if we decide that we're going to have a meeting, we'll have to do the 30 day
Right.
warning. So that we'll need to keep in mind. I think part of the issue with Australian ballot is, can we bring the people in to count ballots safely? And that's one of the considerations that I think we'd want to make sure we're talking with town clerks about before we went down
Right.
that road as well.
The whole new group of problems to solve.
David?
Yes.
So unclear.
Done.
I'm sorry.
Was that Ann?
Well, it was. We put
Oh,
the floor vote in our articles of agreement, and by law, in order to change the articles of agreement, we have to have a vote on the articles of agreement. And I don't know if the legislation currently being considered would allow for that or not.
I can't imagine. Well, I guess I can't speak now knowingly. I can't imagine that the legislature couldn't set that aside, given under these conditions, and or that if they passed new legislation that would, for this 1 year, that would override what we're saying.
Yes, and I think in the guidance, either from Will Senning or from Jim Condos, it talks about 1 year in regards to the Articles of Agreement. I'd have to go back to reread it to be specific, but it seems like they had talked about Articles of Agreement in one of their.
Good point, Ann. Well, definitely got to have to chase that one down. Sean?
Yeah, I approached our town clerk in Guilford, and she didn't warm up to the idea of having an election through the mail at all, because you have to have the BOC there. Is too risky, and so it did not float very far.
Yeah.
David, Carrie
Yes.
Amadon has her hand up.
Carrie, thank you, Lyle.
Hey, David, thanks. I'm sorry, lawyer's daughter coming out in me. At the May 17th meeting, I think we just postponed to a certain date. Is there any legal thing we need to do? Do we actually need to get 7 people in a room on that date to postpone again?
Not if the legislation is passed saying that we don't have to pass a budget.
But if the legislation doesn't pass on Friday, is there some bizarre obligation we have to gather people in a room and say, we're going to postpone again? I'm sorry, just my brain went, wait a minute, what did we do at that meeting?
Yeah, we'd have to get clarification on that. It seems like, when you've got the governor saying don't meet, and then the statute saying meet, who do you listen to? So yeah. More unknowns.
Okay. Thank you.
Put it on the list of unknowns. Any other?
Well, I just wanted to clarify what was just said. There's not going to be a vote in the legislature this Friday. It's just going to be the subcommittee. So I think if the vote does take place, it'll be, at a time uncertain.
Yeah, it won't be, they won't take a long time though, because they know about the July 1st deadline. Yeah, and just since you mentioned that, Sean, one other thing, that meeting will be streamed. If you go to the Vermont Legislature website, you can watch them to discuss that on Friday. Everything is on Zoom now. But what I'm hearing is that we probably don't need to do anything now. The July 1st is the deadline, so if nothing happens, we have to have a warning before 40 days, or probably 45 days before July 1st. So mid-June, no, I'm sorry, mid-May, we're gonna have to finally make a decision. We meet again the first Wednesday in May. So I think it's the 5th or the 6th. So we can, between that, there are 3 weeks between now and then, so we can make a determination based on what happens in that period of time. And if we need to meet more immediately, we can do one of these really quickly and set a new date for the annual meeting. So can we move on from annual meeting? Great. Do we have to approve, do we have minutes to approve? Oh, the April 1st and April 9th minutes. We don't have any warrants on this warning, Lyle, but we did get a couple of warrants in email. So we need to approve those warrants as well?
Generally, we've been doing all of those on the first meeting of the month.
Okay, great.
So we can
Thank you. I'll get used to that gradually.
Yep.
Thank you. So we do need a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st and April 9th.
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Okay, we got that out of the way. Do we have any visitors that would like to be recognized? Actually, you'll have to recognize yourself if you want to, or anyone from the public who wants to address something that is not on our agenda. Please unmute and speak so we can hear you. So no recognitions and no public comments. Do we have any communications, Lyle, that need to be
David?
shared? Yes.
Aaron Kachuk has a hand up.
Oh, great. Aaron, Deb Gass does too, or is that left over? Yep. Aaron, can you unmute and address us, please?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I just want to thank you guys all for all your hard work in this crazy, crazy time. It just feels good listening to this meeting and hearing all these thoughtful, you're just being so thoughtful with all of this, and I just wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you for showing us the way for so many years.
1 year, Dave.
Deb, your hand is up, but it's okay. Well, now it's gone. I can do it. Sean, but Frank, I see your hand.
Yes, are we in communications? I wanted
Yes.
to.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're in free
Okay.
fall.
Let's see. We had. I'm not sure how correspondence came to between Mark Spino and Eugene, and then to me. But I just wanted to make sure I squeezed it in a point of information. Apparently we've got some trees that appear to be creating a hazard at the Green Street School playground and the walkway. So we had a consultant forester give us an assessment of that risk and identified some trees. I just wanted you to know that Mark and I will be working with these folks. We'll get some estimates on removing trees on that on the bank. It's just to the west of the building, you know, between the Kroll lot, the Powers House, and the Green Street building. I don't know if you can visualize that.
Yeah.
But I actually just did a quick stroll through there. There's some giant old trees that are just hanging right over the playground, and clearly safety issues. So wanted you to be aware we'll move ahead with that work, but thought you should know.
Great, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, and I'll do my best to put together some communication for the neighborhood and then the greater Green Street school community. Whenever you take trees down, it's people aren't happy with you. So part of our plan, we're not happy about taking these trees down, is not only taking them down, but then replanting trees. So that's part of the scope of the project, not just removing, but also replacing.
The Wyndham County Natural Resources Conservation District is having their tree sale. The deadline for, they're very small trees. You might want to get something a little bit bigger, but they have trees that are particularly good for birds and for wildlife. Consideration.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. We have a couple other contacts as well.
Yeah, great.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think that we are ready for executive session unless is there anything else I've missed or people want to bring up or need to discuss? Okay, then we have Lyle, the executives, we have two executive session topics.
There's going to be just one.
Just one, okay, yep. And what is it?
It's a report out on a request the board made, previous board, on a union personnel issue.
So it's a contract issue, a personnel issue. Okay, so I move that we enter an executive session to discuss a personnel issue where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and...
That's it.
That's it, great. So we invite the superintendent to join us. Could I have a second, please? Thank you, Thomas. So we enter executive session at 9:20, and I ask everyone else that we will be coming out. If there is any action, it will be recorded by BCTV, and we will communicate it to the clerk, and then adjourn. I'm sorry?
I said bye.
Bye.
Carrie's leaving.
Bye, Carrie.
And Wendy, I believe I'll after this I'll email you. You know who when we rose from executive session, all that. Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's what I was raising my hand about. Just if you needed me to stick around, if you were planning on coming back out of executive session, and I needed to be present for that.
No, you don't.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Could I have a motion to adjourn? We can stay on, Rich, and we'll figure this out.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
There being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Liz? Oh, a lot of seconds to get on to adjourn. Before we do, I just really appreciate, Aaron Kachak said it kind of nicely, but probably better than I could, but I really appreciate the people willing to state their their deep values on these questions, and that all of us, regardless of what the view is or how we participate, it's everybody, we're all coming from the place of wanting what's really best to take care of our kids. And I'm just really grateful to be part of a group like this, especially at a challenging time, because it's good work. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
So all those in favor of going home? Oh, we're already home.
Oh, we're home.
Looks like everybody.
Bye.
Right, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Welcome, everyone. We had a little technical difficulty. in streaming on YouTube, so I'm sorry we're a little bit late. I want to start our meeting this afternoon with a very brief update from Commissioner Baker of DOC. Just to give us an update, there was a lot of concern over the weekend and the beginning of this week about the movement of offenders. About 28 offenders, inmates from the St. Albans Correctional Facility to the St. Johnsbury. They had proved positive for COVID-19. They were asymptomatic when they were moved. This has created quite an issue up in the Northeast Kingdom because people were caught off guard and didn't expect this to happen so soon and so quickly. And so I just want to give the commissioner a chance to give the committee an update in terms of where we are now and a brief summary of what happened and how. So Commissioner, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Our new reality of meeting Zoom meetings. So prior to this, being technically challenged, I've now learned to use Skype and Zoom and other means of communications. And so let me start out by, start just with, as of this morning at about 9:30, when I got the daily population count, we're at 1,400 even of people in the system. And that's including the population in Mississippi, which stays steady at, I think, 246 is the number, give or take one or two.
So Commissioner, of the 1,400, Commissioner, of the 1,400, how many of those are detainees?
If you just bear with me, I usually have this spread out in front of me, these charts I have.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Hopefully I can quickly put my hand on it. So as of the beginning of the week, there's 289 detained. And Monday-ish is number. 205 of those are serious Part 1, Level 1 offenses, and 20 are crimes against people, 23 crimes against property, 11 drug offenses, and then the list goes down. Again, it's hard to look at these stats and nuance why obviously people are being detained outside our control. You know, it's by the courts. And I do think this has gone down quite a bit. And as you know, there's confusion when people reach out for us when someone's detained. There's absolutely no control over us to be able to put them over that. I don't have the exact number, but I will say since I got here, even though the number doesn't represent that, it's like by me telling you 1,400, the number I've been using is 1647 was the mid part of February. So we dropped from 1647 to 1,400. That's not really representative of what the true number is, because we have to do some work to do that, a lot of nuances, because some of these folks, you know, more people than that have been released. It's just that people have come into the system, you know, that drove the number back up. And I can nuance that later if people are interested. But the fact of the matter is, I can safely tell you that we've, through the work of us going through the system, and we are being a little bit more liberal than we normally are, not taking overly calculated risks, but we've probably released somewhere around 300, give or take, based upon corrections processes. So that's the population as of today. Then what I thought I would do, Representative M, is just spin into, let me give you the numbers of the COVID positive folks, and I'll start with staff first. We have 18 staff members that are positive. We have one, I think I had a chance to talk to this committee. I may not have since this happened, but we have one corrections officer who remains in ICU. He's been there for about 2.5 weeks. Be 3 weeks this weekend. Did come out of Northwest. If I was talking to you the first weekend, I would be telling you I wasn't optimistic that he was going to be okay. But we've cleared several hurdles, and we're pretty optimistic that although he's got a long recovery ahead of him, that we still have him, and he's gonna survive this. The other 18, most of them are asymptomatic. Some of them are beyond the period to come back to work. We're just trying to figure out the process with the health department now about how to bring our employees back. You know, what is the process going to be to bring them back as they come off of the quarantine period that's been recommended by the health department and CDC. We did end up with 35 inmates population from the population in Northwest that tested positive. This ties into the conversation about St. Johnsbury. You know, as we had briefed all the committees, we were working on St. Johnsbury as a surge site, and you know, just to be candid, this happened pretty fast last week. As those tests started coming back, we had to quickly move and execute our surge plan, and we could have done a better job of communication up there in St. Johnsbury. But I have to be very clear, it would not have changed our plan about where the surge unit was going to be. Because as we looked out across the landscape, it's the only facility that we quickly could convert and do what we needed to do to seal off the area where we would hold them, including the air handling system, allowed us to be able to have a separate air handling system. And so when the outbreak happened in Northwest / St. Albans, it was happening late in the day, and we had to move very quickly to make decisions. And I made decisions to start moving those inmates as quickly as we could as we continued to test through the system. And it took a couple of days for the test to come back. And we're still waiting on a handful of tests of inmates that aren't exhibiting any signs. And it's just a matter of the process catching up with the testing. So we ended up with 35 of those inmates who tested positive. 2 of the inmates have been released because they were up for release, and we worked with the health department and medical providers to transition them into one of the COVID-19 sites that AHS has set up in the Chittenden County area. We did that through our medical staff and working with medical staff on the ground. That leaves us with 33 still in the system, and one of them remains at the negative pressure room in St. Albans, and the others are at St. Johnsbury. Now, the question came up in conversations with legislative staff legislators and officials up in St. Johnsbury, why we didn't follow the plan that we talked about before, where we could hold 6 in reverse negative pressure rooms in St. Albans and 4 over in Springfield. It's because of the number was so big, and we didn't know how many were coming behind for tests, that we wanted to clear the way and get folks out of there. And so all the individuals in St. Johnsbury are asymptomatic. We had our Dr. Fisher, our medical director for our contractor, was on scene there for almost 3 hours yesterday, and met with every single inmate who's there, examined them, and no one is requiring any advanced care at this point. And they're almost at the point now where they're out of that period of, and there's debate about this, about best policies at 7 days or 14 days. Dr. Levine is trying to help us out with that, but most of them have now reached the 7-day period with no symptoms breaking out. And some of them 7 days from when we got their tests back. So we're going to be making some decisions very shortly about what we're going to do with that population. The goal would be is to move them back to St. Albans out of that surge unit. Once the quarantine period is up, on advice from Dr. Levine, and bring them back. The question is around issues like what do we do about testing again and so on. But those are conversations that are going on right now. I've been very candid about this in my meetings in St. Johnsbury. and when I've talked to legislators individually, and when I talked to Senate Judiciary the other day. Some of the confusion of what happened in St. Johnsbury is directly on me. As you all know, I'm not a corrections person. So like in every world, there's conversations that happen and you're talking in lingo that's specific to that organization. And in my conversations with the leadership team around me, I was being briefed about what was going to happen in St. Johnsbury and how this was going to happen. And I was told that there'll be laundry, cooking staff left behind. The interpretation that Jim Baker made of that was going to be civilian staff, when in reality, we left 25 inmates behind to be the support staff, not inside the hot zone, but for the rest of the facility, to run the kitchen and so on. And I made the assumption based on that conversation that was civilian staff, employees of the Department of Corrections. And in my conversations with several people at the end of last week, I'm the one that said no inmates were going to be left behind. And that caused, I think, a lot of confusion and clearly cost credibility to what was being said from corrections. And I've been very upfront about it. I own that. And when I trace this back, I think a lot of the confusion came from that conversation of me under the impression that the 25 folks were civilian staff working for us, when it was in fact inmates that were staying behind. We had the fire chief from St. Johnsbury inspect our setup, and I would be more than happy at some point to show you the photographs. I believe BPR is over there today. They asked us if they could go over and take photographs of the setup. We asked Chief Buffard from St. Johnsbury Fire Department. He's the chief. He's also on the national USAR team for FEMA, and he actually was working the cruise ship off the coast of San Francisco when they started taking folks off that ship that was struck by COVID-19. We asked him to take a look at our setup for safety purposes. We thought we had set up a very good setup. We have a cold zone, a warm zone, and a hot zone. And depending on your level of need for access, very few people are going into quote, unquote, the hot zone. We have the entire area petitioned off. It started out with plastic and then we put plywood up. No one can get in there. People come in and out of there from different entrances, and the staff working in that area do not come in the normal way they get into that facility. We have a decontamination tent that was set up by the National Guard. Our staff leaves and they go and they get decontaminated. They're in PPE at all times, including N95 masks, double gloves, foot covers, and that stuff is taken off and they're decontaminated before they leave. And when they come in, they're checked for symptoms before they go into the facility. So we asked the fire chief to take a look at it, and his report back to us based on his expertise is that we've got a very, very good operation there from a safety standpoint. So that's St. Johnsbury. I don't know how much farther you would like me to go, Representative Emmons, but
let me just.
And I'm open for questions.
Yeah, let me open it up to questions. Questions from folks? Sure, there'll be a few. I do want to thank you, Commissioner, for the work that you've put in this.
No, it's not. Let me just say before Representative Martell, you recognize her. I got to tell you, I'm going to tell you all this. The staff that are around me is incredible. In a crisis, you really figure out who can lead, and we're in a crisis. And as I keep saying to staff, do not waste this crisis. And there are people that are stepping up in leadership roles that are just absolutely incredible. And it's a huge team effort. And the operation we have going on, we have push packages of supplies going out daily. We have a logistics section, a planning section. And the one thing I do want to offer before the question, we just launched yesterday an online on our website where families and friends of inmates can go with their concerns. We were getting overrun with emails. And not that was a problem. The problem was if they were coming to me, people were not getting timely responses. Sometimes I'm 3 days behind in getting back to people on email. So we've set up an online, it's almost like if you had an Apple product and you had a problem with your Apple product, you go online, you tell them what the problem is. And we are saying within one business day, we will get back to you and call you. Not that we're always going to satisfy the needs of the families. I know that, but those families are just as scared as the rest of us are. And so it's important for me as the commissioner that we're getting back to those families and at least answering what their concerns are, even if the answer is not what they want to hear. So that system's been set up now, and we're actually engaging an advocate to help us with that, who better understands being in that position of what the family is feeling. So we have a little bit more sensitivity to what that is. And so I'm hoping that the press release went out today, and it's on our new website, and I'm hoping people take advantage of that. So I forgot to mention that.
That's terrific. Thank you so much for that. And hopefully maybe we could also do that with the unemployment benefits, the UI.
I got all I can handle what I'm doing.
So we do have questions. So I'll start with Marcia, and then there's Butch and Kurt.
Commissioner, I just want to tell you this morning on the radio, the town manager was on there and he was giving you big kudos. And I think things have calmed down immensely with all the meetings and stuff he's had. And he's, like I said, he's given you the credit. And tomorrow morning at 8:45, they're going to have a drive-by the prison
That's
to
right.
thank the staff.
Yep. So most of the facilities tomorrow will have a drive-by.
Who's going to do the drive-by?
It actually started with Chief Taylor from St. Albans PD.
Well, who's going to be involved in being able to drive through?
I think you'll be able to. I don't think Springfield is set yet, but we're trying to set it up for every facility. We didn't do
So
this.
is it the public that will be
Yeah,
able
the
to
public
drive
can
through?
participate. The
Okay.
police department is going to, fire trucks, ambulances. And it's not just for us. I know, Alice, somebody in Springfield set up a sign on Main Street
Oh, I missed it.
thanking not only the staff, but the inmates. Let me tell you
Really?
something. Many of these inmates have gone out of their way to make gowns, masks. I've talked to a lot of them, and it's a pretty incredible story. And so different communities have decided where we have jails that they decided to do a drive-by thanking the staff and the inmates.
Wow. Well, I missed that one in Springfield.
And Representative Martel, again, I know that you and the rest of the representative delegation from Caledonia County have taken a lot of heat, and I'm sorry it turned out that way, but I think you know us well enough that we're doing everything we can to make sure that facility stays safe.
Yeah, and you've kept us in the loop a lot and I appreciate it.
So Butch and then Kurt.
Thank you. Hi, Jim. Hope you're doing well yourself,
Thank you.
besides
I am.
being
I am.
between the years. But
Yeah, listen, I'm healthy. I'm the secretary threw me out of Waterbury 5.5 weeks ago, and that was probably the
Good.
best thing he ever did. So I'm
Good.
fine. Thank you for asking.
Good. So I've got like 3 questions, and I'll get them all out. 2 of them are pretty soft.
Yeah.
To my understanding, I just want to confirm that you said all the 33 that are still up in St. Johnsbury are asymptomatic and about 7 days into their quarantine.
Correct. It's 32 there. We kept one behind at St. Albans because he was positive after we moved him. And instead of transporting one, we left him behind in the river.
Okay. So they're all asymptomatic now.
Dr. Fisher
New
was
word.
running for 3 hours yesterday.
It's a new word I've learned in the last couple of weeks, so I
I
like
know,
to
I
use it.
can't keep them all straight, Butch.
Yeah. So at St. Johnsbury, are we concerned, or are we testing, or are we the current inmates that are left? We have the food laundry guys, the folks that are doing the work. How, besides keeping them separated, are you looking at their health on a regular basis? I'm assuming you are.
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they're good.
again, none of them are showing any symptoms at all. And again, haven't been near any of that population we brought over. And the other reason why St. Johnsbury was important is that even though we had tested some staff and inmates, we had no indication that there was virus inside that system. So
Okay.
we needed a pristine place, right?
So
one of many decisions that we made.
So it's going to
Right.
this is morphing into an extra question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
So you still had some tests come back on St. Albans.
Yeah, we
There was a
still are
large
waiting
number,
for a
and
couple.
fairly.
Yep.
Now you're down to just a couple, and it's
Correct.
pretty clean.
Correct.
Okay. So my final question or comment is, there's a rumor going around of untrained COs being yanked out of the academy and put to work and being mistreated and all that other stuff. It was pretty, there were some pretty vicious rumors going around about that. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so what happened was, we had an academy class going on, which is normally 5 weeks. When staff was briefing me, I became very concerned about where they train in Lindenville is very close quarters. So this was right at the beginning of the social distancing piece. I became rather concerned about if we should keep that academy going. And so over a series of meetings with the training staff, they put together a plan to escalate the training and cut it down to just under 3 weeks. But that included an extra day of training on a Sunday. And we gave them all the skill sets that they needed, the hard skill sets that they needed. And then the on-the-job piece was going to be through online. So that was a skill set that you could give them online. And we brought them there. And they got the exact same training on the PPE, donning and doffing of PPE that everybody in the department got. So that rumor did go around. The one thing that I will acknowledge that came up in a press conference, came out of a press conference with the governor's press conference with Secretary Smith, and this got by me, is that some of those employees fit in, you're all familiar with this because you deal with corrections all the time. They were in those temporary positions without a benefit package that you're familiar with, where corrections historically has brought people in, they're in that temporary position until a position number frees up. When I heard about that at the beginning of the week, I think it was the governor's press conference on Monday, I've directed staff to get those people into permanent positions and get them into a benefit package as soon as possible. I do not want them doing these jobs without having access to health insurance. So we're in the process of doing that. And that means we got to move some vacant positions from other facilities up to Northwest to get them into those positions. But I'm hoping within the next few days that they'll be in those positions and we can get them into a benefit package.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kurt? And Butch, you can put your hand down.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. You said there's about 1,400 incarcerated now. Have they all been tested have they all been tested, or where are we on the testing of the rest of the system?
They have not been tested. And the position that we've taken is, and I'll take you back to why we tested in Northwest in a minute to put this in context. The position we're taking is that because of the limit, even though the ability to test has gone up significantly since we started down this path 4 or 5 weeks ago, we still don't have the capacity to just take those tests and test everybody in the system. And I guess I would point out, as I've said to people, representative a couple times, this is the same conversation that we're having every day inside AHS around nursing homes, mental health facilities, homes for developmentally disabled children. These are the same conversations, and where do you draw the line and use the kits? So when St. Albans, what happened in St. Albans is we had a staff member test, and again, I don't want to get into buildings or what their jobs are because I want to respect their privacy. We had a staff member test that was in a different part of the facility, was the first positive we got. And then we had, and I forget what the sequence was, then we had a second staff test who worked in a different part of the facility. And then we had an inmate test that we didn't believe any 3 of them came in together. And that caused us, as a term that I often use, caused me to put my coffee cup down and think about that. And that was the basis for us wanting to test the entire facility, because there was no systematic sequence of how they were put together inside the facility. So it was a clue for us that we needed to take a look. Those 328 tests that were directed to the facility obviously came off a priority list for other people that were a priority ahead of that jail. And so those are the kind of decisions that are being made. And we are doing the same thing with the rest of the facilities. If we see that type of situation, that would be the basis to ask to test the facility.
And how do you,
Yeah, go ahead.
how do you decide, I mean, tests were done at St. Albans on those first 3. How do you decide when to test a staff member or when to test an inmate just to,
Because they
for
were
the initial?
because they were symptomatic.
Okay, so they were showing symptoms and that
They were
prompted the test.
symptomatic, correct.
Okay.
And so that's the guideline moving forward for right now. Obviously, if testing, again, if you it's just not us. If you follow what happened at the Bennington Veterans Home, and it's not my position to be talking about the Veterans Home, but a staff member tested, and Secretary Smith made the decision to move on testing that facility.
I see. Okay. I'm a little confused about St. Albans in that there were prisoners there, and then these new ones came in, or there was a surge facility being set up in St. Albans. I'm trying to figure out what happened to the previous prisoners, or were there any?
In St. Johnsbury?
I'm sorry, St. Johnsbury, yeah.
I'm sorry. So
Now
yes,
I really
we moved.
let me start over.
I know what you're saying, sir. No, I follow now, sir.
Okay.
I like your picture in the background there. I thought for a minute you were at the State House. Another reason why St. Johnsbury was our choice for a surge site, because the population is lower there. And we knew if we had to use it for a surge site, it was easier for us to move the population out. So part of what happened, once these tests started coming back negative, was a pretty elaborate transportation system that we had planned for and had in place that happened overnight, where we quickly moved folks and put them to 3 different facilities. And I'm going to say this off the top of my head, and I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. I think it was Rutland, Springfield, and Newport. We moved out people that were there quickly so we could prepare really clean significantly the site where the COVID-19 positive were going into, and then the transportation from St. Albans over to St. Johnsbury took place.
I see. So when you moved them out of St. Johnsbury, there were essentially, except for the 25 that you said stayed behind, there were essentially no previous prisoners there. And then you moved the others in?
No, there were prisoners there. We moved them out.
You moved them out.
Prisoners out of St. Johnsbury to those 3 other jails.
Okay. All right. I see. What happens if, or do you have a ventilator facilities, or would that mean going to a hospital?
Would be going to a hospital. And our level of care, we have up to, including IV solutions on site and medication on site to treat symptoms. When it gets to the respiratory point, and we're not going to wait until they need a respirator now. The medical staff is keeping an eye on this. They would be moved to a medical facility for treatment.
And let's say that 2 or 3 of them need to be moved to a medical facility. What's the process for that? Do they have to have 2 guards with them while they're there? How are they handled once they're there? Or
well, they're in our custody, and we would have to stay with them. We would have to have staff with them. Yes.
Even while they're in the ventilator and they're in a hospital facility.
I mean, I guess when we got to that, we'd have to make that decision, right?
Yeah.
But most of them, I have no control over being able. So if it was someone that was at a point where I could medically furlough them, that would be a consider. But I don't think any of the folks that are there fit that category. In fact, a couple of them are in federal custody, so I have 0 control over them.
So last question then. So at the other facilities, aside from St. Johnsbury and St. Albans, there haven't been any that have warranted testing, or have there been?
We have tested other inmates in the state, yes, and they've all come back negative.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
So we have another question, Sarah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think Kurt answered most of my question, but I wanted to have a better understanding of how we're doing in the other facilities. It sounds like there are some cases, and can you give us a picture?
Yeah, the other facilities, we have had cases of inmates that have presented symptoms and they've been tested, and to date, have been negative. And I'm hesitant to say this because I'm not 100% sure on my facts here, but I do think we have one inmate test out waiting right now to come back. And that person is asymptomatic too. So some of this is what we're finding out is that they present symptoms that really are another version of a flu, or in some cases, because of their medical history, they're having some issues as a result of their medical history.
Great, thank you.
So just as a little follow-up on that one. So I know that there's not as many folks coming in to the facilities by law enforcement or maybe violations of their conditions. Are they at least having their temperature taken when they're coming in?
So when our staff comes in, couple things. When our staff comes in, they are being screened with a screening device that has been updated a couple times. Just because of testing being a little bit more broader now, our employees have family members, for example, that have been tested, right? And they have, people they've associated with have been tested. So we are screening all the facilities. I think I'm saying this with some certainty because it took us a while to find these devices because they were in such demand. All facilities now have an infrared thermometer. So we're using that not only for staff, but the question about, are we keeping an eye on the population in St. Johnsbury that are not in the surge unit? We're doing that with these infrared thermometers that are pretty standard out there now. They're in high demand. We were able to find them. Anybody that comes into the system new, anybody that's coming into the system, inmate population-wise, that is new, is being quarantined for 14 days. So they don't go into the general population. We quarantine them for 14 days. And we've taken a little bit of heat about that because, it's not pleasant to be locked down for 14 days. And we know that. But, we've really, with Dr. Levine's EPI team at the health department, we did the tracing with the EPI team in St. Albans, and they helped us really redesign the population that was left behind that was negative to protect them by doing the EPI work. And so, we're keeping them in quarantine for the 14 days before we put them in the general population, because it's another way for us to prevent the virus from getting in.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? We've gone over a little bit more than we wanted, but this is important information. Kurt has another question. Kurt?
One more. When they're in quarantine, are they individually quarantined? Which must, if so, that must be tough to do. But is that the case?
No, most of our cell setups are not single cells. But if they're quarantined and they're by themselves, no one else is in quarantine, yeah, they're going to be there by themselves. And so I'm pretty proud of the superintendents. They've done a lot of work around, Nora Quinn, the superintendent of St. Johnsbury, before we went to surge. But now that they're in surge, have created a little bit of gift bags with puzzles and playing cards and that kind of stuff. And trying to make sure we're checking on them. The other thing, which isn't up and running yet, but as part of what we're trying to give, we recognize that our mental health services have slipped off because, of the nature of how we've locked the jails down. And so we're getting some materials and to the inmates, especially those who've had a history of mental health. So if we got somebody that's in isolation that has a history of mental health issues, challenges, we're paying particular attention to that because that isolation can be damaging. But we're balancing out the best we can to follow guidance. If we can keep them out of there for 14 days out of the general population, we got a better chance. They don't show any symptoms. We then can put them in the population.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions before we allow Commissioner Baker to go back to his work?
will tell you, we're doing, but the last thing I'll say, Representative Evans, is that we've decided once a week now to do a press availability. That's at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Try not to compete with the bosses' press conferences on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Right.
So we decided to do it on Thursday because there's so much interest in corrections. And so there'll be a press availability this afternoon with me and the senior leadership team. And we also will have the fire chief from St. Johnsbury with us. And we'll also have Dr. Fisher to talk about the medical piece. So it will be that, and Representative Martell, that's really directed at trying to message over to St. Johnsbury the information that we think people still aren't clear on what we're doing.
So Kurt, I see you have your hand up. Is that from the previous, or do you have a new question?
No, just a brief comment. I really appreciate your coming in, and because we get a lot of questions from constituents and we get them from other legislators because we're on the corrections committee, and so we're kind of need to have kind of detailed information, and I don't like getting it from the press because I don't trust it as much. So it's good that you came in and that we have some official statements coming out and press conferences that you've mentioned. So that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your support. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you can go back to, whoops, wait a minute. Before you leave, I think Butch has a question.
Okay. Sorry.
No?
Good thing
Yeah,
my
unmute.
fingers are, good thing my
How do we
fingers are slow.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. How do we access the press conference?
I will get Candace to send over a number to Phil.
Beautiful.
Fair enough?
Thank you. Yeah, well, that'd be great. Absolutely.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. That's great.
Be safe.
Thank
Be
you.
safe, please.
Yes, you too. You too.
You too, please.
Thank you.
Take good care, Commissioner.
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 369th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, the not particularly amazing me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. In the
Yeah, this is 4:30, isn't it?
It's 4:30. That's correct.
And we're talking today about Thursday, April 23rd, which is a week ago.
That's correct.
Amazing how that works.
Well, the Energy Week is made up from entries from my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. And if you want to read some of these articles, you can go to that and click on the date, which we will try to keep you updated on, or you can go to the file that's attached to the show when it's uploaded at BCTV and YouTube, or you can go to I guess the link to that is up on BCTV and YouTube. So look for the links there, and you'll be able to find basically the script for the show.
Well, some of them are well worth looking at, and every once in a while, there's a must see.
Yeah, there is. And I want to start off today by mentioning that today, which means we will not be talking about it today, we're going to be talking about things that lead to it. But today, there was a load of articles in the news that basically carry a single message, which is that the fossil fuels industry, the utilities that are heavily dependent on the fossil fuels industry, and the automotive industry are all in steep decline. There is a consensus among some of the analysts that the fossil fuels industry might never recover from that. And on top of everything else, and this is the big surprise, the people who are utilities with heavy investment in renewable energy and car companies like Tesla have actually seen increases in their profits in the first 3 months of this year.
Well, we'll be sort of touching base on that today on a couple of items.
Yeah, but we're going to be getting into it big time next week. So
it's very newsworthy.
Yeah, it is. Okay, our first item here starts with a picture of a battery project, and
it's at a wind farm.
At a wind farm, that's right. And this is from Green Tech Media. Did you have anything else to say leading into this?
Not really. We're just about to talk about the item, the article.
Well, let's do it.
Next, I'll give you a clue. Next Era Energy looks to spend $1 billion on energy storage in 2021.
That's $1 billion by one company in 1 year. Renewable developer Next Era reported its financial results in the first quarter, saying its renewable development unit had been unaffected by the COVID-19 pandemic. It has plans for massive investments in the near future, including spending $1 billion on battery projects.
Well, from the article, it says no company has ever spent $1 billion on battery projects in a single year. But batteries are now more economic than gas-fired peakers, and they have been for a while.
Yes, they have been. It's like, I don't know, it reminds me of all those, movies like The Revenge. This is The Revenge of the Batteries. Or The Revenge of the Renewables or something.
Well, batteries are not a bad idea at all. I mean, distributed batteries is going to change the nature of the grid.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's going to change. The batteries and renewable energy are going to change everything. But people who talk about energy very often don't realize, they say we need baseload power. They don't realize that baseload power needs to be backed up. And
I forget that.
Yeah, and the backup is going to be load following plants, which are generally speaking powered by gas, and gas peaker plants. And the cost of energy from these gas peaker plants is just outrageous.
It's enormous, yeah.
It's like 20 25 cents, 27 cents per kilowatt hour.
That's cheap. They're 2 or 3 times that sometimes.
Yeah, and then what happens is you come in with these batteries, and they're providing power for like 2 cents per kilowatt hour. This is a game that the tables have been turned.
And as we've spoken, there's progress made in batteries.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Batteries are hot.
Batteries are hot. That's right. Yep.
Let's move along here. We got a wonderful picture of a pump jack.
Isn't this great that we can talk about wonderful pictures of pump jacks? That is what's called also.
Pump jack is probably the biggest thing that we put on our pictures. Probably more pump jacks than anything else.
Either that or wind turbines, but pump jacks, yeah. They're also called nodding donkeys.
Yeah, something like that.
We have an item here from Inside Climate News.
That we do. Super polluting methane emissions are twice federal estimates in the Permian Basin. And I'll just mention quickly what the Permian Basin is. It's West Texas, East New Mexico.
Okay.
It's just a geographic part of the U.S.
Right. Methane emissions from the Permian Basin, one of the largest oil-producing regions in the world, are more than 2 times higher than federal estimates, according to a study recently published in the journal Science Advances.
Well, there's a little takeaway here. A byproduct of fracking for oil, methane is often emitted into the atmosphere instead of being captured for use as fuel, which is kind of foolish, really. It is approximately 84 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide.
Yeah, I should mention, by the way, that you hear a bunch of different figures on how much more powerful it is.
Oh, yeah, and how long it lasts and all of that, but it's still worse.
Yeah, I've seen figures as low as 20 times, and I've seen figures as high as 100 times, and it's basically dependent on how long you're going to let the thing go before you actually do a measurement of it.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Well, in any case, the gas splitted for the Permian makes nearly the same contribution to global warming as carbon dioxide emissions from all U.S. residences.
That's the salient point. That's
Bingo.
the point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to the next one here.
Okay, this comes from The Hill.
It does that, yes.
We have a picture here of a young man changing the price at a gas station.
Which is happening frequently these days.
It is.
So how the coronavirus has impacted the oil industry, which we were ready to mention, and the future of the climate crisis.
I want to mention here that Tom and I are talking on this show, each of us from his own digs at home, and that's because of the coronavirus. We're not going out much. Okay, and this says on Monday, which was, I don't even know what Monday was. What was the date? It was the 20th of April.
Yep.
On Monday, oil prices fell as low as minus $40 and eventually settled at minus $37.63 per barrel. Scared investors and negative oil prices leave the future of the industry on shaky ground. They may poise renewable energy options for a greener future. This again points to that what I was talking about before, that the oil industry is getting into trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we one of the things that I've noticed here is that nobody seems to be celebrating this. I mean, the companies that are dependent on oil, which are in some cases getting it practically for free, or for even
hate to take it.
Yeah, they are not celebrating, and the reason is because it just shows you how completely out of whack everything is.
Well, right now there's so much oil, and we'll touch base on this. They don't know where to put it.
They don't know where to put it, and we don't have a reason to burn it right now either.
So we don't.
We've got a surplus.
The demand has dropped precipitously.
I think it's off by about a third. I don't have a figure at hand.
I think that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, however, some experts believe that rock bottom prices and a massive halting in renewable energy installations will slow the much needed transition to green energy.
Well, other experts.
Unanticipated side effect.
Yeah. Other experts are saying exactly the opposite. We really don't know where this is going to go. And, Tom and I, for anybody who's listening, Tom and I have talked about what we expect for the future and a lot of things for a long time. And I don't know about you, Tom, but I don't have a really good handle on this yet.
I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all in unexplored territory here.
We are definitely that, in unexplored territory. Should we move on?
Yeah, this was a good one right now.
Okay.
84 gigawatts. Remember, gigawatts is megawatts. U.S. renewables plus storage pipeline has developers anxious for market integration rules.
Yeah, this is from Utility Dive, and by the way, we have advanced to Friday, April 24th. Counting projects of 1 megawatt or more, 4.6 gigawatts of operating U.S. renewable projects are co-located with batteries.
That's a good move.
Huh?
That's a good move.
Is the immediate development pipeline has 14.7 gigawatts more, so it's about 3.5 times as big as what's already there. And
absolutely,
that is another 69 gigawatts. And developers really want to know what the rules are for this.
It's a little bit confusing because batteries are both a source and a load.
Yes, that's right.
And there's confusion there.
Yeah.
There's different rules applying to sources and loads.
Right. And if you look at, for example, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's material that they put out every month.
They're confusing too.
It's confusing there because they talk about how much electricity is generated from batteries, and it always comes up negative. And the reason is because they store energy, and then they lose a little bit in lost efficiency, and then they deliver it back to the grid. So the figure that's there is explicable in terms of how they got it, but it really doesn't give you a very good idea of what the benefits and costs of this are.
Well, let me give you a quick sentence here that I got from the source here. Renewable hybrids' ability to provide low-cost dispatchable energy make them extremely desirable.
Yeah.
Developers face obstacles relating to the rules for participation in wholesale markets. This is what I just said. Batteries are load when being charged and generation when it is discharging.
Yes, that's right. And interestingly enough, there are times when the cost of electricity becomes negative, and that's been going on for years. And when that happens, the person who has the battery can actually, if he's tapping in at the wholesale level, can actually make money charging the battery.
That's interesting. Well, let's move on to the next one here.
Okay.
JBIC, which you will tell us shortly what it stands for.
Yeah.
It becomes the third Japanese bank in a month to signal a move away from coal.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think we mentioned that previous picture was a wind turbine.
I don't think we did, and there's solar panels there too.
Yeah, and poor Brian, who has to sort these pictures out with the text, is going to have to rewind to get it in. Okay, we have a picture now of polluting power plant. Yeah, it looks like it's probably a coal burning power plant.
Oh, definitely.
And you read the title from this already, JBIC?
I did.
The governor of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation.
That's JBIC.
That's it. Said the bank will no longer accept loan applications for new coal power projects.
Oh, that's prudent.
The statement comes as more Asian firms ditch coal with a capital flight from fossil fuels accelerating. This is from Echo Business.
Oh, look at that and say, hey, look, we're not going to make any money. We're going to stop lending to these guys.
Every time they lend money,
they lose. They go bankrupt.
They're assuming a liability if that company goes bankrupt. And it's more and more like coal is not a good way to do things. And if you put money into a coal burning plant that is being built today, I don't think you're necessarily going to make that money back ever.
I think you're right.
You know, we saw, I don't even remember how many years ago it was, but several years ago, we saw a coal burning power plant, I think in Belgium, close down when it was only 18 months old because it couldn't make money.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah. So that is, it's a bad bet for the banks, and they've got, you know, social reasons, moral reasons.
There's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Government-run JBIC is the third Japanese financial institution to shift away from coal.
Yeah.
So this is a trend.
This is definitely a trend.
Major Japanese lenders have been the biggest coal financiers traditionally, globally.
Yes.
In the last 5 years since the Paris Accord was signed, they have poured $282 billion into fossil fuels.
Well,
that's changing, guys.
It's changing, and you know, I think they may be losing money on some of that too.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got a really nice picture here.
Yes, a picture of wind turbines.
But it's a nice sunset or sunrise picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Ofgem backs Shetland subsea power cable prices. Ofgem backs Shetland subsea power cable plans, and Ofgem is the UK's independent service system operator.
Yeah, and the Shetland Islands are pretty far north of Scotland.
Yeah, they're to the north of Scotland, offshore.
Way offshore. Energy regulator Ofgem, I don't know how they pronounce that. You said Ofgem, you might be right. Approved plans for a subsea power cable which would take energy from Shetland to the Scottish mainland.
That's 160 miles.
160 miles. The Scottish and Southern Electricity Networks plan for a 600 megawatt transmission link to export renewable electricity from Shetland to the rest of Britain. I noted on this thing when I put it on the website that it was 160 miles. I don't think that was actually in the.
No, I got that from your note.
Yeah, I know.
It's for GHH, and I got it from you.
I think that's me.
Well, what's happening here is a new wind farm project on Shetland is going to be operational by 2024, and it's going to generate far more electricity than Shetland can use.
Yeah.
So they're going to bring it back to the mainland. And now this is a very important thing to listen to and memorize. Kirgord in Shetland to North Head on the Scottish mainland near Wick in Caithness. There will be tests on that.
I will definitely memorize that, Tom.
But you know, it's a sign of the times. They've got the land, so they decided to put up a wind farm.
Yep.
And they got more power they can use. So hey, guess what, guys? Let's sell the power.
Yes, that's right. And all they have to do is put in 160 miles submarine cable.
Which used to be significant. Now it's a drop in the bucket. They're putting submarine cables in all over the place.
All over. I mean, we're talking about submarine cables going from Iceland to Scotland and from the Northern Territories of Australia to Singapore.
Yeah.
They're getting serious about this. This is a thing that's going to go for thousands of miles in some.
There's a whole bunch of them going on off of the coast of Denmark.
Yes, a huge amount of that stuff. Although it's not generally as long as the others.
Oh, it's a kind of a network.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Okay, should we move on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of U.S. aquifers coming up. An interesting picture. Take a look at it. Take a little while to look at it.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that struck me about, I should mention, we're at Saturday, April 25th. One of the things that struck me about this was my eyes just go to the part of this map that centers in Michigan, in the lower peninsula of Michigan.
Okay.
And the reason is because there's a kind of a circular area, which is...
I saw that. It looks like a hurricane.
Surrounded by an aquifer, which is surrounded by another circular area that is surrounded by a second aquifer, which is surrounded by another circular area, which goes through the lakes there, and this is surrounded by another aquifer that goes through, it looks like it might go through Canada, but it certainly goes through northern Michigan, Wisconsin. And you know, I thought, that's weird. And then I noticed there are actually other places in this map where you have an aquifer surrounded by another aquifer.
Surrounded by another one. Yes, we do.
And, you know, I could...
There's several.
There's several of them, yeah. Anyway, this particular item comes from Clean Technica.
It does that. And it says, and I quote, U.S. Supreme Court decides Clean Water Act applies to groundwater. This is significant.
It is very significant. And it's coming from a Supreme Court that people have expected to rule in favor of industry and polluters. And they didn't do it in this case.
In this case.
This week, the Supreme Court made a ruling on a case that involved the activities of a wastewater treatment plant on the Hawaiian island of Maui. Wastewater was being pumped underground, but it was subsequently getting into the ocean, and the ruling says that that is not permissible.
Well, these guys are just trying to get rid of their waste.
Yeah.
And of course, they're saying, it just goes into the ground. And the Corps of Engineers are saying, no, guys, it affects anything, whether you can see it or not.
Yeah, and the original point of the Clean Water Act was to prevent people from dumping water directly into streams and rivers and the ocean.
And now they're saying you can't do it indirectly.
Yeah, you can't do it indirectly. You can measure the pollution in the ocean where this water is seeping through the land. Therefore, you can't pump it into the land.
That makes sense.
It does. You know, a lot of people who are watching this might be young enough that they have no idea what things were like before the Clean Water Act was passed. And my recollection is
could not look. You couldn't even look at the Connecticut River.
Yeah, the Ashwillet River had soap suds on it because the laundromats were just dumping their wastewater into the river, and it was soapy. And there were, what was it, in Pittsburgh, they had fires, and also Saginaw Bay. They would have the water.
The river going on fire.
The river or the lake would catch on fire because of all the pollution that was floating on the top of it.
But you certainly couldn't swim in the Connecticut River.
No, you couldn't. And Lake Erie, they said, was dead and would take 2,000 years to recover. And I recall that fairly quickly, you know, like 5 years, they discovered that was wrong. It actually recovered very quickly. And the Hudson River was supposedly...
That was terrible, too.
It was supposedly dead. And after the Clean Water Act, fishermen started fishing in the river again, and they put out nets, and the nets were being broken, and they didn't know how. And then they found out it was sturgeon.
I was just going to say, it was probably sturgeon. They're pretty big.
They're pretty big, but they thought the sturgeon were extinct in the Hudson Valley.
Yeah, that's correct.
They had just gone farther upstream. So anyway, you want to go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of an airplane.
Airplane from By Aerospace and an article from Clean Technica.
Now, we've talked about this several times, and I never thought I'd ever see an electric airplane.
Well, what do you got for a title?
Electric air taxi service set to launch in California by 2021.
Quantum Air announced plans to launch what is called the world's first an air taxi service using a fleet of 26 all-electric flying taxis to shuttle passengers between major points in the greater Los Angeles area. Quantum says that its air taxi flights will be surprisingly affordable.
Well, this isn't for everywhere. This has to be a place where they've got a lot of concentration of traffic, like California,
right?
Like Chicago, like New York. Ain't going to happen in Vermont.
Not very soon, I would I would say. When we get our Brattleboro Airport.
Well, there's one in Keene.
Yeah, there is one in Keene. I think there was one in Brattleboro not all that long ago. I might be wrong about that.
I don't remember one, but there could have been. Where's the next one? Up by Springfield, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a little one up there.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Okay.
These air taxi trips will replace hours-long car rides on LA's notoriously bad traffic. With, and they quote this, blissfully short flights that last just a few minutes.
Yes.
So they got a market here.
They definitely have a market. There's no question about that.
So Quantum will be utilizing conventional fixed-wing aircraft powered by lightweight, high-torque electric motors, which take off and land on conventional runways.
You know, last week we were talking about electric motors that were 15 inches across and 4 inches thick. And, and were like 1,500 horsepower.
This isn't even anything like that, but yes.
And
it's going to open up more like this.
An electric motor of that size could power an airplane that would be significantly larger than this one.
That's what's going to happen, I think.
I think, yeah, and that comes about because of a change in technology. We've got super magnets now. So
yeah, that's what's going on, really.
It's a technological change. It's changes that are happening in areas of technology that I never imagined would change. And
who gave a darn about electric motors, you know?
Huh?
Who gave a darn about electric motors? They were the same in 1970 as they were in 1870.
Yeah, and you know, I think about DC motors that I worked with that were pretty obsolete. Working with them, that were like, you wouldn't want to hold one of these things in your lap because they were heavy, but they were only half horse. And I think a motor of the same weight would be this 1,500 or 1,300 horsepower motor. It's a different world we're in.
Well, a friend of mine had a Volkswagen Squareback, and he put an electric motor in. It was an easy job, but he put in a 5 horsepower DC electric motor, which was half the size of a garbage can.
Yeah. And today, you could mount a motor in there that would make it a rather funny-looking dragster.
I was just going to say 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I bet you could do better than that with a VW Bug in one of these motors.
I bet you could.
Okay, should we
go along here? We got a picture of some tomatoes.
Yes. Why do we have a picture of tomatoes? This is also from Clean Technica.
We must fix our food system to withstand disasters. Well, that's absolutely correct.
I guess that's true. Just as this pandemic has shown light on the fragility of our medical system, it's also shown that the U.S. food system is broken. Our food supply comes largely from mega corporations across the globe. Disruptions are widely felt and impossible to plan in advance. You know, you go down to the co-op in the middle of the winter. Unlike many stores, they tell you where this stuff comes from. So
yeah, they do.
If you buy tomatoes, you can learn that they have come
from
Florida or air, but they will have come by air from Chile.
Yeah.
You know?
Sure. They're not going to come from Vermont in the wintertime, that's for sure.
Well, unless they come from a hothouse.
Well, there is technology where they're building vertical farms.
Yeah, I guess there is.
And that's going to help a lot, not around here, but in the big cities.
Well, I think it'll help around here, to tell you the truth. And one of the things that's really interesting about those vertical farms is that they are put into buildings that would really not have much other use.
No, that's correct.
You can put them into old warehouses and things like that.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, we got a quick takeaway here. The concentration and consolidation of food production is unsustainable.
Yes.
Workers are exploited along the chain, from small farmers to field and factory workers to food service workers.
Yes.
And that's true.
Yes.
Consumers are confronted by costs of housing and health care competing with food, and the cost of managing the food they bring home. We need a new model, a more sustainable system with better stewardship of our food resources. That's a very true statement.
I think it is, yes. And one of the problems that we've got here is this mega corporations thing.
And well, that's the way American industry has developed.
You know what it reminds me of? A friend of mine many years ago was talking about schools in the United States, and he said the American school system was designed at a time when the country was enamored of the factory system. And that's why we treat children as though they were components to be turned out in a factory. And
that's an interesting observation,
isn't it? And I think this thing of mega corporations, the mega corporations have got an approach to business that is, all corporations in this country have to follow business plans that are stated in the corporate papers. And their business plans say we are interested in making money.
That's it, period.
And they may say how they're going to make money, but they don't say what damage they're going to do collaterally in the process.
Isn't there a new form of corporation that's coming up that's socially responsible?
We have B Corps in
That's what I'm
Vermont
talking about, yep.
and other places in the nation. I think Vermont was the first state to have a B Corp, which is a benefit corporation. And the people who own the company are allowed to make money, but they have to file papers that say what benefit they're doing, what effects they're having, and things like that on the people who are involved. And that includes the customers, but it also includes the employees and their neighbors. So that's
good trend.
Yep. So should we move on now?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of a tanker here.
Yeah, actually another tanker in the background. We're up to Sunday, April 26th, and we have an item from ABC News, which is the Australian broadcast company, I believe.
I think it is, yes, not American broadcast.
Oh, this is not America. This is Australia.
Well, it starts off giving you a clue. Australian government's $94 million crude oil purchase offers a simple economics lesson.
And by the way, I should mention that this $94 million is 94 million Australian dollars. And an Australian dollar, as I recall, is about 75 cents US.
Yeah, they're smaller, they're less than ours, right?
Yeah. So this would be probably $70 million.
Something like that. It's still significant.
It's still significant, yes.
Interesting picture there of the tanker. You notice something about it?
I noticed there's something funny about the bow.
Well, the tanker's empty.
Well, yeah, I noticed that too. You can tell that pretty easily by
the orange.
The orange, which is the part of it that was painted to be underwater for a long, long time. Also, you see there that part of the rudder is out of the water.
Well, the picture that I've got on my screen, I can't see that, but that's.
Oh, okay.
I just modified the picture so I could get it in my notes.
Okay.
So in any case, it says the Australian government's $94 million crude oil purchase offers, I said this already.
You did.
Simple economics lesson.
Last week, Australia took advantage of record low oil prices to buy crude oil it needed to maintain a fuel stockpile. This illustrates the difference between energy that must be stocked, such as oil, and energy that just flows naturally, such as renewables.
That's interesting. We'll talk to you about that again further on.
Yeah.
They bought this oil from the United States.
Yeah, but they don't have any.
Oil will have to be physically stored somewhere, and Australia doesn't have the capacity to store it.
Yeah.
It's going to have to stay in the United States with the storage space being leased.
Yes.
It sounds kind of crazy. The drop-off in demand has been so significant, the global oil industry is struggling to cope with its growing stockpile of unwanted oil and its limited storage capacity. That's why prices have plummeted.
I was about to say that's why they went negative.
Exactly. We've talked about it before. We're going to talk about it again.
There are.
It's newsworthy.
Okay.
We got an interesting one here. We got a picture coming up, and I'd advise you got a chance to take a look at that picture. Examine it because it's interesting. But they're turning PET into electrodes. That PET is a certain kind of plastic.
Yeah, and this picture, by the way, is it's almost circular. It doesn't go all the way around, but it starts in the upper left-hand corner and it goes clockwise to the lower left-hand corner.
In a circle.
It's a process that's being illustrated here.
Bing, 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 bing.
That's right. So, what do you? This is from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
New research turns old soda bottles into battery electrodes in a microwave.
This is crazy. Researchers at Purdue University have devised a way to use microwaves to convert plastic waste into battery electrode material. The process applies to PET, PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate, the most commonly used plastic for single-use water and soda bottles.
Well, this is the same plastic that they use to make, they call Mylar.
Okay.
It's just in a different form, but it's the same plastic.
I didn't know that. You know, one of the things, Tom, that I thought about when I read this article is, you know, they're talking about a way to use plastic refuse, and
oh yeah, absolutely.
But the amount of plastic they're going to use here is not going to make any dent in the amount of waste we've got.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't solve the problem.
It doesn't even come close to solving the problem of plastic, but it does do one thing which is kind of nice, and that is it gives them a source material that doesn't have to be mined, and it doesn't have to be, you know, it's actually kind of free for the taking, literally.
They'll almost pay you to take it away.
They would pay you to take it away.
Well, the researchers used ultra-fast microwave irradiation to convert these PET flakes into disodium terephthalate in around 2 minutes using typical household microwave setup. This is not rocket science.
No, this is not. And I was confused and I couldn't figure it out reading the article. They talked about it being super fast, and they also talked about it happening in a typical microwave setup, and I'm not sure what that combination tells us. Is the typical microwave setup that you have in your kitchen super fast according to their definition, or are they using a setup that looks like that but has a difference that the microwave is faster? I don't know.
I think it would have to look like that, but it would be set up differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they gotta feed that stuff into this microwave oven, and
yes.
You figure they do it, you know, through pipes and stuff like that, rather than through an open door.
I don't know.
I don't know either. You can't really tell from the picture.
No, you can't tell from the picture, and obviously, I would think that if they're going to do this, if they're going to convert this into an industrial scale operation, they'd probably have to do it the way you just described, by feeding it in through.
Yeah, it would have to be automated.
It would have to be automated.
It's interesting though, because people are thinking outside of the box to do stuff like this.
Yes, they are, and there may be other uses for the kind of process that they're going for here. You know, there's so much going on with carbon. We have graphenes and you know, different. We've discovered different new forms of carbon.
Oh yeah.
In the last few years, that really kind of boggle the mind. They have buckyballs and all kinds of stuff.
It's so different from what we think of as carbon.
That's right. Graphene is one of the best conductors of heat and electricity we know.
And we've only known about graphene for what, 10 years?
Something like that. I was surprised when I first heard about graphene. I wanted to learn about it. And I was surprised to learn at that time that one of the best conductors of heat in the world is diamonds.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? Diamonds conduct heat better than copper. They conduct heat better than silver. This is really kind of amazing. But, you know, what they're doing with this, it's hard to guess where this thing of basically creating carbon in a microwave from plastic. It's hard to imagine where that's going to go.
I think they're opening up new doors.
I think they are. Okay, our next item is from Utility Dive, and it has a picture of lightning.
It is that. Very interesting picture of lightning.
Yeah.
As extreme weather spurs billions in utility resilience spending, regulators struggle to value investments.
Struggle to value investments. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory tried to evaluate approaches to resilience to guide utility investing. It found there were too many factors to quantify easily, and this moves regulators back to human judgment. And this is a problem because regulators don't like it when you tell them they have to think.
Well, this is a long, meaty article, and I'll mention quickly just to clarify, because I needed clarification.
Yeah.
Resilience is mentioned more and more in utilities' grid modernization proposals, but it often gets conflated with reliability.
Yes.
And they explain the difference. Resilience means the ability to prepare for and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover from disruptions. So this is what researchers are working on, a value of resilience metric.
Right.
Reliability is maintaining the delivery of electric power where there is uncertainty in operating conditions. So this is how well the utilities are keeping the lights on.
Yes. And I want to mention here, when you're talking about resilience, you're talking about an ability to continue, with your life, even when something very unexpected happens.
Well, reliability is about preventing disruptions that are more common, local, and smaller, and resilience addresses high-impact events that can be geographically and temporally widespread. That's from the article.
Worldwide, for example, this coronavirus thing is a worldwide problem.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
So the article says that resilience investments are urgently needed.
Yes, but it doesn't tell you anything about what they are, except that you have to think.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's telling you. You have to think about it.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, let's move along here. We got a picture of a Starlink launch.
Yeah, this is also from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
Starlink, private beta testing to begin in 3 months. Public beta testing to follow.
Public beta testing is an interesting idea when you're talking about rocket ships. SpaceX was launched, has launched.
That's Musk.
Huh?
That's Elon Musk.
It is. It has launched 422 low Earth orbit Starlink satellites, with more coming in May and June. Private beta testing of the Starlink network will start within the next 3 months, and Elon Musk says SpaceX has permission to launch 12,000 satellites. Now,
Well, we've only totally launched since the beginning, about 7,000.
Yeah, I was going to say this is more satellites than have ever been launched in the past.
Absolutely. But these are small satellites, and they're only going about 300 miles up.
Oh, only 300 miles up.
Well, regular satellites go 20,000 miles.
I know, and these things are not just going to an area that's fairly low. They are pretty small.
Yes, they are.
They really are small. I don't remember how many of them there are. Maybe you have it in your notes, but it seems to me that the 422 were launched in 6 launches or something like that.
I don't have that in my notes, but it was something like that.
That was a very small amount. Now, here's the question: why is this being mentioned in Energy Week? Well, it's because these things are bringing internet access through the sky, which means that if you happen to have a solar panel and a little bitty computer and that has a way of reading the material, you can get internet access when you don't have grid power.
Anywhere.
There are hundreds of millions of people who could be customers of this project who don't have any electricity right now.
Absolutely.
And it'll give Elon Musk a very good reason to supply them with a solar panel, a battery. I mean, that's what he sells.
Yeah.
And a little bitty computer. And you don't need much of a computer. I mean, the one I use to power this thing, I've actually had it on the show once or twice, but it's bigger than a credit card.
Yeah.
Okay, we should go on.
Let's call progress.
We have an item here also we're getting a lot from Clean Technica this week. Have an item from Clean Technica and another picture of tankers.
Amazing. Well, the one we're looking at there is full.
Yes. Actually, all of those are full.
Well, yeah, but there's one that stands out. The other ones, well, there's a lot of tankers in that picture.
There's a lot of tankers in that picture.
I looked at the video that it came from. There's many tankers out there. Well, the article says there's 35 or more tankers.
Yeah.
Well, oil tankers lurk off the coast of California.
Yeah. The U.S. Coast Guard is monitoring the, quote, increased presence, end quote, of oil tankers that are hanging out in the seas near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. With a collapse in demand for crude oil, these tankers are being used pretty much as floating storage units for barrels of oil. And I want to point out, it costs money to store oil in a place like Cushing, Oklahoma, in a tank that's designed to just be a stationary or oil storage. These things are designed to transport oil, and it is costing somebody a lot of money to have them.
They're just sitting there.
Yeah. So.
Well, the more than 35 tankers carry more than 25 million barrels, which is enough oil to meet the needs of 25% of the Earth's consumption.
Amazing. We should probably move on, Tom, unless you've got more on this.
No, I think we should. We got a picture of a small hydro plant in New York. Looks like Townsend Dam.
You know what it reminds me of is that dam in Hinsdale.
Yeah.
You know the dam in Hinsdale?
Yeah.
That dam.
Yeah, it does, right in the Connecticut River.
No, I'm not talking about the one in the Connecticut River. I'm talking about one that's in the Ashwillet River.
Okay. Yeah. I know that one. It does.
Right. If you drive into the middle of Hinsdale and you kind of turn right at the post office, there's a dam there on the left.
There it is.
Looks a bit like this, and it's actually used as a power dam. Did you read the title? I don't think you did.
I didn't. U.S. renewables provide more electricity than coal in January and February. Seems like we've touched base on this elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Germany.
This is from Renewables Now. And, I want to point out, a lot of coal is burned in January and February because it's cold.
Yeah.
And those coal plants are just going to keep going during those months. If they haven't made more electricity than renewables in the middle of the winter, I don't think there's much chance they're going to do it in the spring.
I think you're right.
Renewable energy sources produce 10.6% of electricity, 10.6% more electricity than coal during the first 2 months of 2020, and topped nuclear power in February, according to a Sunday Campaign analysis of recently released data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration.
Well, this Sunday Campaign is a company. It's a nonprofit research and educational organization.
Yep.
Supporting the aggressive development of renewable energy. And I got renewable energy and energy.
Yes, well, I think I think that may have been in the article.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was. But that's the Sunday Campaign. It's Sunday.
Yeah, 2 words.
2 words.
Okay.
It's interesting.
We should move on. We've got about 12 minutes and 6 articles to do.
And we got, 6 articles Tuesday. We're starting out on, coming up on Tuesday.
April 28th, we have another article from Clean Technica. We could just.
We got a picture of a North Dakota wetland.
Yes, that's right. And by the way, this particular picture and some of the other pictures we use for Energy Week came from Wikimedia Commons. If don't come from Wikimedia Commons, they're almost always pictures that just were with the article when it was published.
Okay.
So this is
the EPA's dirty water. A new rule discards science and ignores the importance of wetlands and tributaries. Didn't we just mention this?
Yeah, we did. In the latest act of abdication, the EPA published its Navigable Waters Protection Rule in the Federal Register on April 21st. The EPA's own Science Advisory Board said its formulation did not incorporate the, quote, best available science, end quote, which tells you something. The administration is just ignoring the facts. They don't want to know the facts, I don't think.
Well, it's propaganda, really.
Yes.
They're just trying to protect the oil industry.
It's hard for me, if the Supreme Court is going to tell a waste treatment plant on Maui that it's not allowed to pump water underground, I can't imagine that it's going to let this rule stay.
I think you're right. Well, let's get a takeaway from here.
Yeah.
Water flows on many more surface and subsurface paths than just rivers and other obvious waterways.
Yes.
These pathways, in turn, connect wetlands and tributaries with large lakes and rivers. Trump is saying that if you can't see the connection between the bodies of water, it does not exist.
Which is exactly what the Supreme Court just ruled against.
On that basis, the administration has removed environmental protections from half of the nation's wetlands and a fifth of the streams and tributary headwaters. That makes them available for unregulated pollution. It isn't going to stay.
Yeah.
I think the Supreme Court's going to get in there and say you can't do that.
I suspect they will, yes. Okay, we've got an item here from NJ Spotlight and a picture of a solar farm.
Pretty big solar farm.
Yeah, it might be in New Jersey. It looks like it could be.
It very well could be. Probably is.
Yeah.
Well, the NJ, which is New Jersey, goes to court to fight federal order on renewable energy sources. This is interesting.
New Jersey appealed a federal order that would raise the cost of energy from renewables, saying the measure exceeds federal authority and would slow down the switch to clean energy. Advocacy groups in Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia joined in the action. We've actually talked about this ruling before on a number of occasions.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, basically what they're saying is if the state is going to subsidize or incentivize renewable energy in any way, the federal government is going to make a ruling that as a source of energy has to bid on the market at a rate which is comparable to what would the same energy would cost from coal or natural gas.
We can't count on the subsidies.
Yeah.
They're just saying we got to throw those subsidies. As far as we're concerned, we're throwing those subsidies out. They don't count.
That's what they want to do. Now, what happens if you have a solar farm and you bid 4 cents per kilowatt hour because you know the natural gas plant is going to bid 4 cents per kilowatt hour, what happens to the extra money? Does that mean the wind farm can make a ton of money? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Okay. Do you have more on that? We have to keep.
Well, FERC's plan is just another form of subsidy to the fossil fuel industry.
Right, and one of the FERC commissioners said this is exceeding the authority of our commission. So these people are acting for political reasons and not because they want.
Absolutely. Okay,
you want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we should.
Environmental.
Picture of a nuclear plant in Connecticut.
Yes, Millstone, and this is the Environmental Working Group.
As pandemic rages, federal nuclear regulators put keeping reactors running ahead of public health and safety.
How is the NRC responding to a coronavirus pandemic? Question. Well, the answer is by letting nuclear plants cut back workforces for social distancing, creating 84-hour work weeks, and by having NRC inspectors work from home.
Doesn't make sense.
Have you ever worked an 84-hour work week?
I don't think I ever did, but they're allowing these to happen back to back.
Yeah, and I have worked 84-hour work weeks, and I can tell you.
That's 12 hours a day.
It's not very efficient or observant after 84 hours of work.
Well, that's exactly what they're saying. They're talking about 3 Mile Island.
Yeah.
Attributed to mechanical failure worsened by operator fatigue.
Yeah. Okay, we have to go on, Tom.
I think we do. We got a picture of Michael Moore here.
Yep, we're at Wednesday, April 29th.
It's kind of a controversial article here.
Well, what do you have for a title?
Michael Moore's latest film is riddled with errors and millions are watching.
Yeah. Planet of the Humans, produced by Michael Moore and Jeff Gibbs, is ostensibly about climate change, but Gibbs spends most of the so-called documentary railing against the problems of renewable energy and spinning out conspiracy theories. Now, Tom, I want to tell you, I have watched this movie twice. The first time I just watched it, and I was prepared to believe that it would be okay. The second time I took notes, and I found a major error or major problem with every single scene that had substance in it.
Interesting.
Just to give you an example, they showed a thing about the unveiling of the Chevy Volt. They just said it was the unveiling of the Volt. They didn't say a lot more about it than that, aside from the stuff that they wanted to say. They didn't say when it happened, for example, which was 2008. After that, they went to a place where there was a certain amount of renewable energy being produced from a solar farm that was nearby.
Read that. Yep. This is 2008 now.
Yeah, and one of the things that they mentioned is that the solar panels at the solar farm are flexible.
Okay.
They also cost very little money compared to the amount that it would cost to get the good ones, which the guy who was talking about it said, and I have to say this was facetiously, about $1 million per square inch. It was a fairly large solar farm which powered 10 houses and operated at 8% efficiency, which is 40% of what you would expect to get out of good panels. And the panels were expected to last for 10 years before they'd have to be replaced. They didn't tell you in the film that this is old technology, that you don't buy this stuff on the market when you have solar panels installed at your house, and it really is not just obsolete but irrelevant.
Well, this guy had an axe to grind.
Yeah.
It wasn't Michael Moore that wrote this. It was his buddy there, Gibbs. Michael Moore didn't even write this article. Jeff Gibbs did. But in any case, Gibbs seems to have had a axe to grind.
He had an axe to grind. Yeah.
This is worth watching, but worth watching with a critical eye.
I will repeat, every single substantive scene had a major problem. And the major problems ran the gamut of what you do when you want to put something down. And it includes character assassination. It included obsolete information. It included interviews that were several years old at least.
Yeah, like I say, the guy had an agenda.
He had an agenda. Okay, our next item, next to the last, is from...
This is a nice picture.
Power Technology. I thought about you saying this is a nice picture the moment I saw it. It's Tulips and Turbines.
That's what it is.
What do you got for a title?
5 renewable startups getting funding despite coronavirus.
Despite slowdowns in renewable energy production caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, people are still investing in renewable energy projects, in particular startups. Power Technology took a look at 5 projects. This is possibly worth looking at.
Well, there's a list and a description of these projects in the article.
I don't think we have time to really go into them because
we don't. We got one more thing to go, and we're running out of time.
This last one, MacArthur Wind Farm is the picture, and it is taken from Renew Economy.
Well, that's in Australia. It's 420 megawatts, and it's the largest wind farm in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah. What do you have for a title?
Recipe for cheaper electricity? Try 90% renewables by 2040.
A report from energy market analysts Reputex finds that faster shift to a power market dominated by renewable energy and a more aggressive action on climate change, the greater the downward pressure on wholesale electricity prices in the future.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Okay, we have come, I think, to the end of our hour. I think we may have a few seconds if you have a takeaway on that.
Well, they talked about this being inexplicable, and it's an ideological war to preserve the monopolies against renewable energy.
Yes.
And it's been a threat of runaway electricity prices, edging out Australia's coal plants too quickly. This is what it says: edging out Australia's coal plants too quickly and with too much cheap wind and power would drive up the price of electricity and make the whole system far less affordable. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Exact opposite is true.
It's the exact opposite. And that's the message that the people who own those plants and operate those plants want you to believe.
Exactly.
Okay.
But, they don't even mention the effect of electric cars, and they're coming.
Yeah, I guess they are. Well, Tesla had its sales go up in the first 3 months despite COVID-19. What does that tell you?
It tells you that electric cars are coming.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, I guess we're at the end of
we're finished.
We're at the end of our show, so I'm going to invite everybody to come back next time.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Adios.
Have a nice week.
You too.
Bye.
We'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. Present at this Zoom virtual meeting is Rich Melanson from BCTV, Will Bissonette, myself, Crystal Mansfield, Rob Wright, Carla Lumbra, Helen Holt, Irv Stoll, and Steve Frisk. So first we'll do approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 10th.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the EMD briefing from April 10th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the select board virtual meeting from our regular meeting, April 14th.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the select board regular virtual meeting of April 14th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. One more. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board virtual meeting from April 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the special select board meeting minutes from April 15th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I do have a couple of additions. We got some correspondence. We got a letter from Pam and Brad Horn about a real estate transfer. And then we got a email about a tire replacement due to trap rock, which Steve is aware of. And then also under new business, I just want to make everyone aware that there's a VOSHA training that everyone has to go through who's a town employee. And there will be, Sherwood Lake will join us in a little while to go over the COVID-19 town policy that he put together. So moving on, we'll do the warrants. Who wants to read warrants?
I don't have it.
Okay, I have, I don't know what I have. I have a couple in front of me, hard copies.
Did you guys receive a
warrant number 3 though?
Did you guys get a?
I can read them if you want. It's not a big
Did
deal.
anybody receive an email packet with a whole bunch of things?
I did,
I got
Carla.
some
I
things.
just
I'm
didn't
going
get
through
the
how many
complete.
warrants I have here.
Okay, yeah,
I don't think I got the.
I sent the cover sheets out for the warrants at like 2 o'clock. And I think, Steve, you went into the office and went through them, right?
I did, and I signed off on them.
Yeah, and Irv, you did too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Gigi,
So
I'm on a
I'll-
meeting, Gigi.
So I'll just make the motions, I guess, since I have them in front of me.
Okay.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
all right, so I'll make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of, everybody, okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying the check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,274.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2 out of the payroll taxes signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23 signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $867.61.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none.
I
All
just
those
wanted
in
to-
favor of,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask, the hand sanitizer is for all of the town buildings?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be for the town hall, the garage, the library, and the fire department.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 of the general fund in the amount of $867.61 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund.
I'm on
in the
meeting,
amount-
honey.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,626.92. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the highway department in the amount of $5,626.92 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30. Any discussion? Hearing none.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a
go
question.
ahead,
I'm
Crystal.
sorry, because I didn't get to see them. I'm just asking about this program, mobiles and portables. Are those phones for $375? What is that line item?
It's the radios, the new radios that Sherwood had
Okay.
gotten.
For emergency preparedness?
It's
Do you
to
think?
it's to allow the fire department, the highway, and the town hall all to be on the same radios, so that they can all talk to each other in the event of emergency.
So are we anticipating this money will be reimbursed by the feds or the state or something at some point? It's not a huge line item, it's just a question.
I think some of it was, we got grants for some of it, but I'm not positive about that.
Okay.
It's my understanding that this has been a project that's been going on for a little while.
Yeah, but the radios in the past, they've been able to mutual aid. They've been able to talk to the highway department from the fire department.
The radios that we now have increased from 25 watts to 50 watts in an effort for me to be able to talk when I'm on Jordan Hill, to be able to talk to Billy, who's on Buck Hill, or Jeremy, who's on Hazel Hill, in the past where we could not communicate with each other. So if someone got stuck, they were stuck there until someone got into range that could pick them up with a distress call.
So my question is, has nothing to do with COVID. This has to do with just upgrading our radio systems that are currently in place.
That's correct.
Yeah, because I'm going to say
Thank
the radios that were in the highway department, I could talk to Acton Hill, I could talk to Townsend Acres, and I could talk to West Townsend with the radios we did have.
Well, that wasn't the case a month ago or this past winter.
I don't know, maybe they haven't kept them up or whatever's going on.
I don't know. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30 signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, we can go now to reports. Steve, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. This Saturday was supposed to be Green Up Day, which has been pushed out for at least a month. So my question is, we now have 3 couches laying on the side of our town highways, and I would like to know what the board would like me to do about that. If I pick them up and dispose of them at Wyndham Regional, that's going to cost us $60. Bob Spencer did not get back to us on whether Green Up Day was going to be free or not. At least maybe Irv, you heard. I haven't heard.
It's not free.
Okay, so it's no longer free. So if the board wants to approve spending $60 to dispose of 3 couches, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Can we put them in the lunchroom?
I would have to expand the lunchroom. And by the time I got done spraying them with bleach and water, there'd probably be nothing left to them.
Right. So somebody want to make a motion around this?
I make a motion we get rid of them couches.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Steve to go pick up the couches and bring them to Wyndham Solid Waste signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Go get the couches.
It'll be taken care of. Next on my item, the weather, although it's been crazy above 1,000 feet, I want to ask the board about the park benches. Do we put the park benches out like we normally do, or in an effort of social distancing, do we not put the park benches out? I'd like the board's opinion on that.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think you have a good thought, and then if we put them out there, it's going to encourage people to be on the commons and probably not follow social distancing.
That was my thought. That's why I brought up the question.
Yeah. What does everybody else think?
I think leave them right where they are.
I say, my opinion is, I'd hold up on them for a while.
Now.
Okay, so we could revisit this in the 1st of June or 1st of July. Let's see what happens.
That makes sense.
But
yeah.
because we got 2 more meetings in May, so things may change.
Yep, I agree.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave them in the shed for now.
Okay. Do you want to cover the email on the tires?
Sure, we can do that.
So let me get my copy.
Let me get my copy.
So I received an email from a person who lives in Townsend, rents a house up here on Acton Hill. And do I need to read it? Did everybody get a copy?
No.
Oh, I received a copy. Thank you.
I can read it if you want.
The email says, "Hello, Steve. Today, I contacted the town hall and spoke to Anita, town clerk in parenthesis, about my issue with my tires leaking due to trap rocks getting stuck into 2 of my tires. She advised me to contact you. I had one tire repaired and the other replaced because I was told the one had a hole puncture in the sidewall of the tire, cannot be repaired, so I had to buy a used tire. I would like to be reimbursed for the damage of my 2 tires due to trap rock. The rear driver's side tire was reported by Riverside Auto Mechanic to have had a broken belt due to the trap rock embedded into the tire. So I think that tire should be replaced as well, which would be an additional $50. I don't feel safe driving my car with my tire in this condition. I have receipts which I have attached to this email." And she has a photo of a Pete's Tire Barn receipt and a picture of the puncture mark in the sidewall of her tire. So it doesn't say when this happened. It doesn't say where this happened. I can assure you we do not use trap rock on the roads. And I don't know if the town historically has ever reimbursed anybody for what they consider to be road hazard damage on our dirt roads. I'm certainly not in favor of doing that. I'm open to anybody's input.
No, I think
that was my big question. You don't use trap rock. I mean, what the heck?
No, we do not.
What's the size of the stone that you are using?
So we use a 2-inch minus when we're filling in ruts during mud season. And then our gravel is 1.25 inches minus for the crushed gravel that comes out of the pit. And even the 2-inch minus is what comes out of the pit in the gravel making process.
I realize that, but 2 inches is pretty damn coarse for a road. When you scrape it, it's going to be right out in the ditch like a lot of your places are.
Well, no,
you got gravel and leaves and everything mixed right into and plugging up some of the ditches.
You know that we put gravel down during mud season to fill in the ruts, and then we cover it with gravel.
But you still, when you scrape, you're going to roll them rocks out. But not only that, you're wasting your gravel, because I can show you places where there's leaves and dirt and everything, gravel all mixed together, and that pit ain't going to last you long if you keep going the way you're going.
Well, I'm sure you know that the ditches
because you've got ledge right there where you're crushing right now. And I can show you at the end of the dam, where the dam road comes in. Between you and the foreman before, they've raised that dirt road is a foot higher than the blacktop, and the blacktop was the same height when that washed out in the flood. But a lot of your trouble is why you have to keep putting gravel down is you don't cut the bottom, you get down below the bottom of your potholes and they keep coming back.
Crystal, you had a question?
Can I just ask you?
I thought we were talking about tires.
I have a question. Thank you. I'd like to ask Steve, the highway foreman currently, if he thinks that this is a legitimate complaint. And if, I don't even know what track, I actually don't even know what she's talking about, but I'm just wondering if she has a legitimate complaint.
In my opinion, she does not.
So then I would say, as your colleague on the select board, that I would support your opinion, and I would like to move a motion.
Can I just say something as a consumer? In that the fact that it's on the sidewall, it seems like she was a little too close to something that she shouldn't have been close to. And I don't feel like the town should be held liable for that, because I've been there before.
Thank you for that, Carla.
What was that?
All right, so somebody want to make a motion to either approve or deny this?
We can't make a negative motion, so I would
So I would
approve.
make a motion. Go, Rob.
Fire away, Crystal.
No, I don't have the letter in front of me at the moment, so, but I would make a motion that we deny this appeal to have the town replace injured tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle.
Right, I think Rob's right. We can't make a negative motion, so we'd have to vote to replace the tires and then fail, move to replace the tires and then fail that motion.
Correct.
So somebody want to have at it?
So I would make a motion then that we move to replace the tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle due to her complaint.
So second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of replacing the tires on the, from the letter that, or the email that Steve got for this, Kathy, I believe her name is, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. So Steve, do you want to contact her? Do you want to have Carla respond?
I can respond. I don't mind.
Yeah, have Carla respond, please.
Yep, if you could just email her back that the board voted against replacing her tires.
Mhm.
Okay. Steve, what else? Do you have anything?
No, that's it.
Okay. This is not a counter money week. So we'll move on to treasurer's report. Let's see. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $772,636.13. And the checking account is $30,000 even. So that's that. All right. Let's go. No, Sherwood's not here yet, right? Okay. Let's move on to the correspondence that we got from Pam and Brad Horn. I'm just going to read the whole thing. So we, Pam and Brad Horn, sorry, it's dated April 26, 2020 and addressed to the select board. We, Pam and Brad Horn, currently have a contract to sell our property located at 993 Buck Hill Road to farmers from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. We have worked very diligently to try to sell it since we lost our beautiful son Taylor last year, as there are just too many memories of raising our boys in Townsend. We have followed our other son Colby up to Burlington so that we can be close at times like these. We, our buyers, last names Pritz and Wrong, and their attorney have all contacted the town clerk a number of times over the last 2 months to try to schedule a title search. Anita has informed us that she is, quote, is not letting anyone in, end quote, due to the governor's order. Although the governor has adjusted this order and currently specifically allows appraisers, realtors, lawyers, and others in real estate to do their work in the house selling process. He has said that work in a town office can go on if it can be done safely. I believe a title search can be done in a safe manner, more than 6 feet from Anita, with mask and gloves, by appointment only, so that Only one searcher is present at a time, if necessary. Excuse me. I will come down personally and wipe everything down before and after a title search if necessary. I would also be willing to, quote, substitute, end quote, town clerk. Another alternative is to have these done on Thursdays when Anita is not in. Selling this property and paying off the associated mortgage is an economic must for us now that we have, now that we are renting a home near Burlington as well, or sorry, 2. Our buyers are trying to get a mortgage and only have until June 1st for their rate lock to hold and would require a title search by May 15th. With the governor specifically allowing real estate to move forward as long as social distancing is adhered to, the next step that has to happen to sell the house is a title search. A way to make these safe soon must be designed. The town clerk should not be able to make this decision without other town officials' input. By the way, I have heard some towns have been allowing the searches by appointment all along. Please move towns in this direction now. Thank you for your consideration, Pam and Brad Horn. So, I forwarded a copy of that letter to Anita today. I went down to the town hall and talked to her. She and I discussed the fact that there is, by the VLCT guidance and the governor's guidance, it is entirely up to her whether or not she closes her office completely and ceases all transactions. But she said that she would contact the Horns, and what she told me is she would try to figure out a way to get it happen, make it happen. She had dealt with other attorneys from different transactions. I don't know if she's specifically done title searches, but she has done via fax and email and scanning other document related things. So that's what I have heard from her.
I was going to say there's a time limit on when they can get that done, and you can't stop the whole world. I mean, I realize it, but you still got to carry business on somehow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is, according to the language of what I read from the VLCT, it is up to elected officials to decide whether or not to close their functions. The only thing that I did read that I found interesting is that we as the select board, because we control the buildings, could close the town hall despite whether or not the other elected officials wanted to keep working, which I don't see any reason to do.
Well, if you can't do business there, then why have it open?
That's a totally valid point.
Well, what good is it to be open if you can't get a fishing license, if you can't get a deed search, if you can't get anything? They might as well close it up, send her home.
Save the money.
We're not going to save any money because she's not going to take any discount in any sort of salary. So we're not saving any money except for on electric. I mean, I think it's completely ridiculous. Somebody's trying to sell.
If I got told to stay home, they wouldn't pay me.
Does everybody remember Putney?
Yep.
No, we tried to forget.
I think that people are still paying taxes, and taxes are coming in, and Elaine's still learning the tax, portion of the piece, because she'll go into the office, every now and then with Anita and do some trainings. So there are things being done, and I think the listers are trying to get the grand list stuff out, which is why they've been in the office.
So
I would have to ask, what is the barrier? Anita could do this title search on behalf of these property owners with no one else in the office, and she's there all day on the days that she's working.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the process to know if the title searchers have to actually physically view the records or if they can be scanned and emailed, or how that process works.
Well, isn't the title search
So
done
I
by
would
a
think that
law company?
those are questions that could, excuse me, Carla, those are questions that could be asked of Anita, and if she's capable of figuring out how to do it electronically, we shouldn't hold up a real estate transaction in this town because you know, people want to keep the doors locked. The governor has said that there is entry into public places now if you observe physical distancing and everybody wears a mask. I know for a fact that people in that office are not wearing a mask.
I am.
So not all people, I'm just saying, I was in there recently and I found several people in that office, first of all together, and secondly, not everyone wearing a mask, which is the governor's edict. So I'm not sure this is carved into like law. I think this is suggestions from the state of Vermont, and I would not support holding up a real estate transaction just because we can't do a title search. I think that's ridiculous.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Well, I can talk to Anita again over the next couple of days, see if I can figure out a way to get this to happen. The unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm also happy to talk to her, Will. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that there needs to be some you know, accommodations made for people that are trying to still move their life ahead, and I think that not, you know, there's opportunity to be helpful.
Right, I agree. So I will talk to her, Crystal, if you want to also talk to her, and we can see what we can do.
I'd be happy
to. Hey, Steve,
excuse me for interjecting. I think once Sherwood comes on and we talk about some of our policies moving forward, specifically to town hall, with some new guidelines that are going to be, I think, put into place, we will be able to manage these individual interactions as they come up.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
So I guess we can move on now. We did the letter. We can go to composting bags. So Carla did a little research into the organic solutions and got prices for the composting bags. The ones we originally looked at were 13 gallons, which are like tall kitchen garbage bag size. They also have a 5-gallon size, which I think people would be less likely to try to use as regular garbage bags if they're small enough that they won't hold enough to make it worth it. But we do also have to figure out how we're going to process them, where we're going to put them until they get loaded into the compactor. Irv, had you looked at, you had mentioned used shipping containers?
Yes, I have. Near a couple of places I've found them, they're right around $2,000 for a shipping container, which is a 20-footer. That's about the smallest they have.
Oh, wow. Steve, is there any way we could section it off so we could use part of it for something and part of it for storage?
Well, there's only doors in one end of it.
Oh.
Right. But there's nothing saying you couldn't put a partition in on one side of it and keep the stuff on one side and use the rest of it for storage or whatever.
Right. Oh, do we think this is, I mean, we're going to have to either do this or shut down the dump, right? We don't really have any choice.
Right. I do think we have to do something. I think we have to do something. Agreed.
Okay. So I guess the other thing is, if we go with the 5-gallon bags, they're $25 per case of 100, which makes them what, a quarter a bag, right? Is that right? No, they can't.
Yes.
Do you think there's any interest in like somebody local doing a compost pickup? You know, like organic farmers or something?
Well, the problem is that we have to
You're
we
gonna
have to
pay for
collect
it.
it. Yeah, we're going to pay for it. And I don't
Right, I
think
guess.
the other thing is with what Triple D and Wyndham Solid Waste is doing is they're taking things like bones, pizza box cardboard, so they can take a lot more stuff than like a local farmer.
Okay.
You take your paper plates and your paper cups and stuff can go in with it.
Yeah, anything that's compostable can go in it, including pretty heavy duty stuff because they generate enough heat to break it down.
Okay.
So do we want to pursue this, I guess is the question.
Well, we've got to close down on the other. Because that as the 1st of July, that's going to be a requirement.
Yep. Steve, do you have ample room in the yard for a container?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
But it'll want to be somewhere near where you can get back to it with a rubbish truck whenever before they go with it.
Yeah. Yep. What if instead of doing that, what if we just bought a, smallish dumpster that with a lid on it? Because the compactor could.
It's not going to be bear proof.
Yeah, the lid's not going to keep the bears out.
It's not.
You don't think we can build a lock for it?
We had that experience
we
at the
can,
hospital where we were trying to compost
put a
and
fire across the top,
didn't work
hold the
well
flaps down.
at all.
I don't know if I'm talking over Crystal or she's talking over me. I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, it's possible, yes. We can fabricate a dumpster where we can put a metal bar that goes through 2 hoops to hold the flaps down and put a lock on it. That's a possibility, yes.
I can show you pictures of a goddamn bear got right into a bucket loader that was holding the cover down and reached right around and pulled the cover.
Started the loader and pulled the lever back.
Oh, he got right up into the bucket of the loader. The loader had the bucket set right on top of the dumpster.
Wow.
And he
Well, we can
got
shoot.
right into the bucket and reached right down around and ripped the cover and reached right into the garbage.
So here's my other question. If we decided to do the used shipping container, spend the $2,000 or whatever it is, the bags are going to cost us $0.25 a piece. What would we charge for? What would we want to charge for the bags? Like $1.50 a bag?
I would suggest that they would be free. I would think that they would be free if people wanted to participate. We're trying to encourage people to compost. If it's 25 cents for a 5-pound bag, I don't see the need to charge that back to, I mean, we're trying to incentivize people to do the right thing in town. We already charge for the trash bags. I don't know. I think you're going to get a lot of non-compliance if you also charge for the composting bags. Maybe we charge more for the trash bags, which is a whole other discussion, and we give the composting bags free. But
well, that's what we did when we did it briefly. My concern with not charging for the compost bags is that people are going to try to take the free bags and just put garbage in them.
Yeah,
which
that's going to be
we
the
did
problem.
see. Yeah.
Yep.
Which we did see in the last go round.
But if you stay with the smaller, the 5-gallon bag,
the state is mandating that we compost, and you're you're going to ask the taxpayers to buy a trash bag. So you have to pay to throw the trash away. Now we have to pay to throw the compost away. People are either going to hide the compost in the trash bag or they're going to hide the trash in the compost bag if you charge them. So I don't know, to my mind, maybe the trash bags become 25 cents more expensive and the compost bags go away for free. And that's an incentive to taxpayers to put their compost in a compost bag because they think it's free, if you will.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
Well, then they save money on trash bags though if they're not using as much trash too. That's a very good incentive.
That's exactly the point. Is right. They pay maybe a quarter more for the trash bag, the purple trash bag, but they're not paying anything for the composting bag. So people think they're getting a deal. It's a wash for us, but anyway.
All right, so
I think this entire program is going to be incredibly hard for the state to mandate, but
yeah, I agree. So I guess what we're looking for is, do we want to order a shipping container and say, I don't know, 500 of the 5-gallon bags to get us started? Irv, do you know how long it would take us to get the container?
No, a lot of them, there's a lot of places that have them right in stock. They're used, they're not brand new.
Right.
But you can get a good, decent one.
Are we really going to buy a $2,000 20-foot container to put our compost in?
How is Waste Management supposed to pick it up?
how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take to fill up that shipping container?
Well, no, the idea
is there another option?
The idea is we have an agreement currently with Triple T where they will take the bags. We just don't have anywhere because we don't run the truck down I guess we do it like once a week in the summer, but it's like every 2 weeks in the winter, and they can't get mixed in with the compacted garbage. They have to be put on at the end. So we need somewhere to store them really just for a couple days a week, maybe 2, until we run the compactor down.
You gotta store them bags from all week on, and then after you close down on Saturday or Monday morning, that's when you put them in the truck.
Yeah.
You can't put them right in with the garbage.
You don't think it'd be easier to get a dumpster and just put them into a dumpster? I mean, we can chain equipment and drive across the country, but we can't keep a bear out of a container. I mean, let's think about this for 5 seconds.
I have to agree with Rob.
I mean, let's stop and think about this for 5 seconds. A 20-foot container for $2,000 is way overdone. It's going to stink to high heaven. Who the hell is going to want to handle it? Get it in a dumpster. You can chain it to the bucket of something and go dump it. Come on. It's going to cost $500 for a brand new dumpster thereabout. Modify it up to keep a bear out of it. If we don't have the technology to keep a bear out of a dumpster, then we need to stop and resurrect our situation. I mean, we've landed people on the moon, so to speak.
Okay.
We're going to start mining the moon. Come on.
All right. So let's start with this. Do we want to order the bags? We can order the bags now. We'll have them. And then we can figure out what to do about the dumpster thing. Maybe Steve, you and Irv and Rob could research that, figure out a way to modify it so that we can keep the bears out for a couple of days.
Yeah, I'll talk to Triple T about getting a container, a dumpster, whether it's 8-yard or whatever it is, and I'll start that conversation.
All right, so then I guess I would entertain a motion to order 500 5-gallon organics compostable bags from Organic Solutions at a price of
moved.
Be 5 times be $125 plus shipping. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ordering compostable bags from Organic Solutions signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, if you could put that in the works tomorrow,
Yep.
that would be great. Okay, and I see that Sherwood is now here. So I'd entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and go back up to members of the public / COVID-19 town updates.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Mr. Lake, welcome, sir.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Doing all right. We got the bills paid this time. That was good.
Oh, that's cool. I heard the debate about the bear proofing. That was pretty interesting.
So we have, Sherwood has put together a policy in response to COVID-19 pandemic for the town and its employees and buildings. So you guys all got a copy of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so Sherwood, you want to lay out what's going on?
Well, basically what this thing is because everything is changing at an incredible rate. All of the information that's out there is either old, is incorrect, or is just not valid. So in order to create a kind of a platform so everybody is on the same page, and to help secure town employees and the general public from potential infection from this thing. And no matter what anybody tells you, we're not out of the woods by a long shot. I put together, based on the meetings that I've been going through for the last month, what the current information is that has been substantiated through the Department of Health, through Department of Labor, the Emergency Management, Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. And it is an evolving document in the sense that most policies have a longer term of validity. This one can change every week. Matter of fact, the governor has made it known that he intends to make changes to this thing by every Friday. So this is in a sense a living document, and it just spells out how to secure, or what to secure as far as the building goes, the employees' safety and security, and the general public that's building. It also sets down some rules as to who can be in the buildings that the town owns, and this is not just the town hall. It involves the town highway, garage, and the fire department as well. Do you want me to go through this thing top to bottom?
Well, I've had a chance to read it through. It all looks, reasonable is the wrong word, but it seems to take into account all the policies and procedures that I think would give us a better shot at keeping our employees safe and healthy. Does anybody have any changes that they think it might need? No? Okay.
So Will, I had sent an email out earlier this today, I guess. Was today Tuesday? Today, asking about multiple people in the building of the town hall, and Sherwood actually answered that for me, or for all of us, I guess. So
Right.
I'm just a little bit concerned about, I'm a little bit concerned about multiple listers being in the building at the same time with the town clerk, with Carla, even though Carla's, in another section of the building. I think we need to really think through that as a governing body of the town, I guess, and make a decision around how many listers should be in that office altogether with a potential service animal. I'm not sure what Rose's role is with Mike, but I think we need to talk about that tonight. With Sherwood.
I agree. Yeah,
I'm sorry, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, one thing to consider is that the regulations say 6 feet of space. All right, so if you talk about 6 feet of space, that's not just 6 feet between one person to the other, but if you imagine putting a person in the center of basically a 12-foot circle, because you got 6 foot forward, back. Once you start talking about those kind of circles merging, you're taking up space really fast, really quickly. And if you are talking about a room, well, if we brought up the size of the listers, you can't really conceivably put more than one person and comply with the regulation or the addendum in that office. So, and then once you add in the complexity of the service dog into the mix, however you want to characterize or count that, because shed of the virus can end up on that dog's coat and somebody could contract it, that dog is just as liable to shed disease as is any person. Understand that the CDC has identified cases where animal-human transmission, and we're talking through to viral contagions, not just on surfaces. It has occurred, but it is very rarely. But once you put that element on top of a coat, on top of a table surface or whatever, now you have another pathway to the contagion. So it's not just numbers, but distance.
Ellen, did you have something you wanted to add? Helen, are you there? Oh, no, she says, no thanks, listening and thinking. Okay. Yeah, so as far as the listers go, I imagine that Sherwood, you and I will probably have a conversation with Mike and Helen and Jean, as well as Anita, about how we work out scheduling and, it may be the listers work off hours. We may open up like a Thursday so that they can be the only two in the building to do what they have to do in a single day. The other thing is, I wanted to ask Steve, we had talked a little while ago about building a plexiglass divider for the clerk's office.
Yes.
Have you gotten anywhere with that?
It will be done by Friday.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I guess, does anybody have any other questions on the policy itself?
I've got a question about the listers. I was wondering, did Gene Cook get an exemption for smoking on the front steps?
No.
Oh, okay.
Has he been?
Yep.
I witnessed it myself 2 Fridays in a row. I brought it up to Helen. She was going to mention it to Jean, but since that time, he is still out there smoking.
I've got pictures of him today smoking out there.
Yep. No, it doesn't pertain to him. He just doesn't care.
Okay. Something else. Any other questions on the policy? All right, then the one other thing I wanted to mention about the policy is the last paragraph, in which we, the board, would allow Sherwood to make changes in this policy as they can come up. For instance, something comes out this Friday, we don't have a meeting for another 2 weeks. This would allow Sherwood to make changes to the policy, and then we could approve, ratify. Obviously, he and I have discussed it. Whenever possible, he would make us aware before he had to implement anything. But in the case of a change in either the governor's edicts or addendums, something that has to be added or can be removed, we would give him the authority to make those changes on our behalf. So that's one piece of it that I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on before we decide to approve this or not. So any other questions? Okay, I guess I entertain a motion to adopt the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, tomorrow I will email this to the listers and to Anita and Elaine. And then Steve, if you want to take a copy and post it in the garage or give it to your guys, that's probably a good idea. We should also send it to the library, I think, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Will, one more thing if I could.
Yeah, of course.
Just on a related note, the state of Vermont has put out requirements via VOSHA for anybody working. I sent out links today in an email to access that training material. It has to be completed by everybody involved by the 4th of May. One of the things that the state has taken this to the very seriously in that they've been mandated, even their highway and all actually state employees have to do this same training.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that they've all had this infectious disease training anyways as part of their normal course of business, they really are pushing it out to people to get done. So those links are at the VOSHA website for people that want to see it. If there's just people in the general public that want to see the information, go to the VOSHA website. I took the training today. It takes 20 minutes to finish, and there is a lot of information in there for people just in general to absorb that would be very helpful in understanding this thing.
Yep. Yeah, actually, that was next on my agenda, Sherwood. Well played.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you very much to Karen at the library because she has opened up again and is doing curbside pickup, and it has made my children very happy to be able to get books out.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we all have to do it. Steve, all your guys have to do it.
Yep.
Anita, the listers, like everyone who, Kurt will have to do it. Everyone who has anything with town hall. So Carla, maybe tomorrow you could inform everybody. Irv, there is a printable copy of it, which Carla, if you could print one and throw it in Irv's box so that he can do it. And then once the trainings are done, there's a certificate. All the certificates will go to Sherwood. He will compile them and then make copies for Carla, put in the town files, and then keep copies for his role as emergency management director. So everything can go, once you've done the training, go to Sherwood. Okay. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Night, Sherwood. Thank you.
Okay, moving back up to old business. We have the listers form 4155, right? Yes, 4155. That was the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. I did finally get some answers from VLCT, and I was able to talk to the listers and to Anita. So after the Board of Abatement ruling, they had 30 days to file a further appeal. They did not, and then they also have paid the taxes. So according to VLCT, they can no longer come back on this property for this tax year. So with that said, I would entertain a motion, or anybody have any questions on that? Okay. I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list, listers form 4155.
So moved.
Okay, next month.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of signing the form 4155 certificate of no appeal or suit pending signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Crystal, I think you and I have already signed it. So Steve, Irv, and Rob, if you could swing by the town hall, and whoever puts the last signature on it, it needs to go to Anita after that.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. All right. John Evans sent an email to Anita. His planning commission term is up in 2020, so he would like to be reappointed. So I would entertain a motion to appoint John Evans to the Planning Commission for a 5-year term.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of appointing John Evans to the Planning Commission for a 5-year term signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
It's plugged in now, and it's fine until
So-
tomorrow when we think I'll use in time.
Carla, if you could just let John know that he can continue his reign. Okay, next thing was we had when we did the first class license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, they had a third class liquor license application that got separated from it. So we had formed a quorum. We got 3 signatures on that. So I would just, to ratify this, all those in favor of approving the renewal of the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, which is Wyndham Hill Inn. Sorry. Second?
Second.
Second. Oh.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of renewing the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Does anyone have any need for an executive session? Okay. The next regular meeting. The next regular meeting is May 12th.
My dog just threw up, sorry.
Oh, God. Next regular meeting is May 12th at 6:30.
Yeah,
will be a Zoom meeting. Also, in talking to Anita today, I am going to set up the town Zoom account this week. So the meeting information will change by our next meeting. And if nobody else has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Done.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
I have
Good
a
job,
quick
Will.
question
Thank
first.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Wait, Steve, hold on. Steve, hold on.
Carla?
Oh,
Yes?
yeah, this is not meeting related. It's just more along the lines of, I sent you an email this afternoon. Riverbend needs 2 boxes of bags.
Okay.
And if you wanted to do that, there, I have the invoice pad on top of my desk. It's already filled out. So if you could
Okay,
just
I'll
get their
pick it up.
signature and leave them the yellow copy, that'd be awesome.
All right, I'll pick it up in the morning and bring it down.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, Will. Good job.
Okay, 7:35.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Nice work.
officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm gonna have to move over to my agenda. Now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order, announcements. Who? Anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
You should.
Right.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something
Yep,
on
I can
Facebook.
put something
Josh.
together.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to the NDA? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
oh, it might look
fine.
different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right, so as most of you know, actually from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All the
further?
announcements on that.
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great. No discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E or E. Section 248 petitions, A, B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two section 248 petitions that have come in. The planning commission gets notification of them, and as well as the select board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so this section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there. And we were and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them, putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been mediated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The railroad in the back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River. Kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably may have noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So
yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there was some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
no, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think Except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our request for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
That's night too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree. This is Kate. I agree.
Okay.
So we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not going to like wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're going to acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? Are there going to be different fences being put up? And what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered. So I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. I can definitely not speak for them, but what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about, has definitely been addressed. Unless I'm wrong, which I've.
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is it's AT&T has a site on 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas, and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't sound very, no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has, just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up, so.
What is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the planning commission can do?
None. We haven't. The only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is really, really important, because it's the only, you need to have enough of it for people to be able to get out of their homes and exercise safely, keeping 6 to 10 feet between themselves and everybody else. And so that strikes me as a planning issue, to be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. One of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. You can only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, I guess, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. The flu really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor. So I think that the big ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
You're really breaking up. I wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to say it again. I'll be make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you could hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was
Okay,
better.
yeah.
I had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah. Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work. People who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning coming out of or planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom
Felicity,
has
Tom has a comment.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment. This may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes, but what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot, motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address
Yeah,
that?
I think I think it's interesting, and kind of as we reopen, what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks, and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, sorry. When we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, you know, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, so what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief heads that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it going to be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify it ourselves, given the fact that we have two planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, you know, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, anybody, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this, that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm gonna turn my mic
Yeah.
off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So, yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there's some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
And those are good thoughts. We'll
Sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
No, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking your head.
No. I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
Yep.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago. And now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks. So I think that's a good thing in the where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, you know, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, you know, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but that, I mean,
That's just my thoughts on it.
yeah, I mean, it stresses the notion, we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mm-hmm.
In density is another kind of really
stress.
big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, or more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poorer density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, because our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything. I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, you know, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry.
That call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting.
I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me, darn it.
No, he called me first. All right, are we good? It's 18:45, it's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item?
You on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing for me again regarding housing. There could actually be potentially to be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, like, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also. Can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing their webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah. I will send around that link, maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no
It's
worries.
so hard. Like, I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings and, I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions. And so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, I mean, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. So these are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, wealth, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power Accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency, adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, you know, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. Are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
You maybe not. Can I start
Yeah,
talking,
please.
answering the
Yes, go right
Um,
ahead.
so starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yeah.
look, you can write on it. So cool.
Yeah.
I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity,
Mommy,
mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. Most of the was predominantly. Hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose, where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, you know, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embrace about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present, but it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and you know, 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And you know, if someone being in that community, it was more that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people's fathers worked at two, you know, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, you know, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know if my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, you know, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, you know, I left when I was 17 and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. You know, I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. You know, in a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, you know. Little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like, I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness, but then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so.
Tom,
Andrew,
why are
can
you
you-
upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
Okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're going to record this. So, what about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming or white or suburban or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we as the Planning Commission think are the key, and we're supposed to come down, we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are. And you guys will just call out and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones and then we'll see, then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have.
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
I'll vote for belonging.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me where it is. So
Oh,
I
it's
can,
up here. Oh, it's above acceptance. First one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just,
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I
somebody
like
tell
ins-
where, oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods that will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep.
I would say connectivity then,
Connectivity.
under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
No, you can
Does that
do more.
Add one.
Does that
You can
pen
do-
erase?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the rightish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under
Yeah.
choice. Okay. So we have one.
Kate also said,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're gonna put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It says
I'd vote for equity.
Equity.
Right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm gonna turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah. Of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. We've talked about that a lot in planning. I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is gonna have to be that we're gonna actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement. And they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
Oh, I need the
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, erase cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was just.
Well, why did you pick ownership?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change. But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change in restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
Just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it, I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also I went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I mean, the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice, we can get rid of it. Who chose Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So Tom
vitality.
wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, you know, we want to make sure that that new development is has good connection, you know, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age? Or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if you know, if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. You know, I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all, you know, the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, you know, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation, just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? We do want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have all of these exist within it, so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. This exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step process is reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
Okay. So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we ought to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds, I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment. And, I would want to, I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning, and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. And it's also like there's other words in here that, you know, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access or, so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future, you know?
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough that, you know, moving forward and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, inner city planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, what the 3 of you have just said definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, you know, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, you know, instead of like awkward social distancing, you know, from our personal houses, you know, over our computers. Like I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
I agree with you on the notion that it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly it's not as much fun, and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. So that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like, I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, I mean, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are adjourned.
Unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
we as a committee have been, we asked Mike O'Grady to write a letter to the administration in particular regarding the farmers market situation. And we went through a number of options and we all agreed on a third option that I think struck a really good tone and everyone on the committee agreed to. Linda, is that online? Did we,
Yes. It is online. Under the
Can you tell me
committee
where
today.
to find it? Because I'm having a, okay, yes. Okay. 'cause
It's under today's documents.
Okay. Okay. I was having a little bit of a hard time finding it. Anyway, so momentarily, the governor is going to be giving, yeah, Linda, could you put that on screen? Linda just chatted with me and offered to put it on screen. But I will say that in just in a matter of minutes, the governor is going to be doing a press conference. And I heard at his last one, unfortunately, I was on another phone call or Zoom meeting when he was doing his last meeting, but he did, I kind of ran into the room where the radio was on and I heard mention that potentially the governor was going to be addressing the farmers market situation. I know I've gotten a lot of, I haven't gotten a lot, I've gotten a number of emails from people outraged about farmers markets not being open. And I share that sentiment to a degree, but I also know that it's really important for people to maintain social distance, and the administration wants to move carefully, and I really appreciate that. So I know I've gotten emails from people who feel that things should be gone back to fairly quickly as they were. I know that there's concern about people taking money individually, and I appreciate all that. But what we were trying to do is come up with a strategy and protocol. Well, we weren't coming up with the protocols. It's really the administration that needs to come up with the guidance. So we have the letter before us. Mike, I don't know if you wanted to kind of go through that with us for the sake of us as well as the public.
If you would like me to, I can do that.
Okay, that would be fantastic. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So the first paragraph is just setting the context. The letter is from the chair on behalf of the committee regarding the guidance that the agency issued prohibiting the operation of farmers markets during the stay home, stay safe order. The committee understands the difficulty that all of the entities, the governor, Secretary Tebbetts, Commissioner Levine, and Commissioner Sherling face in responding to the virus in a manner that maximizes protection of Vermonters. However, the committee believes the guidance prohibiting operation of farmers markets is overly broad and could be revised to allow operation in a manner that protects public health. Then the next paragraph is basically excerpts from the stay home, stay safe order on why it was issued and the basis for it, including the fact that people need to stay at home except to leave home for essential reasons. Among the essential reasons is to leave home to shop for groceries, pick up goods curbside, and obtain meals or beverages. And the Agency of Commerce's guidance provides that businesses that provide essential services, including food distribution, may continue to operate. Then it goes on to say that the committee believes that farmers markets are essential services, that a farmers market supply fresh local food, that they also sell prepared meals, beverages, and other goods, and that farmers markets serve as a necessary source of food for persons participating in food assistance programs such as 3 Squares. And then to the committee, farmers markets are more than essential. They are necessary services that should be exempt from the stay home, stay safe order. Then goes on to reference the Agency of Agriculture's guidance about farmers providing food from their food stands with appropriate social distancing, and that the committee believes farmers markets can implement similar appropriate protective measures. Then you ask the relevant agencies to develop clear guidelines or practices that farmers markets can implement to protect public health. We believe that with such guidelines, open air markets can operate as safely as indoor food providers, if not more so. Then you reference the difficulty that the state is facing. It's extraordinary times. People are anxious. Unemployment is high. The economy is suffering. You, as a committee, recognize and respect that the state is making difficult, novel decisions every day. And the committee understands that the state must take unprecedented action to protect public health and safety. You applaud the state's work. However, the committee requests that you revise the policy prohibiting the operation of farmers markets and allow farmers markets to operate subject to appropriate social distancing guidelines. Such an action would provide an essential service, protect public health, and avoid additional negative economic impacts on farmers. In addition, the operation of farmers markets with social distancing could signal a return to relative normalcy and comfort that all Vermonters currently would appreciate. And then you repeat your request to revise the policy as quickly as possible so that farmers markets and the farmers that participate in them can work to implement the social distancing guidelines so that markets can reopen quickly. And then there's the ending paragraph, thanking them for their work, appreciating their efforts, thanking them in advance for their time in reviewing and responding to the request, and an offer to contact the chair if they need additional information or have questions. Allison Eastman emailed me yesterday and said as soon as the governor's proposed revisions to the policy are public, she will send them to the committee. I'm kind of expecting them as we speak, but I have not received them yet.
Okay, thanks. And I really haven't been able to check my email to see if they've come yet. So I understand, and Mike, you can feel free to report to us because you may have been on at the meeting yesterday of the Senate Agriculture Committee. They did, Anthony Polina, Senator Polina had asked me for a copy of the letter, which once all of you had approved, I did give my consent to Mike or me. I can't remember who sent it to Anthony, but at any rate, he did have a copy of it. And I understand, did they discuss this yesterday, Mike, in committee?
They discussed the concept of sending a letter. The letter was on their website, but they didn't actually walk through it because Senator Starr had a conversation with Secretary Tebbets either on Wednesday or late Tuesday regarding the policy and whether it was going to be revised. Secretary Tebbets, according to Senator Starr, Secretary Tebbets had indicated that the policy was going to be revised today, and Senator Starr said he wanted to wait and see what the governor proposes before writing a letter.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm wondering if we as a committee, and we can do this just, I think, with thumbs up. I don't think we have to do any roll calls or anything, but would we as a committee want a half an hour or so to see what happens and to have the letter ready to go? Mike can email it to folks, but to wait and see if the administration does revise the guidelines and move forward with allowing for farmers markets to function, knowing that there are probably going to be some serious restrictions, that farmers markets are not going to be social gatherings, there's not going to be music, and there'll be some restrictions that some vendors are not happy with, but that it may be a start and an opening of the door so that our farmers markets can move forward. So I would entertain any comments from folks or nodding of heads or whatever in terms of waiting for that strategy. We might need to have another conversation. Vicky's thumbs up, Sharon's thumbs up. Any other? John O'Brien's hand is up. John.
Just getting back to that, what you said earlier, Jackie, about the Shelburne Farmers Market canceling for the whole season. Did you hear reasons for why that happened, even if there were revisions of the governor's order?
I did not. I think that came up during the Senate Ag meeting, and I think Maddie Kempner was the person that made the comment that Shelburne was closing for the year. So I don't know why they decided to do that. There was no explanation, unless Michael knows of something else.
So Grady?
Could you repeat that question?
Do you know, do you have any idea why Shelburne Farmers Market decided to cancel their season, basically? Was that brought up in the Senate at all?
No, I don't recall that it was.
Okay. All right. It might have been at a meeting that you were not attending. I think Maddie Kempner might have said something about it, according to Jackie.
She may have mentioned it yesterday. I've got like 3 screens in front of me right now, and I'm getting bombarded with stuff, and sometimes I get distracted. So
Understood. I know exactly how you feel. I've said it before. I feel like an air traffic control person here between chat and chat thingies and trying to keep I've got 3 devices going right at the moment. So, and Sharon, what is that you're using? Because you're half blocked off. Is that little slidey thing that we got in the mail? Yeah, right. Yeah, you were half blocked, not completely. So watch what you're doing over there when you're only half blocked. Any other feelings from committee members as to whether we should wait to see what the governor has to say today? Sharon?
I think it makes the most sense to wait and see. And you know, why would we send it if we know he's going to say something about it? And then we don't know what he's going to say yet.
Okay. I'm getting a thumbs up from Terry. Vicky's hand is up. I saw Rodney's thumb up as well. The thumbs up only last for about 20 seconds. So Vicky, you're up next, and then John Bartholomew.
I was just thinking that being that our constituents are contacting us quite upset about the guidelines so far, and that they may change today, hopefully, but maybe we can still issue a letter, just revise it to just kind of more or less say thank you. We've really been having a lot of discussion about this issue. We really want to see the ability, for our farmers to keep functioning and selling and making their products and produce available, but maybe just have a revision of the letter. So it's letting our constituents know we've been working hard on this and trying to advocate for them.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. I think folks know that we've been working on it because I've been hearing from them. What I'm not 100% clear on is whether or not we should wait until the governor says something and then decide whether we feel that it's adequate or not, and then potentially move forward one way or another. And if the governor issues guidance similar to what the Bennington Farmers Market used, which, as you will all remember, remote pre-ordering either by phone or online, and then curbside pickup. And they had an incredible protocol in terms of keeping people in alphabetical order, and everything was boxed and one person took the money. They really did a good job at that. If it's similar to that and we feel that these farmers markets can move forward, then maybe we don't need to send the letter at all, but it is on our website. So the farmers who have been concerned about this will know that we've been working on this, that we've been trying to push for guidance on this for at least a week. John Bartholomew's hand is up.
I'm wishing we'd been able to get this letter out a couple days ago, so we wouldn't be wondering if it is too dated. But I'm wondering if we wait and we're not happy with what the governor comes up with, our delay is too long. How can we get out a response more quickly?
Well, I think I appreciate that, but part of the problem was getting our committee members to agree on a draft of this that struck just the right tone and what have you.
Oh, I appreciate that and I understand, but if in a normal course of events, if we were waiting, we would meet this afternoon and come up with something new. But now we're talking, it might be next Tuesday before we would do anything again. And that seems like the delays are really long.
Well, would it be inappropriate for me to ask that folks, hold on one second, that we listen to what the governor has to say, that we maybe hear from Mike O'Grady, and this of course would have to be offline because we don't have a Zoom meeting scheduled for this afternoon. I don't know if we could have an emergency one scheduled, but that we wait and see, we hear from Mike O'Grady, and then if we feel that it doesn't address the situation to the degree we would like, that you all could give me a thumbs up or whatever, authorizing me to send it in any case. All right, I'm seeing John O'Brien's hand is up. Vicky, is your hand still up or did you? Okay. All right, John.
Oh, to be clear, Carolyn and Mike O'Grady, I just wanted to know who say at AAFM saw the third draft of this letter, because if Allison Eastman saw it or Anson, it seems to some extent it's done its purpose as far as the administration certainly knows that House Ag had these feelings and wanted to apply pressure to have them change the guidelines.
Mike?
So the agency has been listening to your meetings and has reviewed, as everyone who's been listening has reviewed the letters when they've been posted. Allison Eastman just emailed me to say she's listening to the House Ag testimony and wanted to let the committee know that Secretary Tabbitt's plans to email the guidance to you as soon as the governor is done speaking. Apparently he is speaking right now on the issue.
Okay. Maybe I should put the television on and listen to the television. Yeah, a fourth device. No, I'm not going to do that. John Bartholomew's hand is up again. John?
I guess the point I was trying to make before is, depending on what he says, we might have to completely redraft the letter. And again, there'll be a delay until next week before we can deal with a new letter. It's not just a matter of send it or not. It's, does it say the right thing after we learn what he says?
Well, unfortunately, this is one of the drawbacks of us all being in many corners of the state instead of being in our cozy little room 32 with a beautiful view, and having to do this all remotely and observe open meeting laws as to the best of our abilities, and et cetera, et cetera. So let's, and I'm going to apologize to Mike in advance if we have to have yet another version of this letter, but yeah. You are such a good sport.
It's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I know, but you seem to have unlimited patience, and for that I am very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Vicky's clapping hands. I appreciate that. John, your hand is still up. Do you want to speak again? Okay. All right. So we have another 13 minutes until 11:30. I don't know. Mike, did you get the idea that Allison was going to email you after the governor was done with the entire press conference, which sometimes these things go on for quite a while, or just after he addresses the farmer's market issue?
There really isn't that type of detail. It just says after he's done speaking. It doesn't
Okay.
really kind of parse it that way. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm trying to find channel 3 here to see if I can. Oh, no, they don't have his thing on. It's The Price is Right. Oh, no, he's on, guys.
Who are on that list. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Pichette.
Oh, sorry. All right, I feel weird watching television while I'm on here with you guys.
Yeah, I've been watching it on my other computer, and he hasn't talked about farmers markets yet. He's in unemployment insurance right now.
Oh, okay. All right. So why don't we potentially leave it like this? We'll hear from Allison and Mike. Mike, would you be willing to? I might get it as well. You all might get it. But once we hear what the governor has to say, would you all like to email me individually, not reply to all or anything, and let me know how you're feeling about us sending the letter or not? That work, Mike? Is that okay?
Yeah, so basically it's an individual communication between a member and you, and then if you want to convene the committee again to make another decision, you can do that.
Okay. Do you think that we could potentially have a very quick meeting this afternoon if necessary? Maybe this is a question for Linda as well in terms of setting this up.
Yes, I'm checking right now with the leadership of the Legislative Council to see whether we can schedule a meeting this afternoon. I have not yet heard back.
Okay. I just got the from Anson. It says farmers markets will be allowed to open May 1st. Final guidance pending and will be sent along when complete. This will allow markets to plan for spring and summer markets. So I guess for the next 2 weeks, they will still be not allowed to operate, but May 1st, they can start, subject to guidance that the state will issue, but is not yet complete.
Okay, folks, how do you feel about that? Tom feels good. Vicky feels good. A thumbs up. May 1st, John O'Brien. I'm seeing thumbs up everywhere. John Bartholomew, was your thumb up?
Are you asking how we feel about what he's saying or what we should do with the letter?
I'm asking about how you're feeling about what was said May 1st.
I'd be happier if things were moving along a little faster, but yeah, that's fine. But I still don't know. Does that mean don't send the letter? I'm guessing it means wait.
Yeah, that means don't send the letter. Knowing that they have already seen the letter, it's on our website and they know how we feel about this.
So send it. That's what you're saying.
Don't send it.
Don't send it.
Right.
Okay.
How do the rest of you feel?
Could you be more specific? Like the question is, should we refrain from sending the letter?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
refrain from sending the letter at this point. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. All right. One of the things I like about this is that I've also heard from folks, in particular, Alice Emmons reached out to me, and they're concerned because Mother's Day is coming, and it's a huge opportunity for our farmers markets and farm stands in general. I know that there were times when we'll off if we were meeting around Mother's Day just to be able to meet the demand of, and of course a lot of that is hanging baskets, but I think as long as folks are providing the proverbial potato, food and vegetable starts, they should be okay in terms of selling their ornamental baskets. Mike, is there anything additional or any guidance on that? The ornamentals?
No, and I think that is probably, let me step back. There's going to be a lot of detail and probably some nuance in the final guidance that they issue. So I think you will probably want to review that when it's issued, because it may address things like that markets can only sell food, or markets can only sell starts and not ornamental. So I think you still have some questions for the agency and the state, because it's still a little unclear what they're going to allow.
So, okay, so Linda has chatted with me to say that we can call a meeting for this afternoon if we want. Like, you don't need to, but Ledge Council said it's okay if we want to. Now, so Mike just brings up something, another thought, and that is perhaps we revise the letter yet a fourth time and suggest some of the things that we've just been talking about regarding ornamentals, regarding what can be sold, and the fact that the hanging baskets are important. We understand you can't go wandering through greenhouses picking them out, but you could pre-order them. John O'Brien's hand is up, and then Sharon. John.
Just three quick things. One, I think the letter, by being out there, sort of did its purpose, whether we get complete credit for it or not. Certainly the administration heard about it, and I think that may have helped change their plans. Another is that, right, maybe it would be in this future letter or just back channels that we would encourage the administration to work with NOFA or Farm to Plate as far as protocols go, because it seems like people like Maddie Kempner and Ellen Taylor know a lot about successful farm markets that are continuing on with the right safety protocols, and they would have some good examples there. And the last thing was, what's going on with nurseries, because there's certainly agriculture and things like seed starts you could buy. It seems like apple trees, there's a lot of gray area with nurseries, as far as, and thinking about Mother's Day too, how it's such a big deal at nurseries.
Okay, so Sharon's waving her hand, and looks like she wants to say something. And then
I know, oh, sorry, I was going to say, John, I know that Arcana is, where we get our hot starts. I know that they're in operation. So I know, at least for the agricultural piece of it, for food items, that greenhouses have the full go. But I don't have the answer for your ornamentals or trees.
now, Sharon, what do you mean by a hot start? And I know that I we not had a meeting.
Hots, the anything that needs heat, like, so our peppers, tomatoes, eggplants. So that's what I meant by hots. But they're food, they're produce starts.
Yes, right. So Jackie's hand is up. Jackie.
This is so strange. Thank you. You know, just on behalf of the greenhouses and nurseries, I know you had that great discussion with Will Stevens, and I would like to give you folks credit for keeping the pressure up to get the farmers market resolved. And I think it would be a wonderful idea if as you discuss whatever is going to be in the next iteration of this letter, that you go the next step and talk about ornamentals and greenhouses, because they are working right now. The Houghton greenhouse is actually, they've got an ad up that they're opening April 25th, God willing. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but people are itching to get those plants and farmers are growing them. And I think if you could just remind folks that you are also, now the next step, we've got farmers markets somehow. Let's see how we can get the ornamentals and nurseries open. The Vermont Flower Farm down the road here, Georgia Africa, with all of his lovely lilies and hostas, he has been sending out Facebook posts every day that we're salivating over at the beauty of these things that he's growing. And I think that the next step is logically greenhouses and nurseries and ornamentals and landscaping. I think that's a good way to go on behalf of our farmers.
Yeah. So I know that as long as you're selling some vegetable start and potentially produce, you can create a pre-order curbside pickup. And I think that that's what Will Stevens was in the process of doing. He and Judy had worked out some specific protocols. So if some of these other garden places are selling vegetable starts, it would seem to me that they would be permitted to set up a pre-order curbside pickup sort of scenario. Am I wrong about that, Mike?
I think that I'll confirm this with the agency, but I think that that's what the agency was providing as an option. But I can confirm. So if a nursery can implement appropriate social distancing, that they can still be selling their goods.
Yeah.
But I thought it was if they had food, because Georgia Africa was only flowers. So that, I know he's doing pre-orders and mail order, but I'm not sure. I guess I would need clarification that if he's doing pre-buy, somebody could still go to his place and only buy the flowers. He doesn't sell starts or plants or anything else.
I will
And
confirm my understanding with the agency.
Okay, thanks, Mike, and thanks, Jackie. And maybe he should get some tomato plants to sell.
Nasturtiums, right? I remember saying that.
Nasturtiums. Put a nasturtium plant in every hanging basket. They're edible and delicious. So Terry has his hand up. Sharon, is your hand up still? Or okay, so Terry, why don't you go and then Sharon?
I'm not going to mention any names, but in case they're illegal, but my nephew has a large garden center, and I know they've been putting on Facebook that they're taking orders for hanging baskets for Mother's Day. So I'm looking at their website, and they said we are open for no contact curbside pickup Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. They have all kinds of mulch, topsoil, things like that, and high mowing seeds. And you can order the hanging baskets right through there. So I know he was very concerned back about a month ago when they had to order their landscaping trees because that's a huge part of their business, and they decided to not do any landscaping this year, but they built another greenhouse, and so they're already got their their plants already started, so anticipating being open eventually. So I'm guessing that since he was so concerned, I'm sure he double checked before they had the no contact pickup.
Okay.
I'm thinking they're fine.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Sharon?
So a quick thing for Jackie. Lilies and hostas are edible. In Japan, they eat hosta. And I've certainly enjoyed lily flowers, but something that John O'Brien had said, I think in our last committee meeting, or maybe the one before that, if we're going to send a letter advocating for farmers markets or the protocol, I think I really latched onto what John O'Brien said, that there should be consistency for what we are asking from our grocery stores, our dollar stores, and our farmers markets, so that if we shouldn't be asking for more or less from any of them, because the virus behaves the same way regardless of what the name of your or what type of retail operation you are. And I think that consistency is parity that's really important. And I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, so we've actually run out of time. I thank everybody for being here, but just to sort of circle back around, should we ask Mike to do option 4, which thanks the administration for allowing this to happen, but then also requesting in their guidance that some of these other things be included, as long as there can be social distancing, limited person-to-person contact, and curbside pickup, whatever you want. Should we do that?
I think so. If we can express that we want parity between what we're asking of them and what we're asking, or what the administration is asking of them, as well as grocery stores and the dollar store. Like and I guess
I think that that's going to be maybe a bridge too far, in that grocery stores are not doing curbside pickup, and that may be a necessity for this to start with. It may not seem fair. I've heard that.
I thought grocery stores were doing curbside, but I haven't been to a grocery store in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, Hanford may be doing curbside, but that's not how you can go in there. You can wander around. I understand there are now one-way aisles, although not so much in Brattleboro. So I think there are a variety of modes of doing business at the various stores. So,
yeah.
Rodney's hand is up. Rodney?
Yeah, I was just thinking about this letter. We don't even know what the guidance is for now. I mean, it may cover all these things. So should we wait till we know what? If it doesn't cover everything, then have Mike write the letter, or just go to write a letter anyway, even if it's already been covered?
I think that my impression would be that we would be, as Jackie said, we would just be encouraging that they consider some of these different situations, because there are a lot of different situations, and do it. I mean, we're not telling them what to do. We're just asking in a respectful way. And as Mike pointed out 2 or 3 weeks ago, greenhouses are agriculture. So, things that are produced in greenhouses are agriculture, even if they are hanging baskets. So, and this is important because many farmers, like Will Stevens, for instance, he makes money on produce and vegetable starts, but I think Mother's Day is huge with ornamentals. So by the time this guidance comes out, and in preparation for May 1st, it might be, we've seen how long it took to get to this point. I would just say very respectful way, we ask them to consider these other things.
I understand, but I make my money selling milk and call animals. We're not sending a letter to anybody asking them to open up those markets.
Open up what markets? The milk markets, Rodney? I didn't quite, you dropped out a little bit. I couldn't quite hear you.
I said, I make my money selling dairy milk and call animals. And we're not sending a letter to anybody to encourage slaughterhouses to open back up or for dairy processing to make more products.
Well, actually,
but we want to encourage everyone to open up farmer markets and flower shops and all this other stuff. I mean, I don't think we're treating the economy fairly.
well, I would just, I see Mike O'Grady's hand is up and I'm probably going to go to him, but I would say that so far, everybody's been doing their thing. We don't like what's happening with dairy. We don't like the fact that people that, you know, Smithfield got COVID and that there are other packing plants that got COVID. But I think we actually have been trying to do our best to get the word out about dairy and buying more milk and getting milk into more people's hands. Jackie was just talking about the voucher program. So I don't know, I would respectfully disagree a little bit, Rodney. Mike?
So I emailed Allison to ask about the whether or not nurseries are providing could sell subject to remote distancing. And she emailed back that she was listening to your discussion and she knows that the guidance that the agency is going to issue will provide clarity, that the agency is aware that this is still an issue that needs further clarity. I then emailed her back and asked for a timeline for the guidance. So the guidance is going to address these issues and hopefully provide clarity. And I can let you know the timeline of that whenever Allison gets back to me.
Okay. All right. So why don't we leave it this way? We will wait until Allison gets back to Mike. We're gonna have to wrap this meeting up because we're already 10 minutes over. And if, you know, we've gotten the word that farmers markets can start on May 1st. And if we find that the guidance isn't, or there isn't total clarity for us about what's going to happen with ornamentals, which I suspect that we won't, then maybe at our meeting on Tuesday, we can bring this up again and talk about potentially sending a letter, just asking, first of all, thanking them for responding to our concerns and our requests, and then asking them to also consider other options here in terms of folks who are not necessarily selling things that are edible, even though we all know now that hostas, lilies, and nasturtiums are edible. Mike, your hand is up. You just didn't lower it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do we want to leave it that way for now, folks? Can I have a thumbs up or a shaking of a nodding of heads? Yeah. Yeah. Are we good? Okay. All right. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. All right. Excellent. Terry? Everybody's practicing thumbs up. Yay. Okay. All right. John O'Brien, this will have to be the last question.
Carolyn, can you or Mike or somebody, and I'm sure this has already come up with advocates, but just articulate to the agency the sort of incredible gray area that you run into with with rules on is it edible or is it ornamental? Because it seems like why a tomato start or an apple tree is okay, and something that's inedible, another plant is not. An ornamental crab tree, for your mother is not a go. And so if it seems like they should just once again say all nurseries and flower farms are open as long as they can meet these safety protocols. It would just be a lot easier than having, say, the flower farm sell a 1-inch tomato start with flowers just to beat the system. If we could convey that to them, I think that would be great.
Okay, well, if we do a letter, then that would be part of the letter.
Okay.
All right. Do people feel good about that concept? Yeah. All right. I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, good. Vicky, you have that nod down. Thank you. All right, I think we're going to wrap this up. I want to thank everybody for being a part of this. I want to thank the agency and the administration for responding to us and making some progress on farmers markets, because we know they're really important to our economy. And now more than ever, farmers need the income. They're trying to get the seeds in the ground that are going to feed us this coming year. So thank you all. And we're going to exit. I hope you all have a good weekend. You stay safe and get the word out about this voucher program once it gets going. All right. Thank you. We're done.